Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Institute of Life Sciences, Bhubaneswar. In context of the Bio-E3 policy launched by DBT, Institute of Life Sciences is organizing this two-day international symposium on tropical seaweeds called PEAKS, which stands for Platform for Exchange and Advancement in Knowledge of Seaweeds. This symposium would serve as a forum for exchanging insights and knowledge in seaweed research and its translational potential. We are honored to welcome scientists, industrial leaders, researchers, startups, and policymakers to discuss the key developments in seaweed research and manufacturing. This gathering reflects the spirit of collaboration and knowledge exchange that is vital for advancing the scientific research and innovations. To start with the program, I would like to request our esteemed director, Sir Dr. Debashish Das, to deliver the welcome address. His leadership and vision have been instrumental in guiding our efforts, and we are grateful for his continued support.
Thank you, Namisa, and good morning to all of you. Welcome to ILS. At the outset, I would like to say how this meeting we decided on 24th February. I distinctly remember first time we thought of working together with Indonesia and something around seaweed. The first time when we met, the idea was okay. Let's have a brainstorming meeting in a closed room with few people who knows and few people like me who doesn't know, and so that they discuss and come up with a plan. And from there on, I think with Sri Kumar around with lots of energy, C6 Energy is his company's name, so he has lots of energy. And then why don't we make it more international and not just India, Indonesia? We can get the experts. I said, is it possible to have in such a short notice? Because we would like to have it before March and the first round of meeting. And from there on, by 6th of March, I think, welcome Are, Vaibhav Mantri and Karthik and whosoever are there on the online platform. So we put together a few names that as our wish list. And these international people cannot come in such a short notice, but they can join online. And Are was given the responsibility of contacting them, whether they are available to come online and discuss. So he did a lot of uh, chasing, and then finally, I'm glad that quite a good number, based on their request, agreed to come and share their knowledge. And this is 6th of March, and then we went to DBT, from they asked us to work on this DST, all these things, and finally by I think 11th or 12th, I remember to have written to Dr. Gokhale that we are planning to have this meeting. Would you be willing to come? So he said, my best wishes, but then you call Kartikeya and Varsne and all these people, I won't be able to come. Probably some parliament session going on and any other things are going on, so you won't be able to come, but my best wishes. Okay, that is the genesis of this meeting. Today, whosoever are here in this meeting, online, offline, it is a great buffet which is on offer. All those who want to capture in their own area whatever knowledge they want to gather, and especially I'm looking at the students who are sitting in this room to completely get immersed into this new field, which is definitely not our forte, but we want to get into this, ask questions. We have created a box there because it is a hybrid meeting and some discipline of uh, asking questions should be followed. So those who want to ask question can come to the box and ask question, and let us make it informal and interactive as much as possible, sticking to the objective of the particular meeting. With those notes, I welcome again all of you to ILS. Spend the day listening to the speakers and spend the evening and discussing amongst yourself what can be done together, which will make us proud and then also contribute to this field. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Today, we are honored to have Mr. Sri Kumar Suryanarayan, the founder of C6 Energy Private Limited, with us. I would like to invite him to introduce C6 Energy and share his vision of sustainably harnessing the oceans to shape the better future for mankind. Sir.
Actually, the honor is completely mine. It's a total privilege to be associated with such an effort. Sometimes the stars get aligned, and for us at C6, we started 10 years ago, 15 years ago, thinking about seaweed as a future, and it was extremely difficult for us because there were very few people in this area, and we actually had to start move and deploy a lot of our research in Indonesia. And I'll talk about what that is later on in the day. But we've been in Indonesia since no, while our headquarters and research are in Bangalore, all of the deployment, all of the activity happens almost in Indonesia. We bring back products from there to sell world over. So, you know, and it's always been the desire of our company to make seaweed farming and downstream processing happen in a huge way in India. But I think sometimes, the stars get aligned, as I say. And I think credit to Dr. Rajesh Gokhale. He's very passionate about marine biology. So, uh, and one day he said, I think you should go and visit ILS. I said, why? And you'll find them interesting. So I made connections, or Dr. Devashish reached out to me at a conference and he said, oh, we're ILS. And I've heard of ILS, but don't you do cancer biology and don't you do other stuff? I mean, what's the connection with seaweed? And as it turns out, there has been a complete reorientation to see whether they can, Orissa being a marine state, uh, whether ILS can actually participate and create a huge uh, impact in the marine biology area. For me, this was like music to our ears, because there's no way a company or any company can afford to indulge in fundamental research in this area. I'll tell you a few truths about the seaweed biology. Now, when we all go out into the academic world or in the scientific world and we say, oh, I work on seaweeds, it's like saying I work on plants. Okay. I mean, which plant do you work on? I mean, if somebody said, I work in plants, they said, do you work on a pomegranate? Do you work on a tomato? Do you work on banana? Do you work on rice? Do you work on wheat? Do you work on, what do you work on? I mean, because, and to the lay people, seaweed is just seaweed. But there are millions and millions of species. Barely a few of them have been studied, and even fewer have been harnessed for the use of mankind. I think the amount what gets harnessed and what gets uh, put into translation is a direct function of the amount of science that has been invested on that. And in the world of seaweeds, 95% of all scientific effort has gone into the world of cold water temperate seaweeds. If you scan scientific publications, almost all of them talk about, I'll do something on Macrocystis pyrifera or whatever else. They're all growing in the Atlantic, North Atlantic, or South Pacific. Why is that? Because that's where the money in science has been. And when you give scientists money, what are they going to study? They're only going to study the seaweeds in their own backyard. Why not? I mean, as a result, if you look at the tropical belt, which is completely different uh, to the temperate belt. For example, seaweeds in the cold waters grow only 6 months in a year. They start late, uh, early April, and the growth period finishes um, by late August, September. It's over because when the sun sets, you have long winters in these latitudes. When the sun sets, there is no growth. This is a concept that is completely foreign to us in the tropics. We have sunlight all the year round. Plants grow all the year round. And the seaweeds in the tropics are completely different to the seaweeds in the temperate. But who has studied them, or who wants to study them? Not the scientists in the West. If we want seaweeds to be harnessed for for the benefit of our society, we have to study them, we have to invest in them, we have to do a lot of fundamental science. So it was really, really amazing to hear about the decision of the Department of Biotechnology to invest heavily in seaweed research, and that too focused on seaweeds around the tropics in India. In So I think this is going to be an investment for our country that's going to pay off forever and forever. I'll give you a simple example. Today, we all talk about Kappa ficus grown in the tropics and say, what a wonderful seaweed this is. Do you know where all the science for the Kappa ficus was done? Which we are still riding off today. All of the science was done in the University of Hawaii. All of the science by Professor Maxwell Doty. And why was it done there? And you will hear the history later on with Dr. Ian Nish, who's coming on. It was done there because they were running out of cold water seaweeds in the North Atlantic that produced carrageenan, a species called Chondrus crispus. And carrageenan was used as a thickening agent. So they sent some scientists to Philippines to check the markets and say, do people here have seaweed? And and those samples were sent back to the United States. And there was enormous amount of science that was done. Almost everything that we practice today was developed by the scientists in the West. We should be ashamed of ourselves. But that is a situation we'd like to correct. I think this gathering of a very select group of people and the people who are going to speak, we've tried to bring together the few people who are really passionate about seaweeds and the marine microbiota associated around that, so that we can have a very focused efforts. There is no other place, I can tell you, on this planet who is willing to dedicate the kind of resources that ILS can bring, the firepower that we can bring to this table, whether it's state-of-the-art genomic sequencing, the kind of biology that you can, which will translate very easily. There is no other place on this planet. And if we get our act together, we can become the world leaders in tropical seaweed science. And that would be a great day for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightful speech. I would now like to invite Dr. Karthikeyan, scientist DBT, to address the gathering and share insights on marine ecosystems as crucial foundation for suitable practices.
So, very good morning to all. And it is very fortunate that we got this opportunity to come in front of you and speak to you and have a discussion on seaweeds. So, first, I will start off with a perspective of what seaweeds right now mean to the common man. So, when we started these discussions, as Dr. Debashish started with. So one of the things which came to my mind was a movie which is over 50 years old now called Soylent Green. So one thing came to me. I don't know if many of you are familiar with that. So one thing which is in that movie is that in some remote future, all the food producing systems in the world have collapsed, and the last food producing system is the marine ecosystem. So everyone is dependent on the plankton, marine plankton. So it sent me to a flashback that we knew about this even 50 years back. And where are we now? How much of our food actually comes from the sea, and how much from algae actually? So that was the start. And right now, if we see the seaweed ecosystem, the seaweeds can hold immense possibilities in so many problems which you are facing today, not just in India, but on a global scale. So while I am focused on the international collaborations that can be built over this, it's actually very obvious that any any innovation in this space is going to benefit everyone, not just any particular country. So that's the genesis of our international collaboration initiatives. So I would just like to invite Dr. Varshne to come on stage and give a brief presentation about what opportunities DBT is providing for researchers and industry in this space to take the whole thing forward. Thank you.
We have Dr. Varshne with us. He is scientist at DBT and he will be addressing the gathering about surge in global seaweed cultivation and how the advanced offshore farming technologies can be used for farming the seaweeds. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I take this opportunity to congratulate BRIC-ILS and C6 Energy for organizing this timely symposium. This is actually the need of the hour, and they are the first movers in this space. So a big round of applause to BRIC-ILS and C6. I think this should be okay. So I'll just give a brief perspective from the department's viewpoint for this important vertical, which is marine research for biomanufacturing. As you can clearly see from the figure that we have only scratched at the surface, and there is a lot of potential that we can dive into. So the moot question is, where do we search for biomass? We know that land, which is mostly agriculture based, provides an important source for biomass, but this is usually water intensive and requires a lot of nutrient input. On the other hand, we have biomass which is available from aquatic systems, and this is abundant and affordable. And we have several products like carginin, alginates, and agar, which feed into several downstream industries like biofuels, biomaterials, bioplastics, biochemicals, and so on. So we recognize that empowering sustainable growth through a marine ecosystem is an important initiative, as marine ecosystems are biodiversity hotspots as well as engines of economic growth. So there is an imminent need of preserving the biodiversity available in the marine ecosystem. There is also an important need for sustainable resource utilization, which includes transition to low impact fishing and aquaculture practices, and promoting circular economy principles while we do this. Uh, we also know that marine systems are important source for climate resilience, and we can leverage such ecosystems like mangroves as natural carbon sinks and strengthen ocean-based climate adaptation strategies in the face of growing uh, adverse climate events. And most importantly is the innovation in marine biotechnology, as marine resources can be used for areas as diverse as healthcare, energy, and materials. And we can support R&D for ocean-friendly products. So this is just a comparison of where do we stand with respect to the global scenario. So as you can see that in the year 1969, both wild collection and cultivation accounted almost equally for the world's 2.2 million tons of seaweed production. While over the next 50 years, the seaweed cultivation has increased to almost 95% of the total global seaweed production. And this number has increased significantly to 34.7 million tons. The seaweed industry is projected to grow with a CAGR of 2.3%, and the commercial seaweed market was valued at approximately USD 10 billion in the year 2021. And the leading players in this sector are mostly countries in the Southeast Asian region, including China, Indonesia, Philippines, to name a few. While in the year 2021, India cultivated only around 34,000 of seaweed, which is actually less than 1% of the total world seaweed production. And taking an example of carginin, we were importing more than what we were producing domestically. So how do we benefit from this sea of opportunities? So we can focus on developing high yielding commercial varieties to boost the cultivation sector. We can have a detailed marine zonation using geospatial mapping to clearly identify areas which are particularly suitable for fishing and farming. And there is an important need for regulatory facilitation, because often this forms the roadblock in any of the R&D efforts that we do. There is also significant potential in offshore seaweed cultivation, but this requires investment in technology development and upgradation, especially in areas of sensors for in situ measurement of seaweed crop health and real-time monitoring of farm integrity, depth cycling for harnessing these nutrients, and dewatering of seaweed on site to make it a cost-efficient process. The Niti Aayog had come out with a report in the year 2024, where they had developed a strategy for development of the seaweed value chain. And this is an important guidance document for all the stakeholders in this field. As the report clearly identified that currently only parts of Tamil Nadu are actually into this field, and there is significant untapped potential in all the coastal states of India, which can be used to increase the seaweed cultivation in India. So as you are all aware that the Department of Biotechnology has come out with the BioE3 policy, which is biotechnology for economy, environment, and employment. And this was approved by the Union Cabinet in the month of September 2024. And as you can see that the department has identified space research as an important vertical for driving this initiative forward. So what is the way forward from the department's perspective? So we want to invest in technological innovations for large-scale seaweed farming, biotechnology-based initiatives to utilize the strengths of India's marine ecosystem, and fostering a strong startup ecosystem and academia industry linkages to boost this sector. And we propose to do this through two verticals, which is discovery and application-oriented integrated network research, and bridging the gaps for scale up for products where POC has already been demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan and Dr. Varshney, for sharing your perspective on seaweeds.
Before you go on with the existing plan, I would like to request you to ask RA to come online and share few words, and then we can go with the online. And this way, we'll solve two purposes: whether how the
Hello? Yeah, Arya is already there.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes,
All
we
right.
can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't expect to speak until tomorrow afternoon, but it's been a privilege and it's a blessing actually that we are able to do this symposium here today. I'm glad to see so many people here offline as well as online. Welcome to everybody, and it was a challenge to get it done in such a short notice. But sometimes, we are all students, so we all love to work in the last minute. So only when we have a tight deadline like this, we get things going and make things happen. So I think this symposium happened because we gave ourselves a very tight deadline and to make this happen. Thanks to all the speakers who have agreed at very short notice to be part of the symposium. I would request all the students and faculty and everybody to be open and just ask all the questions that you have. All the speakers know that most of the audience may not be very well versed in seaweeds, and that's why they are open to all kinds of questions. So please feel free to ask anything that you feel like, and we all here to learn together. So that's all I have to say, and I hope the symposium goes very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan, for the wonderful speech. Now I would like to request Dr. Shashikant Das, Deputy Director, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Odisha, to address the gathering about the opportunity and challenges related to seaweed cultivation in Odisha.
So thank you. So good morning, all of you. So many people, those who are for the first time or several times in Odisha, welcome to Odisha, to Bhubaneswar. I will start from Sri Kumar's ending. Yes, it is better. We are a little slow, but we should start. So regarding seaweed, yes, it is one part of the whole marine biotechnology research system. I will just explain in brief what is the government of Odisha role in doing this marine biotechnology research and innovation system. Since last 1 year, we have associated and discussed with many of the research institute and academic institute in Odisha. So how to go for a complete exploration of the vast marine bioresources that is available in Odisha in this 570 kilometer of coastline. And out of 27 institutes, finally we have selected, or we have come together, the 6 institutes, to explore the complete marine biotechnological research and innovation in Odisha. And we are happy that we have a great dynamic scientific administrator here. So yes, so with his driving force, actually, we could able to pinpoint and start some of the research activity. Yes, already it has been initiated, and with the support of Sri Kumar C6 and Brahma Kamal, seaweed will be definitely one vertical where I think in the coming 4 5 years, Odisha will be a pioneer or leader in India, not maybe in the world. We have vast opportunities, plenty of resources, everything is there, nothing has been done. And in Berhampur University, FM University, those who are situated in the coast, their faculty members are also very much interested. And with the technical support of IIT, ILS, IJR, and NIT Rourkela, so we have a complete plan right now. We have dedicated it as Odisha Marine Biotechnology Research and Innovation Corridor, where starting from the bacteria to the seaweeds, these phytoplanktons, the marine animals, everything will be studied in a soil, in a group. And the target is to map the entire coast. What are the potential biodiversity is available? Then how to take it forward. So it's a great thing, Dr. Das. He has organized this international symposium, I think, in a lightning speed. So, but it is good. Something is happening in Odisha, and government of Odisha is also very happy. We have dedicated some funds for that research also. And another thing is also in pipeline. I think Dr. Basne is there. So maybe very soon we'll come up with a concrete proposal to develop a advanced translational research center in marine biotechnology in Bhubaneswar with the support of Deputy Government of India, MOES, and Government of Odisha, where we are expecting ILS will take a lead in developing that organization. So with this, let me conclude. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request Professor Deenbandhu Sahu to give his insights into marine and seaweed cultivation.
Not the presentation now. Not now. Good morning, everybody. It's a privilege for me to be here in my home state. And thank you, Mr. Director, for inviting me in the very last moment. Uh, uh, my actual topic on the seaweed research and utilization will come in the actual session. I'll just take 2 to 3 minutes. I hail from Puri, born and brought up in the coastal town of Lord Jagannath. When I moved to Delhi way back in 1981 and started my research career, I decided to start my research career way back in 1984 in the field of seaweeds, which was a very, very difficult challenge. And even today, I'm facing that challenge. Everywhere I go, starting from my beginning of the career, people say, you are in Delhi, sea coast is 2000 kilometers away. How you will do the research? But when I look back, I'm a very extremely satisfied person. what I visioned way back in 1984, and slowly it is coming back into the reality. So with all my training overseas in Japan, Philippines, US, France, and many leading countries in the world, traveling over 85 institutions internationally, whatever experience I gathered, I jumped into the sea in Philippines way back in 1990. Had my first Kappa ficus cultivation in the field, staying in the middle of a huge lagoon area called Bohol in Philippines, which is the center for Kappa ficus cultivations in the world. When I came back to India, then I proposed way back in 1991 to the then Secretary Government of India, Department of Ocean Development, to go for the large scale seaweeds cultivation. That is way back in 1991. Nothing moved. The thing started moving when only Pepsi came into the role way back in 1999 and 2000 subsequent story. Then there was a little bit of talk about the seaweeds cultivation. Prior to that, it was all about the nature based or seaweeds harvesting from the natural resources. I was invited by the government of Odisha then way back in 2002 to discuss about setting of a biotechnology park in Odisha. So there was two division. One is to set up a marine biotech park, another is a biotech park. So biotech park was at Patrapada. Marine biotechnology park, there was a high level team, and we proposed to start with an existing hatchery at Konark, which is existing in a 25 acres of land, because I am always a man in a hurry to deliver. So when the thing was about to be in a final stage, the politics prevailed over science. That is all over the world. It's true. The venue was shifted, but finally that project was somehow something happened. But in 2002, somewhere we organized one of the first important meeting in Hotel Swasti about investment opportunities in biotechnology sector in Odisha. I was selected as the nodal officer by the government of Odisha to have for the seaweeds cultivations and utilization. I came back, the chief secretary and all sorts of industry revenues, because seaweeds cultivation is not easy. So way back in 2002, we said, okay, all the stakeholders should come, starting from the fisheries to the forest to the science and technology. So all the secretaries and people were called. I still remember it was done in the secretariat. There was a very, very important brainstorming meeting. The present additional chief secretary was the fisheries director then. So all these things happened. I started the seaweeds cultivation of Kappa ficus way back in 2002, somewhere in Hukitola, Kendrapada area, got the Kappa ficus, got cultivated, and simultaneously started also not Kappa ficus, but Gracilaria cultivation in Chilka Lake. Since then, a lot of water has flown, and I'm very happy that ILS has taken up. ILS marine research also, I have been telling ILS for the last 10 years, get into the marine, but finally they got into the marine at a, although very late stage. So subsequently, I will discuss that what are the challenges and opportunities. Opportunities are plenty, but equally we need to also solve the challenges. Research is one thing in the laboratory, but deliverables to the company's requirement is very different. The corporate world is very, very different. And who knows it better than Dr. Sri Kumar, right? So I have also worked in the seaweeds industry, not that I worked only in the academics. I worked in the seaweeds industry. So I will share some of my experience. Sky is the limit, but to reach that limit, we need to actually solve these minor hurdles which comes on the way. And I was talking to about how is the progress going on about the seaweeds industry. Seaweeds industry is actually not big in India. Let me be very clear. You can count on your fingers. There are only 3 industries of seaweeds. Only a couple of them are based on the seaweeds cultivations. This thing. Rest of the things are from the natural resources. They are not even the medium scale seaweeds industry in India. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will share my detailed experience in the next talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and being the guiding force for ILS in marine biology. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sahu to give a brief about the event.
Very good morning, honorable guests, researchers, policymakers, industry partners, and startups. A very warm welcome to all. So I think already our director and Dr. Singh and Dr. Karthikeyan already explained all the things. As you know, seaweed industry cultivation and research in Odisha is very poor. As already you have seen, only 1% our production and all. So in that we have received a initiative by DBT, I think on the last month, from Karthikeyan regarding a video conferencing with ILS faculties and also with some industrial partners like Sri Kumar. So our objective was, I can read, through a series of meetings among Indian stakeholders, we are looking to mutually fill knowledge gaps and develop a succinct and viable work plan for moving forward with the proposed collaboration. So starting with this, we have some objectives. Develop a comprehensive and inclusive map of stakeholders from industry, academia, and government. Identify existing resources within industry, academia, and government support this initiative. Obtain a high-level understanding of the seaweed industry, including the market for seaweeds and derived products and the seaweed value chain. We also aim to understand the existing regulatory, environmental, and socio-economic challenges affecting the industry in India. From meaningful linkage between the DBT biomanufacturing initiative and the seaweed value chain. With this, so then we, with a lot of discussion and all, we come to a conclusion. We will organize a mini symposium. I think already Dr. Devashish Das explained, all the concept came in 12th March. Let's have some symposium type of things, So then we contact and RA did a good help to us. And more or less, here we have some experts, international expert from Filipino, Indonesia, UK, and Canada. And also we have some experts from national level. I think we all invited either in the offline or in the online mode. And more or less, we have very active participants of 100, more or less, and you will be surprised, more or less, we have a startup in Odisha, Brahm Kamal. I think Kirti Misra is here, she's more or less attached to ILS in 2002. She worked as a postdoc here for a couple of years. Now she has a startup and doing well. She will explain all the things what she is doing. And also some of the research labs like Professor Luna and Jyotsna is there. They have a patent on seaweed, for commercial production, and recently they got the Indian patent. And some of the research also going on in OUT, Centurion University, Barampur University. I think all their student researchers have came and all attend their conference, and I think they will learn a lot of things from this 2 days conference. Again, I welcome to all. It was a wonderful meeting on seaweed research, and it is a 2 days program today and tomorrow. More or less, in the first part is in the offline, and the afternoon part is online, because all our internal experts are from Europe. So we have arranged like this. So okay, so look for your all attending this conference, and it will give some value to you. Thank you.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Devashish Das, Director ILS, to felicitate the dignitaries. Dr. Karthikeyan, Scientist DBT. Dr. Vashne, Scientist DBT. And Dr. Shashikant Das from DST Odisha. Acha.
Uh, Apology to all the online participants. We will break for tea now. You people, please have your tea. But as you can see, we are on time, and we will also be back on time post tea. And the post tea session is going to be more scientifically engrossing and engaging. Request all students to interact with the speakers during the break time as much as possible, to learn as much as possible. And you announce the whatever you want.
So now we'll break for the tea and we'll gather back at 11:30. The tea is arranged on the ground floor of this building, auditorium building. Okay, we'll gather back at 11:25 to start the first session, which is Introduction to the World of Seaweeds.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
Hi, Sri. I'm fine. How are you?
We're just having a tea break now. In 15 minutes, we'll start. Okay.
Yeah, I just had to see if I could connect.
Yeah. All right. Hang in there, Ian. I'll be back.
Just looking. Big gate. Yeah, I have a. I'm on a video conference this afternoon. I'm on a video conference to India in a few minutes.
Namisha, we can't hear you. No.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi,
I can hear you now. Very well. Thank you.
Arif.
So we'll start with the first session.
Welcome back. So we'll start the first session, the scientific session. So we'll start the first scientific session. We have about 6 speakers in this session, and I request the speakers to give their presentation in 15 minutes, and then we can have 5 minutes for the question answers. So the first speaker in this session is Professor Sri Kumar Srinaran from the C6 Energy. He has been a pioneer in this area and been working on marine biotechnology and seaweeds for past 30 a decade or so, and he has been a founding member of many of innovative areas. Like he worked as a CEO of the Translational Health and Science Institute, Faridabad, has been a honorary director general of the Association of Biotechnology Led Enterprises, ABLE Bangalore, and formerly a president of R&D in Biocon Limited, and now he's been the CEO of the C6 Energy Private Limited, which is doing a good work in the areas of sustainable energy solutions. I welcome Professor Sri Kumar for his presentation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will definitely try and finish in 15 minutes. But given the mic, I tend to be a little addicted to it. But let me just, this is more comfortable. So what I really want to do is paint a picture of seaweed biomass as a feedstock of the future. And I think that the best seaweed that is suited for this purpose is actually tropical seaweed. We'll understand why that is so. And it also opens up a large number of questions. The fundamental reason that I believe, and we as a company believe, and increasingly the many people are coming around to this, is that it is clear that the basic reason why we are seeing global warming is because we're unlocking a lot of carbon dioxide from fossil fuels. Carbon dioxide that was safely locked away into the earth for millions of years ago is now coming into the atmosphere because of the burning of fossil fuels. Carbon dioxide is a infrared absorbing gas, and so while it lets in sunlight during the daytime, in the night when the earth tries to cool and radiates out in infrared, increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere result in global warming because the heat is unable to radiate back. Therefore, it is clear, since many of our energy needs are still based upon liquid fuel, we have to switch to renewable fuels. What is the reason renewable fuels will be considered better is because they're all made from biomass. And the biomass actually captures today's carbon dioxide and today's sunlight, and we can convert that to fuel. So there is no net increase of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. That's a fundamental reason why biofuels are seen as a way to prevent the increase in carbon dioxide levels. But there's a huge amount of oil that we are using every year, more than 14 billion tons of crude oil equivalent. And if you wanted to use biomass as the way to go forward, let me just move this out of the way. Yeah. Then we have to see whether it really scales, because the sources of the biomass are basically all our agricultural feedstock, whatever agriculture we are doing on land, which is either corn or sugarcane or palm oil or even rice straw. So it's good to see the math behind this. And what is the math? And this is a picture that shows the math for India. What does this picture show? It says that, the headline is, of course, that if you wanted to replace all of India's crude oil requirements in 2030 by biofuel, we need about 1,100 million tons of feedstock. And less than 25% of that is available from land-based agricultural surplus. So let's just dive into these numbers. Now, at the bottom, you'll see that the estimated petroleum demand of our country is about, in 2024-25 was 244 million tons. And it's expected to grow to 300 million tons in 2029-30. Now remember, there's also, besides the global warming issue, there is a pressing need for India to be strategically self-sufficient in crude oil. Because we're the third largest energy consumer in the world, and we import 80% of our crude oil. So there is so if you look at the amount of biomass that's available for so-called waste biomass, in 2030, for instance, we will need to replace 300 million tons, about 1,100 million tons of biomass. And what is available is 228 million tons. So we have what is called the biomass gap. Now, if you can see the graph, between 2025 and 2030, there has been no increase in the amount of available biomass. Now that makes sense, right? Because our land agriculture is maxed out, our population is growing, and only whatever is left over that we don't consume as food, we can afford to use as biomass for fuel. Now, admittedly, we don't yet use all of that. I mean, there's still, the ethanol programs are being rolled out, but you can already see that they will hit a peak. 15 to 25% is the maximum replacement we can ever hope for. So what do we do about the rest? And that is a fundamental problem that we started looking at. Now, it is not just an Indian problem, by the way. It is a global problem, because it's estimated that if you want to wean the world of oil, you'll require 30 to 50% of global agricultural biomass. And remember, our population of the planet is also increasing. So what is the solution? Well, the solution lies in actually reframing what agriculture is. Agriculture, when looked at the lens from a biofuel perspective, all that agriculture is doing is that it's capturing the sunlight and it's capturing the carbon dioxide, a process that we all know as photosynthesis, holding that energy in the biomass, which is the reason why when we burn a piece of wood, we get back the heat and we get back the carbon dioxide that the plant had originally trapped. That is what agriculture does. And you can begin to see that from this lens, we're all surviving off the sun on this planet. Okay, every single piece of food we eat is nothing but stored sunlight. In fact, even the fuels that we happily pull out of the earth is also sunlight stored a million years ago. Now, if you start framing it as sunlight, and here is where it gets really interesting. If you see that the 70% of our planet is the ocean, therefore the most logical place to be capturing sunlight for other needs other than food should be the ocean. But if you look at the ocean and you look at the way sunlight is falling on this planet, most of the sunlight is concentrated in that narrow band in the tropics, plus or minus 20 degrees of the equator. Now, growing up in India and in the tropics, we take light throughout the year for granted, but many of you have studied overseas. You've seen the long dark winters, either in North America or in Australia, South Australia. And you will understand that this concept that there is sunlight throughout the year is very unique to the tropical places. And as a result, we take evergreen forests and continuously growing biomass for granted. That is not the case everywhere else. And similarly, it is for seaweeds. If I wanted to do farming for an industrial feedstock, I would choose to do farming of a tropical sea plant in the tropics. And that is where we find that this is a huge shortage of knowledge, because there has not been enough scientific study on tropical seaweeds, how they work, why they work, what they need, what do you need it to grow like a plant. But it has many interesting properties. It's a year-round growing season. In fact, the crop is very short, typically anywhere between 1 to 2 months each cycle. So you can literally grow it like dhania throughout the year. Short growth cycles, high biomass productivity. If you average out the biomass productivity, it's more than 100 dry tons of biomass per hectare per year. That is more than bamboo, one of the fastest growing crops. Long history of species cultivation, but it was, as I mentioned before, and as some of the following speakers will mention, was traditionally just for the hydrocolloids industry, for the gelling agent industry. Today, the only reason the seaweed is grown primarily is for the gelling industry, carrageenan. There is no other known application, and therefore the cost at which it is produced, and we'll come to that in a moment, and the application for which it is used are well balanced. And there has really been no expansion of usage, but it is carbohydrate like any other biomass. Now, the traditional methods of seaweed farming, which have made it so expensive. How expensive? Like, for example, the seaweed, if you try to buy dry biomass, could be anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000 a ton. What does that mean in terms of its applicability as a feedstock for fuel? You need it to be less than $100 a ton. So about 15 times less. Now you can all ask, how in the world can we bring down the price of something that is being cultivated at $1,500 a ton? How can we produce it for 1/15 the size? I mean, this would be ridiculous, right? How do you even imagine doing that? And that is where something very interesting, the difference between sea agriculture and land agriculture stands out. Now, when you try and do land agriculture, whether you're growing corn or maize or wheat or rice, what do you need as inputs? Mainly you need fertilizer, you need irrigation water, and you need labor. These are the three main inputs that go into a crop, okay? And as the fertilizer prices go up or there is shortage of irrigation water, the crop prices go up. If there is a drought, the crop prices go up, okay? So, but in the sea, and if you look at the way this picture, the people are cultivating the seaweed, there is really no cost for irrigation water. There is no cost for fertilizer because this particular species of seaweed and many other similar species are highly adapted to thriving in such waters with the nutrients present in the water, with the low levels of nitrogen present in the water. We don't understand completely why and how they are adapted, but we would love to find out. But at the moment, they thrive and they grow. And if you look at these three men in the water, what are they doing? They are hauling out seaweed out of the water. It's heavy. It's very, very hard work because, the moment you lift that seaweed out of the water, it begins to weigh 10 times more than it does in the water, Archimedes principle. Then they work in the hot sun. There is no shade. And then they can only work in shallow waters and calm waters, because if there's big waves or they stand, it's too dangerous. And this limits just not only the area of the cultivation, but also the speed at which it's cultivated. For example, though the crop grows very fast, you can see that this seaweed is tried in bunches. You know, this is like a 45-day-old piece that is being hauled out. And about 45 days ago, women in the village maybe tied small pieces of seaweed onto this rope, and it was put into the water. And you can see in this picture also that there are more ropes like that in the water. See, there are more ropes like that. So every day they put out a piece of rope like this with small pieces of seaweed, and then they put out another piece, and 45 days later they go back to the first rope. It's fully grown, pull it out, reseed it, put it back. This is life in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines for the seaweed farmers. The seaweed farming was introduced by the likes of Ian Niche in the early 80s. There's a history behind it. It has not moved from there. It is exactly the way it is. There has been zero improvements in any technology. So when you realize that the only cost element is labor here, then there is scope for automation. So one of the things you can do is that you can actually create machinery that can allow you to farm in much deeper waters, say waters at 100 feet deep. You can take away that labor intensive machinery of hand seeding and replace it with automation. You can, whatever hauling you saw, that can also be automated. And let me show you how this works actually. So on this picture, you can see how the women in Indonesia, for instance, are tying seaweed with their hands on a line. They take a little bunch and they tie it, and that's how they go. But that can be automated now. You can simply put the seaweed into a hopper. You can turn on this machinery that we call the auto tangler machine, and out comes a seaweed rope. So this is the kind of innovation that you can increase the productivity already with this first generation of machine 5 times more than one person can do 5 times more than what they were able to do. Put it another way, they can do 5 times more area, 5 times more lines per person. Their income can increase, the price of the seaweed can drop. And we are just beginning this journey. Now, let me show you another. So you were seeing how in the picture how the men were hauling out the seaweed. Now this boat is already in pretty unsteady waters. Okay, so you can see that it's hard work, but you can actually automate that. And here you are, the men are just standing around in the boat, and 7 or 8 lines of seaweed are being harvested, and you know, it just comes off. So with this kind of automation, we are able to actually do very large scale farming. Okay, for example, square kilometer size farming. So this was a farm that was launched in 2024, and you can see the kind of machinery and the boats for size. Each one of this farm is about 1 hectare in size. I want to show you a video that gives you a perspective of what happens. This video was shot in the island of Lombok, which is next to Bali, and that's where we run a farm in a bay. This is a drone shot of the farm, and you can see that you know, the boats that you see here are actually the farming equipment, and the seaweed that gets harvested is brought to shore, not manually, but in like almost like a trailer truck. So so this is a picture of the harvesting in progress, which we already saw. So any farming works in strips, and as the harvested seaweed falls into the carrier boats, they're all brought to shore. So nobody is actually lifting the seaweed off the shore and all of that. So this allows much larger volumes of seaweed to be handled, and as a result, you're able to go forward. Now you'd think that, oh wow, we do farming at such a large scale, all the problems are done and dusted. Actually, that's when you begin to realize how similar ocean farming is to land agriculture. Whatever problems we see on land agriculture, you see in ocean farming. Whether it's temperature issues, you know, climate change issues, whether it's shortage of nutrients, whether it's attacks by pests and disease. What does this graph represent? it represents for the first time ever a continuous monitoring of a large-scale ocean farming system all the way to nearly 1.5 years, all the way from July 23. And you can see that there are three colors at the bottom: good growth, average growth, and poor growth. And like any other company, we try and see, can we make a pattern out of it? So you see all the greens are good growth. So you get a good growth period. And at the same time, you're tracking the temperature of the sea. Oh, it goes all the way from 29 all the way to 31. And you can see that sometimes the seaweed is okay. The conditions are optimum. The seaweed is still not growing. So then you look at all the vertical strips. For instance, things were growing pretty good. The temperature was fine. The nutrients were great. But you got an attack from a pest seaweed called a green lumut. Okay. Now, of course, if the conditions are good for one seaweed, they will be good for another seaweed. So remember, this is exactly the kind of problems you have in agriculture, but with a complication. Is that in agriculture, when you get an attack like this, you can spray pesticides and insecticides. On the sea, you can't. So what do? You have to resort to biological control measures, or you have to create strains that are resistant to seaweed. Nobody has even articulated this problem at this scale. We are the first people to actually experience this problem. We are articulating it. Oh, we need to actually start breeding strains for disease resistance. What kinds of disease? Oh, we get attacks by tiny jellyfish. We get attacks by black lumut. We have grazing by fish. You have then at certain seasons of the year, you have amphipods coming onto the sea, and it kind of repeats itself. So we're actually documenting this. We're trying to see if there are any strains that seem naturally resistant to it, but it's very painful. This was the way farming evolved, and farmers evolved land races which are resistant, which are improved. But do we have to do that for seaweed farming and wait another 200 years? No, because we have all the tools of modern biotechnology. We can learn so much from agriculture. With a difference, this has to be completely organic farming. We can't use pesticides, chemicals, or fertilizers. So how do you make the seaweeds how do you make the nutrition on the sea happen when you can't put in nitrogen fertilizer? Can you do upwelling? Can you do nitrogen fixation? Proof points for these exist. We have to actually take them forward. So this is all the interesting and exciting stuff. We do believe we can bring down the price of the seaweed by a factor of 15. We think it will be achieved by 2027, but it won't just happen with farming technology. We will need to, or just speeding up the farms by another 50-fold. It will have to also, if you want robust farming at a very large scale, it doesn't matter who's doing it. They will need surety. You can have the best tractor in the world, but if you don't have a good strain, you will get zero yield. Okay, and here is where biology, understanding the biology, plays a huge role. Otherwise, all of these dreams that we have as a country will come to zero. But assuming we can solve them, what is the future forward? I talked about 300 million tons of crude oil imports. We need 1,100 million tons of biomass. If we can pull off farming at the productivities at a reasonably reliable kind of farming, predictive farming, which insurance companies would be willing to insure, then farming about 150,000 square kilometers of the ocean area, about 7.5% of India's exclusive economic zone, could make India completely self-sufficient in biomass without interfering, without getting into a food resource. And each square kilometer, in our estimate, will give rise to 100 high-quality jobs, just in upstream alone. We are not talking about downstream. Can you imagine 15 million new jobs? That is the potential if we can crack all of this. So this is one of the most important slides in one of the last slides, the last slide in my presentation. What are these areas for inquiry that we have in seaweed science? I would divide that into three verticals. One is all about biomass generation reliably. Obviously, if you don't have that much biomass at the right cost, there's nothing you can do. So there are things that we need to do to focus on reliable biomass generation. And that would be biology and reproduction of the seaweed. What is the nutrition? What is the microbiome? What is the disease pathology? How do we breed for temperature resistance, salinity resistance, disease resistance? All that is, and where will that come from? from sequencing the seaweed, understanding the biology, understanding the metabolomics, how does it react to various conditions. Who's going to do that? We have to do this. Nobody else is interested in the seaweed. Nobody has this kind of seaweed in their backyard. In the tropics, the only country with the science and technology firepower and the ability to do it is India. There's no other country. That's the only reason we have launched spacecraft and we have the nuclear energy. Now, assuming we have the biomass, we can't be waiting till the biomass happens, because you can go and buy the seaweed, even though it's expensive right now today. And then you can ask the questions, how do I convert that to useful products? What do I need to convert it? So that's where you need things like, can I, what does my seaweed contain? So what is the structure of carrageenan and agar? Oh yeah, I'll Google it and find out. But tell me who actually did that structure. Some chemist in the United States somewhere 40, 50 years ago. That's it. If I were to give somebody a piece of seaweed here, I guarantee you nobody has the know-how to be able to tell you what is the degree of sulfation of the carbohydrate, what is the bonds between the various, whether it's alpha anhydro D glucose or anhydro L glucose, which is the difference between agar and carrageenan. We just take everything for granted. So if tomorrow you find a new fantastically growing, highly climate resistant, disease resistant strain from the Chilika Lake, the first question we need to answer is, what does it contain? Because unless you know what it contains, you don't know what to do with it. This is the importance of structural characterization. These are skill bases we need to develop. Now, all of these are transportable skills. If you can do glycobiology or if you can do protein characterization and you're a good organic chemist, there is no reason why you can't do carbohydrate chemistry. If you know how to operate an NMR or a mass spectrometer, surely you can do all of this. There is no magic about this. Then, once you discover the substrate, how do I break it down, manipulate it? Because if I throw a piece of seaweed into the sea and I come back after a month, it would have gone. There is an ecosystem in the sea that completely degrades the seaweed. What are those enzymes? Can I harness those enzymes? Do I have a toolbox of enzymes that I can say, no, I only want to clip it to 500 molecular weight or 5,000 molecular weight, or I just want to clip off the sulfate. I want to break it down to just galactose or glucose or anhydrogalactose. We don't have those enzymes. We haven't discovered all the enzymes. Even if we discover them, do we have the ability to produce them at industrial scale cheaply? Surely such things have been done. We have done it for land-based biomass. We clone and express cellulase. Shams does it right there. But he can't just, he can't just do everything, right? So we have to discover these enzymes, and we have to work in groups. We have to get these powerful expression systems. Then we have to get this toolbox built. But it's not enough that we just do that. We have to learn how to engineer those enzymes. Because carrageenan doesn't melt till say 40 or 70 degrees centigrade. It's like starch. But by 70 degrees centigrade, most enzymes are dead. The whole alcohol industry would not have taken off if we did not have the discovery of thermostable alpha amylase. We need to discover and engineer thermostable carrageenases. But do we do it the old-fashioned way, like mutate it, random mutations, replace one amino acid, another amino acid? No. Use modern structural biology. Use AI. You breed the enzymes in silico, and then you construct them. That is how we can catch up. That is the power of this institute. Then we can halo-tolerant strains, because they're all seep. If you try and ferment a yeast, that normal yeast, you put it in seawater, it will die. But here, there'll be a lot of salt. You need a thermotolerant strain. And then finally comes the most important piece. What kind of applications? And I'd say just animal health, aquatic health, plant health, human health, and planetary health. Everything that you can think of will fall under these. When I say planetary health, that's when I mean crude oil or whatever. That is definitely the prize at the end of the tunnel, but we don't have to wait till we get there. There are lots of low-hanging fruits before that. For example, in animal health and in aquatic health, we know, and there are some speakers who are going to talk about it today, that specific carbohydrates from seaweed can promote immunity in shrimp, in fish, in chickens, in cows. So that's what I have to say today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Anybody, if you have any questions, can come forward near the mic and ask a few questions. We can take a few questions. It's okay, sir.
Lose this opportunity to ask first question. Uh, you have done the science, you have done business. Now, what is that thing a budding youngster over here or a researcher should have to start a business in the area of seaweed? Imagine that the sea space is given by Odisha government. What do you think? Is it a capital intensive? Is labor intensive? What should be the business model of generating, and what breeds will have the maximum value for money? Because we want to create a hype around that. So, what is your suggestion?
See, there are many ways of doing business. You know, if you want to do business to make money, there's no need to go into all of this. Okay, you can just create another brand of uh, branded masala chai, and then you can promote it heavily. You can make another toothpaste brand, and there is nothing wrong with that. There is need for that, and people do that, right? That is also business. But when you do business using science, the fundamental thing that you're relying upon is you know something that other people don't, and you're using that to create a business with a competitive edge. Because the main thing in business is that you have to stay alive. You have to sell your product and to a customer. What does that mean? Why would a customer buy something from you? Because they feel that either A, they can't buy it from anywhere else, or you're giving them better value for money, or it is cheaper, which is not usually. Let me say one thing: cheaper doesn't usually mean more business. Okay, because if you and I go to see 10 things listed in Amazon which look the same, and one is half or one third the price, you'll say isme kuch gadbad hai. Because so I wouldn't say that. So coming back to this, what is going to give our entrepreneurs new business is new science. You're in an area where very little discovery has happened. Who knows what kind of application of seaweed biomass will come up in your laboratories? Maybe you'll solve the issue of chikungunya. Maybe you'll create a whole human nutrition line. I don't know, but once you have the science, then you can get protected by intellectual property. That gives you a competitive edge, which allows you to the luxury to build a business so that somebody else can't come and just steal your idea. That is what you have to focus on. That is the only thing that creates true value.
Online participant has a question. Let's take the question first. Balakumar and Chandran, can you ask your question?
Yes. Hello, sir. It was a great talk. This is Bala from Bichpilani. Am I audible?
Sure.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. It was a great talk. So I was very interested with your structural glycobiology. Emphasize what you made to structurally characterize carbohydrates in seaweeds. So I was just wondering, given the diversity of seaweeds which is available in India or across the globe, is there any diversity in carbohydrates as well, that they have a structural diversity, and these structurally diversity gives a differential functions of these seaweeds? Is there any possibility in is there any correlation between the diversity and the seaweed carbohydrates what we have so far?
Great question, Bala. I think you should answer it yourself. Do the research and answer it. Nobody knows the answer.
Oh, okay. Because I'm a glycobiologist and I'm a carbohydrate chemist. We solve structures. That's the structure function relation of carbohydrate.
This is exactly what I mean. Frame your question, find the answer. If you can't find the answer by consulting literature, you're onto something new.
Oh, yes, true. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
By definition, whatever you do in this field, you'll be a world leader. And there is any number of areas here where each one of us can pick whatever interests us and become a world leader. That's what will put India on the map.
Oh, great. This was a great talk. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This conference today, you will see an assembly of speakers who have dedicated their lives to studying this. You will just get a sampling of what all is possible. this is the beginning of it. That's why I'm so excited about this.
Yes, because we as a structural glycobiologist, we would be having, I'm very curious to know the structure. So we are very interested to see the structure of carbohydrates, to see the functions. That will be a very great avenue to collaborate as
My
well. Yeah.
suggestion is that this is a very small group of people. We still don't have the critical mass. Bala, if you are interested, you should connect with ILS, Dr. Debashish Das, and see whether you can create collaborative programs which will supplement their strengths. Okay, that's what I said. Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir.
We'll take a last question in the interest of time.
So, sir, actually, I had the same question which Dr. Devashish had, and you have answered it mostly. So, I'll just frame it as a follow-on. So, we were having a discussion yesterday. What's the amount of capital you need to enter this field as an entrepreneur? So, 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore, 10 crore, 100 crores. So, at this time, could you just say what figure it would take?
Again, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to, say, solve a big problem, like let's make India self-sufficient in crude oil. So you're talking about creating, say, 150,000 square kilometers of farm. Our estimate, each square kilometer of farm could cost $2 million. Okay. So if you want to attack a big problem, it's not something that a company can do. That is how many, that's 150,000 into 2 million is how much? 300,000 million, $300 billion. This is not something a company can do. This is something a nation must do. Okay. Where we bring several parties together because it's strategic in nature. And, this is something that the oil companies would want to do. Okay. Now, if you wanted to make something which would, say, improve shrimp health in a local farmer, then you need much less seaweed. And depends on what part of the value chain. Are you going to grow the seaweed? Are you going to then process it and make the final product? Or are you just going to just buy the seaweed and process it? And again, it depends on what. So it's like asking, it's a very similar question to asking how much money do you need to start a business? It depends on the business that we start, and there's no difference. Okay, you must be prepared for the entire range. One thing, I don't think we want to do this cheap. There is no way any company can afford the kind of scientific infrastructure and the money that is being channeled into this today as we see. Like the sequencing, there is no way in 15 years we have not been able to afford sequencing. Okay, this has to be done in the national interest. On the base of knowledge that will get generated is where the entrepreneurs will build. It is taxpayer money going in to generate knowledge, which then we will channel entrepreneurs to build their own ideas on this. Okay, without that, without this kind of money, and we can do it far cheaper than any other country can, let me tell you that, for 1/5 or 1/10. If C6 Energy was not based in India, but were based in, say, California, I guarantee you would have spent 15 times more than what we spent to even get here.
Let's give a big round of applause for the encouraging talk of Professor Shikmar. The next talk is from the hosts. In this next 20 minutes, Dr. Debashish Das, Director, BRIC-ILS, and Dr. Sanjeev Sahu would be speaking.
So I think between me and Dr. Sahu, we will talk for next 20 minutes and share some of the initiative that we have taken at ILS so far in this area. First of all, let me share a brief history of ILS, how it started. And as you can see, way back in 1987, it got formed, and it started with a very small building like this. And today we are completely saturated in terms of land space. And we have got scientists who are working in the, we have got 29 faculties and several PhD students. We have got good amount of grants, the bio incubation center, where at least 35 startups have been there. Some of the startups are really doing good. So with this, I think ILS is well poised to do science that can be of fundamental in nature, that can be of translation in nature, and there are youth sitting over here who are dreaming of not to ask for a job, rather to do something on their own and give job to others. So with that spirit in mind, I think whenever I have taken over as director of ILS, we thought of doing something together. Instead of individual science, can we do something together? So when we look at the team ILS, you can see this team is composing of cancer biology, interdisciplinary biology, infectious diseases, and plant biotechnology. So nowhere you can see the strength in the area of marine biology, but there are people who I came to know that who have really worked quite a long number of years on marine biology. So I call Sri that this is a Lagan team, and those Indian audience over here who have seen the movie Lagan, we repurposed each of the people's their talent into area that there is a need, and Odisha definitely has the strength of marine coastal region we have, and why not the same scientist, the microbiologist, the cancer biologist, the virologist, and all these people, plant biologists we have, can reorient their mind in such a way that some interesting people like Sri Kumar Suryanarayan and likes of him, who thinks that there is an unmet need and in marine biology something can be done. So with that in mind, I think we jumped into the water, and that too not just shallow water, deep water. So we got a deep ocean mission project from Ministry of Earth Science, and I do acknowledge to the people who trusted our ability and promised to invest about $10 million over the period of time. And Odisha government, again, who has been another force behind me, who are giving us local support, and the number of institute we have around us. That is what giving me the strength. It's not my internal knowledge, but my conviction that this team together definitely can do something wonder, which will be in the line of Bio E3 policy, environment, employment, and economic growth. So with that in mind, we jumped into a project called Marine Bioprospecting, Innovation and Challenges for Sustainable Future. As you can see, there is no word of seaweed here. So when we started this, I was not dreaming of seaweed morning and evening. We are looking at to dive deep into the sea and collect samples, microorganisms. And then I'm not going to talk all this because I think Sri has beautifully covered this, why you should be working in the area of marine biology, and in particular he was talking about seaweed. So so these are some of the benefits that we are looking into from the bioactive compounds we'll get from the marine species. And some of the examples, as you can see, ginconotide, which is a painkiller derived from snail venom. Then eribulin is a breast cancer drug inspired by from the marine sponges. And the Odisha coast, we get this crab, particular this harsu crab, whose blood has got LAL, and that can be used to identify certain presence of endotoxins in the marine devices, so on and so forth. I'm not going to delve into all these things. Lot of benefits all of us realize. Now we are into this. We have collected samples from various coastal regions. I'll just go to that main major slide, which is I'm sorry, this is what is the main objective of our project, where sustainable utilization of marine bioresources is the core theme. And any of these that you are seeing around it, we can replace the word that seaweed, and we would like to do the genomic characterization. This is the first and foremost thing I think we have decided to work on, that with help of C6 Energy and the team we have around us, will identify interesting, economically important, maybe otherwise biologically important strains, and do their sequencing and do their genomic characterization, because ILS has its strength, and we have got required manpower and machines. And once we get the strains, we'll get those genome sequencing or the transcriptomics done. But what after that? Who is interested in this? One will be a publication house, you get a publication, but that is not what is the end result of such a massive effort is. I think we are looking forward to biologists sitting over here can you gain more out of this sequencing that we are going to do. And similarly, I think this is in the deep ocean mission what we are doing right now. But in last 5 years or so, plus or minus the COVID interruptions, I think one of our scientists, Dr. Sanjeev Sahu, has done some amount of work in the local seaweed, that is the seaweed that we get it from Chilika area or Vitarkanika area. I wanted to share with the people who are not from ILS or from outside to know what is that thing we have done so far and what is the capability of the institute. But the message is very loud and clear. Together we would like to do something bigger is the main message. International experts who are listening to me online platform, as well as the national and local champions who are there, uh, the request is join hands in such a way that whatever so far not been done could not be done because of some challenges. I think this is the right time to keep them behind and work together and do something which will solve a biological question. Of course, that is what ILS would need. That same biological question that will answer should lead to industrial benefit, so that people can take it to the translational stage. With that, I would request Dr. Sanjeev Sahu to come and share with us what we have done together at ILS.
Thank you, Dr. Das. So yes, again, this is a DBT project funded in 2020. I think Professor Sau is on the same networking program. I let Dr. Parida and me in that project. We did a lot of work. I will explain today. We collected. So this is basically, little bit different. We are looking for the therapeutic potential of the seaweeds and locally available in Chilika Lagoon. So basically, this is just one slide. These are the more or less different applications, and looking to that, you can find there are also some of the products FDA approved for different diseases of these seaweeds. So this is the Chilika Lagoon. We collected at different places. We visited a couple of times, from these highway sites and also inside from Satpura and all. So I will a little bit explain, these are the what we did, so where we got a little bit excess amount of seaweed and seagrasses. So we have collected around 4 and 5 plus 9. So 4 seaweeds and 9 seagrasses. Out of that, again, I put it in 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9. And we have different extracts, So I put it in the A, B, C, D, E. So this is A for hexane, B for ethyl acetate, C for acetone, D for ethanol, and C for water. So now we have 45 number of extracts. So these are the total extracts. So see, initial, it was like screening of the locally available seaweeds and seagrass to find how it works to inhibit in different disease model. So this is the procedure what we have collected the seaweeds and seagrasses. Then we have the ethos. So this is a microwave based, in a 24 hours you can put 24 different extracts, very highly sophisticated equipment we have. Then so since we have 9, so 9 into 5, we have 45 number of crude extracts. And then we looked for, as that time ILS was basically looking for anti-cancer, then viral, and also antibacterial. So that's why we have choose all the diseases. One is anti-cancer, antiviral, antibacterial, and autophagy inductions. So these are the disease model we have taken, and we have 45 number of extracts. Yes, so we have taken 3 different cell line. It is no doubt we have also other cell line we have used. So one is colorectal cancer, H329, lung cancer, A56, 549, Then MDA MB231, this is a metastatic, human cell line, breast cancer cell line. And looking to this, again, we have taken this 45 number of extracts. And from this, just I'm giving a representative. So 1B, I think, and 6A. So they are showing better anti-cancer properties. Again, then we narrow down. So I have calculated the IC50. So 1B, we are getting around a different cell line, around 50 to 60 microgram per ml. And whereas 6A is giving it a little bit higher. So then coming to more, then we did have a little bit in depth. So this is a colony farming assay. Again, also we have done in a different concentration of these extracts, and more or less we have proved here also again this 1B and 6A is working well. So then this is a wound healing assay. So this is again the migration, it inhibits. And also we have seen a CXR4, this is the protein, involved in the metastasis. Again, this is morphological, we have seen, we have looked, how by putting these extracts, how it is morphological changes. And also we have MMP2, MMP9 also we have seen. These are the basically metal protease inhibitors, it works basically it helps in the metastasis of the cancer. So it looks like, these extracts also what 1B and 6A also it inhibits the metastasis in vitro. And next, what is the mechanism? So we have done, this is a apoptosis assay. Also it is going through the, it promote the apoptosis. Again, this is the experiment what we have done in Western packs. So by putting annexin B, also you see by increasing the concentration how it increases the apoptosis percentage. Same thing again we have proved by looking the pro-apoptotic and anti-apoptotic proteins like BCL2 BAX, caspase-3 and clip caspase. Also looking to the mechanism, also we have seen, it has the ability to for mitochondrial damage by JC1 assay, we did in confocal microscopy. So concluding remarks is, so it has the cytotoxic effect to cancer cells, inhibiting cancer proliferation, and also in vitro we have seen it is prevention of metastasis. So further, again, what we are doing right now, because that time we don't have SRMS. Recently, we have the SRMS with ILS. So now we want to put, and already we are looking, what are the real phytochemicals present, and the secondary metabolites, and also more or less which one is responsible for this type of effect. Also, we are looking for. So next, that time it was COVID-19, so I remember once, me, Dr. Parida and Professor Sau went to Chilica, and at that time also Dr. Parida was infected with COVID, So same day we came back, in the evening. So I got the infection and he called Professor Sau, please go away to Delhi, otherwise by tomorrow, otherwise again you will be infected, So since it was in COVID period, so then he asked, let have a look. It has some antiviral properties or not. So then we did, these are the couple of studies. Again, all 45 extracts we have screened where we found 1D, 2D, 5C and 5B has the ability to inhibit the viral load. Further also we did, this is the plug assay to confirm. And also here also it is showing 1D and 5B we have seen. Then for induction of autophagy, again, the same way we have all used the 45 extracts, and by using a high throughput machine, which is available in ILS, we have found there are, 5 extracts having showing, it induced the autophagy. As you know, it is a process, and autophagy is a process, works in cancer also. So finally, if you look the summary, the antiviral effect of mRNA extracts on SARS-CoV-2, antiviral effect 1D and 5B, autophagy, then also cell morphology changes and viral protein reduction. Then finally, we are also interested, a lot of couple of papers published, it has the antibacterial properties. So looking to that, and more or less cancer patients also have a virulence. They also develop the, there is a EG for bacterial infection. So since it has some anti-cancer effect, let have seen, it has some antibacterial effect or not. So looking to this again, we have done some type of experiment, and also again we screen to see the antibacterial effect. You see, this is the results. This is the MBC and the MIC, and more or less, again, as you know, this is when there is a resistance to the bacteria, it forms the biofilms. So this experiment again we did it, to know real it is working in the biofilm or not, and more or less, if you look the last slide, it is working well with a concentration of 400 microgram per ml. So here 1B works better, and compared to all 45 extracts, which one is better? We just did the experiment. So if you look in summary, so 2 extracts for antiviral, two extracts for antiviral, 1 extract for antibiofilm activity, and 2 extracts for anti-cancer. This is 1B and 6A, and also 5 extracts. What we have shown, having the autophagy properties, inhibit the autophagy. So again, I'm very thankful to Dr. Parida. This is the project we got it from DBT. It is a networking project. We are the part of ILS is the part of, and we did the basically, and also this is the part 1 what we have done from Chilika Lake. But I have the results. Again, it was the partly also we used to collect mangroves, and more or less the results what we have. We have about 29 mangroves we have collected, and more or less couple of mangroves extracts. Real, they are showing very good anti-cancer properties, more or less equivalent to doxorubicin. So that work we have, So since it is in the basically the talk is in the basis of seaweeds, so I have just presented the work from Chilika Lagoons. Again, many thanks to our director Devasis and Santosh Chauhan, who was part of the in the project and moved to CCMB. And Devabrata is helping, we are repeating the experiment for antibacterial, and more or less we are interested to put this as a patent and looking for a tube, for a ointment we are looking for. So we are working on that. And also I'm very thankful to Nomisa. Nomisa is the overall, doing all things, doing experiment, making presentation, writing the report and everything. Nomisa is taking care. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Yeah, any questions? Come.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Nice talk. I just have a question. Have you looked at the active component in these extracts, which is responsible for the anti-cancer and antibacterial activities?
Partially, actually, we just did the HRMS, and the number is more than 70 or 80 active components. So now again, we are going through the literature, coming down, if the 80 bioactive molecules are there, which one is responsible for anti-cancer and all. So we are looking on that, but it is a very difficult task, go by one. Then you have to just, if you want to isolate, then you have to run the column, get this, fractions. After getting the fraction, again, you have to do a anti-cancer properties. Same time, again, you have to go to the HRMS to confirm, So, but we are in the process, since only 1 or 2 which has giving good results, we are doing that. And just, last year we got in last April, we got the HRMS. So now it is functional, and we are working on that, but it will take some time.
Sir, it shows promising activity, antibacterial, wound healing, all the things. But does it show that 1B? I am talking about the 1B. Does it show good antioxidant potential activity?
More or less, all extract from the seaweeds have antioxidant properties.
Okay, so no need.
Yeah, yeah. They have the antioxidant properties, more or less.
Hello, Dr. Sanjeev. I'm also Sanjeev from IMMT, but basically I'm an organic material chemist. So I have actually, it's very interesting actually for a chemist. I find, and this is the very, thank you for Devasisa inviting me. Come to the questions now. So what exactly, my previous fellow asked that what type of active ingredients is there. So in my experience, I would like to use for this kind of research that preparative HPLC coupled with HRMS.
Yeah.
So yeah, so not only HRMS, you will be very puzzled actually. So many picks will get, but if you can focus on one pick and then you use that pick to identify with the HRMS couple, that is the much more effective way of this kind of things.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Again, I am a chemist, you know.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, by trend, I am also MS in chemistry. So yes, we are just buying a TLC, you know.
Yeah.
Very quickly, already maybe in the process, which has the, again, interface is a, you know, HRMS top is there.
Yes.
So at the same time, we can go for HRTLC and also we can use the HRMS. And we have a this pre-preparative HPLC also with us. But you know, due to some reason, you know, so again we are working on that, you know, getting all type of facilities. Now again we have run the HRMS. We know what are the bioactive components are there, but now only we have to look up, you know, one by one.
Great work.
So just curious to know, we people are working on zebrafish model, and in our institute also people are using as a xenograph model and disease model. So you have mentioned that for that anti-cancer properties, and to check its antiviral properties, you have used breast cancer cell line, lung cancer cell line, and all those things. So can we use zebrafish as a model for here to check its anti-cancer properties?
Yes. I think, you know, we have used for nimbolide and others, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
The
sir.
same way we can go for that. But question again, it is a extract, you know. It has a lot of other components.
Okay.
So we are just narrow down real which bioactive molecule is responsible for anti-cancer. That's why we are waiting, you know. Otherwise, if you want to just give a dose of your mixture, then we don't have any problem. Just we are looking for, yes, if 1B is the extract 1B is working well, so which, you know, bioactive molecule is responsible for that. That's why we are just taking some time. Thank you.
No further questions. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Sandeep Sahu.
We are running 15 minutes late, but even then, as passionate people who have come here to learn and network, it is a pleasure for us. And our next speaker is Professor Dinaben Sahu from University of Delhi. He'll be speaking on opportunities and challenges for seaweed research and utilization in India. I feel so honored to introduce him because he's a person for whom life itself was seaweeds, who dedicated over years for seaweeds. And he's an eminent scientist, pioneering contributions in carbon sequestration, biofuel production from algae, marine biotechnology, and marine environment, with a special focus on application of science and technology for societal benefit. He has served Orissa for many years, contributing significantly to the development of marine research and advancing its progress. Professor Sahu was conferred several awards by national agencies for his outstanding contributions to the field of marine environment. Furthermore, he developed the world's first carbon capture vehicle, highlighting his innovative approach to addressing environmental challenges. So please join me in welcoming Professor Dinaben Sahu. A warm welcome, please.
Thank you very much. So my talk will be much easier after the previous presentations. I'm an extremely happy man today. Way back, it is almost my 41st year in the active seaweed research. When I started way back in 1984, and my research started here from Gopalpur Sea. And that is where I started my research. I had a dream to see a blue revolution in the country way back in 2000 after doing my PhDs, and I wanted India to be a very, very important and key player in the field of seaweeds. It's better to be late than never. I'm very happy that a lot of new startups and industries have come up. A lot of new researchers have come across the seaweeds, cutting across their disciplines. I'm specifically more happy because it is starting from Institute of Life Science, Bhubaneswar. Now, if you see the India's geographical situation, both Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, most of our coastal research or marine research institute are based in the west coast, whether it is NIO Goa or Goa University or CSMCRI Bhavnagar or other area. And since 2002, I have been trying with Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, to set up a marine biotechnology institute in the very state of Odisha that I have been pursuing through various sectors, and the dream has come true. At least it has started. I have told about my journey with the state government Odisha and other areas, that how the program on marine biotechnology started way back almost 25 years back, and how. So many of you, those who do not know about the Odisha seaweed history, let me tell you that there was one seaweed industry which was manufacturing agar in Balugaon, which is almost 80-90 kilometers from here across the Chilka Lake. And there was a small agar manufacturing unit which was actually run by a lecturer or a scientist based on the natural harvest of Gracilaria from Chilka Lake. Okay. Unlike other states, when we talk about seaweeds, it is a different story. But I'll just tell you what are the opportunities and challenges in the seaweed research and utilization in India. So when we talk about the seaweeds, we talk about mostly the Western example. This is how there is no difference between the land and the sea. You can see these kelps, and the diversity in the sea is so rich that in 1 square meter area, you can find both brown, red, as well as the green seaweed species, but they are also heavily associated with large number of microalgae, diatoms, bacteria, fungi. So in terms of species diversity, this marine ecosystem is much more rich compared to the terrestrial ecosystem. Traditionally, if you see the uses of the seaweeds, it's nothing new. It goes back to 270 BC when the Chinese were using the seaweeds as medicine, and traditionally it has been used in the oriental countries like Japan, whether it is food or feed or fertilizer, medicine, cosmetics, textile, paper manufacturing, leather, as well as their major source of phycocolloids, mainly agar, carrageenan, and alginates. Those are the major applications, but now the applications have gone up, and the new areas we are talking about bioplastics, then in the climate change adaptations and other things, biofuels and other things. Now, 10% of the Japanese or Korean or Chinese diets, they are coming from the seaweeds. When we are talking about the seaweeds, that's a lifeline. The slide you see on the top is sushi. You go and sushis are very, very expensive. Then what you see in the right hand side, the second picture which you get is basically this one is laminaria, the brown seaweed, which is known as kombu, and it forms the rich source of mannitol and carrageenan. And then you can see this is Hijikia, which is being again edible. Now all this is wakame. So this is part of the daily diet because of its medicinal and nutritional value. Now, how these seaweeds are being eaten when you see about the Chilka Lake or you travel as a layman across the country, you will find on the rocky surfaces, you will find this, whether this is enteromorpha or olva, which are being grown, and just people just take it and just wash it in the clean water and you can utilize and eat it at pakoda. So when I went to a restaurant in Taiwan, I was very excited to see this pakoda. So I clicked this picture and when I teach my students, I said, this is no way different than palak pakoda, which we eat. Okay. But we have a different taste. Our palatability is very, very different. But I eat many times and all these things. So these are some of the actually the applications which we are talking about. Even you can see the chlorella noodles which are being eaten because a lot of food products are available from chlorella as well as spirulina. As far as the application is concerned, the major applications which are happening in the industry, I am not getting into the details because of the lack of time. Mostly it is alginates, the carrageenan as well as agar. These three polysaccharides are driving the industries. Now, what are the major source of these? When I'm talking about, let's talk about one seaweed. This is porphyra, the red seaweed. This porphyra, which is mostly temperate in nature, this is almost a $2 billion industry, which is the source of nori, or which is a sushi wrap, which is across the world. How does it cultivated in the sea traditionally? If you see the history of porphyrias cultivations, why it is being consumed, because rich source of protein, all sorts of amino acids, rich in vitamin C, a lot of components which are the demand for porphyra is growing up as the demand for sushi is growing up. But it has a very short life cycle. As you see in case of your Kappa ficus, which is having a 45 days harvesting cycle. This is also having a 45 days harvesting cycle. But this is mostly cultivated in the lagoon area. As you see, this is a typical cultivation view in the Japanese Sea. The water is extremely clean because the seaweeds absorb a lot of heavy metals. So in the clean water, this is being cultivated and harvested, sun-dried. There are large number of industries which exist on this particular uh, species. And this is how when porphyra is being harvested and dried and no additives or preservatives is given. I eat almost this every day in my house because I go to INA market in Delhi, buy this porphyra 200 rupees a packet. There are 10 nori seeds. So I eat along with the rice because it is having its own health benefit. The next one is this is laminaria. And if you see the global production, all the statistics of FAO, this in terms of volume, laminaria, the brown seaweed, actually is the major producers and major suppliers to the global industry in terms of its volume. Now, this laminaria japonica was introduced in China, and China became the biggest supplier. This species was introduced in China just few fronts were taken, introduced in China. Chinese Academy Sciences promoted very vigorously, and this uh, laminaria industry, which is a brown seaweed industry, I showed its application is a huge industry. But this you cannot grow it in India because mostly you will find it in the temperate region. Porphyra also in the temperate region, but I found 6 species of Porphyra, that is 6 species of nori, which is growing in Indian coast. Those are published. So to the seaweeds researcher, it is very important for us to do more research on Porphyra, which is actually a source of major nutraceuticals, which will have several benefits. A few years back, some US industry produced some nutraceuticals capsules and they started selling in US and Canada. People get up in the morning because and have those capsules. But we can focus on research on Porphyra, tropical Porphyra, which is very, very important. These are typical dry seaweeds, as I have shown you, brown seaweeds. These are simply sun-dried, not processed. So they are used as very, very healthy food. Shelf life is pretty good. But this is how you go to any of the store, anywhere in the world, you will find these are the products. You get it as far as the seaweeds applications are concerned. Let's come to the story of Kappa ficus. I had my training of Kappa ficus way back in 1990 in Philippines, stayed in the middle of the Bohol, and this is how the Kappa ficus used to be cultivated in the monoline method with the use of mangrove strakes and everything. Huge lagoon area. Unfortunately, we do not have this lagoon area. Kappa ficus has a different story. It is having its own international dynamics and everything. It is Professor Max Doty, who was a professor at the University of Hawaii. I visited him. I was lucky to meet him. That time he told me I wanted to bring Kappa ficus to India for its cultivation way back in 80s. Okay, yes. You see a large number of publications, but what happens? It started all from Philippines. From Philippines, it moved to Indonesia. Then you have it moved to Zanzibar Island in Tanzania. Then you have Malaysia. Then you have Vietnam, small countries, and finally it landed in India in the year 2000, and subsequent story is well known. This is how the scenario of is not an Indian picture here in our country. Nowhere you will find hundreds of square kilometers of Kappa ficus being cultivated. We are only restricted to Kappa ficus cultivation in Mandapam area where it started, that it moved to Tuticorin. I also tried Kappa ficus cultivation in Andamans in 2002. I tried also in Odisha coast, the Kappa ficus cultivation, but it is having its own story. Now, this is how a typical farm of seaweeds cultivation. You can see there is a huge lagoon area. This is the place where I stayed, drank rainwater, and stay in this area, had my Kappa ficus training. But Philippines is facing a lot of challenge. When you see the world seaweed utilization, there are 221 species seaweeds which are commercially used, 145 species for food, 101 species for phycocolloid, 24 species for medicine, 25 species for agriculture and for paper manufacturing. There was a Korean company which started manufacturing paper from the seaweed pulp, and there are a lot of programs which took place. Now let's come to our own country scenario. When we say India has a long coastline of more than 7,500 kilometers, now it has become 11,000 kilometers plus in the recent survey. So there is a big challenge about the sea erosion and all these things happen. Now, what are the basically opportunities and challenges in India? We have 770 species of seaweeds which are available in the Indian coast. Although we are rich in the species diversity, but we cannot focus on all. Let it be very, very clear. Now, we started this work, and what I proposed not on one species cultivation, because we can't put all the eggs in one basket. Gracilaria, different species of Gracilaria is available in Indian coast. Kappa ficus is of course going on in different parts. It is having its own success and failure. Sargassum we started, which is equivalent of the brown species which is available, but we have several species of Sargassum, and then Porphyra. What is needed for India? It has never been so good for the seaweeds community or researchers that we have huge budget allocation for seaweeds research and utilization. New startups have come up. A lot of younger people are coming up. Technology has advanced in every platform to a different level. Okay, now it has time to come for action. Industry's requirement is much different. As I have told you in the morning, the industry in way back in 1980, there are nearly 25 small seaweeds industries, mostly based in Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu. Many of them closed down because of the lack of the raw material of seaweeds. Sargassum, the industry, alginates industry, is mostly depending on from the wild harvest. You have landing station in Mandapam. Kappa ficus is cultivated, but it is having its own fluctuating market. Gracilaria you get from Sri Lanka, get from Tamil Nadu and nearby area, again from the wild harvest. Porphyra, it is very, very seasonal. You will only get in the month of August and September to some extent in selected part of the Indian coast, but it has a huge potential. So what is required is to develop the technology for others. It's a big challenge. The demand for seaweeds and seaweeds products are increasing at the rate of 10%. So the demand will go up. We have to actually think in a very, very different way. I'm very happy that a lot of new researchers are coming into this. This is where I started my story way back when I got good strains of Gracilaria. It may not be as productive as you have, but this is very important, recommended for Chilka Lake, the co-cultivation of prawns along with Gracilaria. If you don't do that, the way the eutrophication is happening, it's very important for the fisheries department. We have done the experiments. If you don't do the co-cultivation, you will face a similar problem which China is already facing in terms of, because a lot of nitrate and phosphate is being put into the lake in terms of intensive aquaculture, and that causes the eutrophication. Many of the lake parts are shrinking. I have grown with Chilka from my childhood. I know each and every corner of the lake. Traveled, I do not know how many trips I have made to Chilka Lake. That is one which is the cultivation of Kappa ficus. This is Gujarat coast. Here you have Dwarka and Okha area, which is a rich diversity area, but not much cultivation happen in Gujarat. Okay, you may find some paper, but in ground level, it is very, very different. This is where I conducted a training program in Mandapam for Kappa ficus cultivations. This is very important for my state of Odisha. We have a large number of abundant aquaculture ponds across the state. Thousands of square kilometers of abundant aquaculture ponds. This can be only revived when you go and do these Gracilaria cultivations, because they are having a lot of brackish water. A lot of research needs to be done in terms of Gracilaria, especially for ILS. Gracilaria verrucosa, there are two species of Gracilaria. You must understand Kappa ficus, the below it goes below 30 ppt, Kappa ficus is having a lot of disease. The temperature goes up and down, you have a lot of disease. You can do only Kappa ficus cultivation only 6 months in a year in Odisha, 5 to 6 months. What the people will do for next to 5-6 months? This particular species is very adaptable. It can grow in a salinity starting from 5 ppt to 33 ppt. See its variation. Yes, this is Odisha photograph, Chilka Lake. I revived several of the ponds. People were very, very happy because you can do co-cultivation of prawn as along with lake. And this is the concept of IMTA. Okay, now you need to do integrative mariculture, extractive aquaculture, which is very, very important because the amount of nitrate and phosphate which is going into the system after carbon, it is the nitrate, nitrogen, which is the next big challenge. So we need to think about this, think almost 10 or 20 years ahead in terms of its research. So when you are devising any program from the state of Odisha, it will not only be useful for the state of Odisha. Remember Andhra, they have extensive aquaculture in Andhra. So the model which I developed here is an excellent model, no use of chemicals, rather you are removing chemicals. When we are talking about the seaweeds cultivation, it is not only the product, but we also need to take ecosystem services being provided in terms of carbon capture, in terms of nutrient removal from the ecosystem. That you need to put a value into this. That is very, very important. You can see this is the overall view, how we started doing these gracilaria cultivations. And this is good. There is a broadcast method of cultivations, which we did, rope, just dried. The sun sign is very, very important and just packed. And that's very, very important for all of us. This is how we did the gracilaria cultivation as a source of additional source of livelihood. Remember, not an alternate source of livelihood. Nobody will accept seaweed cultivation as an alternate source of livelihood because there are 1 lakh people in the lake who depends on the fisheries and its activities. But this especially we started as a women's empowerment program because the women were involved in this culture and cultivation program, which is very, very important. Some of these activities which you can see is relevant, and these are drying process. We don't use very high fancy platform for drying because the coconut leaves, the bamboo, and everything is locally available. See how much of carbon you are saving through this. This is the latest picture of last year. We did multi-locational trial. The growth is excellent. The productivity of the prawns has increased in that particular area because this act as a nesting ground. We didn't disturb the seagrasses. It's not that only the cultivation. What is more important is you are enhancing the productivity of the marine ecosystem without disturbing the seagrass bed. A lot of work has been done. There are 13 species of seaweeds which we have reported from different parts of the lake. This is a training program which we conducted, and you can see there is a extensive growth of gracilaria. These are at different locations because Chilka is a very, very peculiar ecosystem. You go towards the mouth of Chilka Lake, you will find the salinity goes to 30 to 33 ppt. You go to the other side, you will find there is influx of 56 rivulets which are discharging the fresh water and sediments inside the river. So that's a big challenge. So we need to have different type of approach. This is just one program. When I said I started a work about developing new cultivation techniques, and this particular program was to combat the climate change. Besides whatever in terms of agar, somebody say these are low quality, these are high quality, but what is important is every bioresources has a value. There is nothing called low or high. It is up to us. How do we do the packaging? That is very, very important for us. This is part of the activities which has been happening in Mandapam, but in my recent visit, I didn't find much of the activities. This is a training program which, dear to me, I conducted at Konkan area in Maharashtra regarding porphyra, coming to an end. But this is the wild harvest of sargassum. Okay, don't do injustice to me because you have given me 15 minutes. I am trying to finish it up, wrap it up. This is very important. Of course, this is a story which has been listed in a book called I Have a Dream. And this is very important where the Chilika story is being mentioned. Of course, these are all academic work because one of the biggest challenge in India we found that people go and people do not know in the field which seaweed is what. So it is very important to have a field guide. So there is a field guide on the spot. You can identify and where exactly it is happening, where it is available. Another challenge is people write that, okay, porphyra is available in Indian coast, XYZ coast. But when you go randomly there, you don't go there. So seasonal availability is also very, very important. So which has been listed in this. And of course, this is a book on porphyra by me and Ira Levin when he visited. This is very important for all of us. When we are talking about biofuel, of course, we published a lot many papers demonstrated in a laboratory how to generate biofuel from the waste leftover alginate as well as the agar biomass. Okay, people throw it, but you can generate more energy out of that waste. This is very important. Why seaweeds have become more important recently? Why in different parts of the world that people are trying to create ocean forest? Why ocean forest is becoming the next big idea? Because if you see this, phytoplankton absorb basically 20 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year, whereas the brown seaweeds almost sequester 4 times carbon dioxide per hectare per year. This is very important, which input needs to be there. This is very important. We formed a Asian network for using algae as a carbon dioxide sink. There are 13 nations, 13 countries. We came together, different countries, mostly seaweeds grown country. And this is how we sustained this program for many years. And a lot of good papers have come out there in the public domain. This is very important. It's not only the seaweeds cultivation, it's also its application and ecosystem services which are important. Now let's come to the bottom line. We all talk about seaweeds, our germplasm has gone, everything has gone. You need to have actually your germplasm center. We do not have in India where you can store your germplasm, and it's not easy because it is 30 years or 40 years of collections which you have collected. Okay, one rain, one cyclone, everything is gone. The whole industry, if you see this porphyra industry, the way it has been preserved, 50 years, 60 years, the germplasm strain, and they're all in situ conservations, which is very, very important to have actually, whosoever is doing anywhere in the country, you need to have germplasm. Without that, you can't move into any industry. It is not like kappa ficus, you have it open, one rain, one cyclone, everything is gone. Then you try to re-import again the strain. I have been hearing of about the stream improvement program for the last 20 years, but we have not headed much in that direction. It's not only about porphyra or kappa ficus. See this. This is the green seaweeds cultivations which happens in brackish water. Whether it is monostroma or it is enteromorpha or it is alpha. We need to have this. This cannot be done vegetatively. This has to go through a spore cultivation. These are all being commercialized in the in the Far East country. That is very, very important. And loss of habitat is one of the major challenges. What you have seen in the report, that the sea coast across the country are getting damaged. Everywhere we give a sweeping statement that India has a long coastline and we can cultivate seaweeds everywhere. No, you cannot cultivate seaweeds in the open coast. Okay, so you need little shallow area. Wherever you have to create through artificial reef construction. This is the work which I have done way back in 2000 in Japan. How you can create the ocean forest under the ocean. This is the picture way back in 2000. How do you enhance the marine product? Now in India, the Ministry of Fisheries started some program on artificial reef construction. This is also need of the hour. This will be very, very useful for the seaweeds cultivation. And we did that. So what is the way forward? It is time for us to think big. It's not the money, but the willpower, which is very, very important. So identify 3 to 4 strains, you need to have some strict monitoring. I am not getting into the detail. What is important for us is to have an integrated biorefinery. There is nothing called waste in seaweeds. Of course, the research of basic will go hand in hand with the application research. If India needs to be a big player in the world in the field of seaweeds, there are plenty of opportunities. Different people are doing different ways. I get a lot many calls from different youngsters that we are ready to start the seaweeds industry. They Google search, telephone me, and all these things. What is the level of investment? They said we can only invest 5 to 10 lakhs. But what you will do in 5 to 10 lakhs rupees? You can't start anything. So it's very important that ILS is a platform which is trying to converse the people from uh, different interest groups. But one of the major challenge in the seaweeds or marine research is to have the quality manpower. We don't have many people working in the field of seaweeds or in the field of marine biotechnology. You may use the system, but it's very, very important to have the field experience. Somebody can provide you the material. You can bring it to the laboratory, but only bringing it to the laboratory is not going to help. Okay, you can do that. That's fine. But scale up is one of the big challenge. What is the challenges for the industry? Industry needs to work hand in hand with the university as well as with the research institutions if we need to proceed further in a big way, because it's not the same India which was way back 25 years back. It's a new India, new aspirations for the people. It's very, very important to join hands and actually, if you can remove the bottlenecks, there is a leasing method. It is easy to do business in Indonesia or Philippines or Japan or China because they have a defined policy. You can lease 2 hectares, 3 hectares, or 4 hectares of land inside the sea area, inside the sea. We do not have that system in our country. I myself was involved in 2006 or 7 in defining the sea policy in the NAS. Can the state government lease an area? That's important. Where the seaweeds cultivation will happen. It is only in Tamil Nadu, Mandapam area where that 2-kilometer stretch has been given. Beyond that, no state in the country has moved for the leasing. Where are the rights? Then you have to see it is the fishermen rights versus the industry. That is also another challenge. At the moment, what the seaweeds industry are doing, they are giving the seedlings to the fish farmers. They are cultivating at their own will, and industry is having a buyback arrangement. That's the story which is happening. Okay, but they are only in terms of few tons, not in large number. If you have a bigger dream to have the different states, okay, you need to identify the area. Whatever the satellite mapping has been done, that has to be corroborated with the ground level mapping. You cannot do the Capophycus cultivation in the estuaries area. You need to really go into the uh, area where the water is very, very clean, the wave action is less. There are many nitty-gritty which we can talk about. So I just wanted to give you my viewpoint, share my experience which is there. Of course, the future is big and there is no problem which cannot be solved. Every problem has a solution. It is we need to find a solution. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, sir, for briefing the priorities for us and also on the need for elaborating the need for ecosystem-based culture on algal culture as a carbon sequestration system, and also for bringing the importance of local training. And also he brought forth one very important point on habitat degradation, which is really a challenge. We are looking only on the technological utilization. And thank you for bringing into this and also an integrated approach of seaweed biorefinery. Since we are lagging behind of time, maybe we can have a quick 2 questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
talk as always. I have a couple of questions, quite related questions. So, what is the actually the economics of this seaweed cultivation? Because I read an article where it was pointed out that there is opportunity to cultivate seaweeds, basically Kappa ficus and gracilaria, in about 26,000 hectares of land in Baleshwar, Ganjam, Puri, and Jagatsinghpur. And the investment that was proposed is about 135 million US dollars. That comes out to be 1100 to 1200 crore rupees. So what is the benefit financial? Because unless it is economically viable, um, farmers and common people, we can always train them, but they will never pick it up. So what is the economics of this seaweed cultivation?
Very interesting questions. Most of the calculation you give me, they're extrapolations. Let me tell you, they are not realistic. We do not have even a 5 acre of land anywhere in the Odisha, not even 1 acre of land where the seaweeds being cultivated. Somebody will make, okay, 1,000 acre, 10,000 hectares. So I don't believe in that. As you go in a scaling up, the cost will come down. That is one very simple thing. The cost has been calculated for Kappa ficus as well as the gracilaria. Okay, but it will vary from place to place. It will vary from inputs. There are many other inputs which are there. Okay, so there is no specific cost, but there is always a minimum cost. Say for example, you take labor. That is one thing. It will vary from state to state. Okay, what are the other inputs? The quality planting material is one of the biggest challenge. You know why the gracilaria cultivation was not successful anywhere in India? Technology is there. Why only people are running behind Kappa ficus? Because it is fast growing. Number one, it is very fleshy. Okay, it has an international demand. You have a fixed percentage of carrageenan and it is coming out. Whereas for agar, there is a lot of variability in terms of agar. The one which is growing in Chilka, it requires a substantial strain improvement program. Okay, strain improvement program. At the moment, it is giving you 25% to 30% of agar, and that to not very high quality. So what is the price industry want to buy? 20 rupees a kilo dry material. Who will sell? Who will sell it?
My second question is related to this. When farming is actually promoted by industry, like you have paper industry and plywood industry promoting plantation of certain plants. Nowadays, ethanol industry promoting maize cultivation, or the feed industry promoting maize cultivation, essentially oil people promoting certain type of grasses, you know these things. And when the industry promotes, actually they promote in a scale where at some point of time people become so enthusiastic, the requirement actually, the cultivation actually surpasses the requirement and the price really drops very dramatically. So this is another issue when you came about, like industry buying for dry material for 20 rupees. So what would be the future if we promote in an industry led cultivation methods?
I have seen many mission in this country during my lifetime. Let's see, all of you have heard about Jojoba mission. All of you have heard about Jatropa mission. All of you heard about bamboo mission. Now we are in the seaweed mission. You have also medicinal plants facing the same problem about the pricing, quality material. Like day before yesterday, I was in a medicinal plants international conference. It is the same thing. Now you have to see why in other countries it succeeds and why there is a challenge here. One side, the industry want to buy in a very low price. Seaweeds cultivation is a very challenging, hard working job. It's not like cultivating any other plants on the land, because in the coastal area the intensity of humidity and sun, you can hardly work for 4 hours in that bright sun. But it is all about the price, nothing else. The price will determine the market. Who determines the price? it is the industry which determines the price, not the government. Government determines which price, sugarcane, paddy, wheat, because this is also driven by a lot many things. Seaweeds is hardly a minuscule business in India. What Sri is doing is in Indonesia is a different issue, because the ecosystem in Indonesia is well organized. He doesn't have to struggle to get a permit. Things are mechanized. The laborer are aware of. It is a different story in Indonesia. You come here in India, first of all, your biggest challenge is to permit. I asked the state government, if somebody, a industry came to me that they want to do the seaweeds cultivation in an area of 1,000 hectares of area. Industry came to me. They are ready to invest for carbon capture. Do we have 1,000 hectares of continuous area? No. So first, we need to have a state government policy to attract the investors. The economics will work out. Okay. A lot of input has to go into this, but in 20 rupees, you see 20 rupees for gracilaria, 100 rupees for kappa ficus, people will not come for this. We have to be realistic. If you need to create employment, there need to be a rethinking about the process, pricing and everything. It's not that it's easier for us. I have worked with the farmers in the field. For 10 rupees, people fight there. Even a 2 rupees difference in the prices will make a lot many big differences. Okay, many people want to take this as a CSR activities, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir,
you.
for this extensive. So now we have one more talk in today's session by Dr. Vaibhav A. Mantri on life history based farming of industrially important red seaweed, Gracilaria dura, a ploidy-based differences in functional traits. So he is online, and I am very happy to introduce him. Professor Dr. Vaibhav A. Mantri is currently Senior Principal Scientist and Divisional Chair of Applied Phycology and Biotechnology Division at CSAR CSM CRI, Bhavnagar, Gujarat. He has over 25 years of experience in applied phycology, and his research group is engaged in studies centered on improving cultivation techniques for economically important seaweeds to achieve year-round farming. His group is also trying to establish environmental implication of seaweed cultivation in tropical waters. He has 2 patents and over 155 plus research publications to his credit. He has developed and transferred technologies to various industries. Professor Mantri is currently leading CSIR Seaweed Mission and has earned several laurels and awards for his contributions in the area of seaweed research. So please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Vaibhav A. Mantri.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Whether I am audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I can see my screen is also visible. Since we are already late and I don't want to take more time, as you all have learned about the title, I was asked by organizers to talk about life history patterns. I thought, let me share our own story. You see, the entire gracilaria industry in the world is basically going with the wild harvest in certain pockets, especially in Morocco, and very few species basically match the quality of agar. Very few species of gracilaria match the quality of agar, which is being given by Gillidium. And as I said, Morocco government has basically put a ban on its wild harvest, and entire agar industry has basically got trouble. And this is the opportunity for many gracilaria producing industry to take it forward. If you see gracilaria worldwide, there are 2 species. One is Gracilaria chilensis, another one is Gracilaria lemniformis. Lemniformis is basically from China, while chilensis, as the name suggests, is from child. And we are proposing now Gracilaria dura for our country. There are more than 12 to 14 different species of Gracilaria. Those are basically available in our waters. These are some of the photographs, but I'll be concentrating only on Gracilaria dura. You can see that Gracilaria cultivation in India was pioneered by Professor Krishnamurthy, a father of algologists, and he had shown that it can be cultivated in Crucidi Island waters in Tamil Nadu, which was basically way back in 1960s. But this species is wild harvested, and that is why economics is not coming well, and this is not taken up to very recently. And very recently, Lakshadweep Island, it has been shown very economically viable, and people have started doing cultivation. When come to Gracilaria dura, we started 20 years back, and the most important point about this species is uh, it gives directly agaros. You all know that agaros is purified form of agar, and a lot of chromatographic, very high-end techniques are required to purify agaros from agar. And we have developed a technology by which simple freeze thaw technique, which is conventional technique, we can directly get agaros from this. We filed US patent also. We have improved the technique, and we got another method also, but I have just shown you what we started in early 2000. Why this is important is, you can see I have made a commercial products which are basically coming from Sigma Aldrich and other well-known brands, and this matches with our own sample. Now, why just now you have heard 3 4 speakers, all of them have said so many issues are there, challenges are there, and there are opportunities. For this particular species, I am going to say about 3 important issues. One is selection of suitable method, another is selection of suitable germplasm, and third one is continuous production and supply of seedlings, because these are very important for commercial cultivation. When we started it at our field station Mandapam. This is the photograph. We have developed a very unique method. This is not monoline, this is not wrap, this is not tube net. These are some kind of a long pouches covered with mosquito net. And we did some work, and we have published some papers. We have shown some feasibility in Tamil Nadu coast. But while we worked it for last 20 years, we realized that this species is better suited for Gujarat waters. And please remember that this species is only available at 2 3 locations along west coast of India, especially in Gujarat. Now, as far as the first challenge is concerned, we have developed a method by monoline as well as tube net. Uh, and you can see, as some of the speakers were showing, good season, medium season, bad season. This species also shows the same way, but more or less we can cultivate this species on large scale. Ministry of Fisheries has given us a project in 2020, and we have produced 20 tons of this biomass along 2 locations in Gujarat coast. Encouraged with this success, couple of industries has approached and started doing trials in Gujarat. Now, coming to the second point challenge is the germplasm, and for that you must understand little bit of science which is related to its life history. You can see that, and many of you are aware that this seaweeds shows different phases in its life cycle. Primarily, there are 2 phases in all the seaweeds. One is sporophytic, another one is gametophytic. Additionally, in red algae, it's a polysiphonia type of life cycle. You have a parasitic carposporophyte also. So here you have 2 sporophytes and you have 1 gametophyte. This shows different ploidy. You have U and N. I don't have to describe you. It's very simple. Tetrasporophyte will give rise to 4 spores, which will undergo meiosis and produce gametophytic thalli. They may be either male or female. They basically come and fuse and then form a zygote. Zygote terminates on the female gametophytic tissue, and produces the carposporophyte. Again, these all are basically 2n is basically a dominant phase. After meiosis, only n number will remain there in gametophytic thalli. Again, carposporophyte which is produced is a 2n number, and then carposporophyte matures, gives a carpospores, and carpospore germinates to give a tetrasporophyte. This is the cycle. Why I explained this cycle very much is some of our studies have shown, since it's isomorphic, you have selection of 3 different phases, at least 2 phases, tetrasporophyte and gametophyte. Male plants are extremely rare. So I'm going to show some studies where we could able to get male plants, but otherwise we have studied tetrasporophyte and gametophyte. You can see chromosome studies are done, DNA barcoding has been developed, several ISSR and NMR, ISSR markers were developed. We have seen that based on the life history phases, its agarose gel qualities changes. Now, when we saw this, we thought, why can't we use selectively certain specific life history phase as a planting material? Because you have heard enough that planting material is very important. When we started our research, we started with a naturally collected biomass where we have seen in 3 seasons. Please remember that this species comes only for 4 to 5 months in the field. That's the time when you can actually collect both the life history phases. So we have basically done this and seen that growth parameters also changes according to the life history phases. Just a minute. So when we saw when cultivation things are changing, we saw whether there are because you know there are 2 important parameters for cultivation. One is growth and second one is survival. And for survival, you also have to understand its biochemical composition. You also have to understand metabolites. You also have to understand genetics. And we have seen that these life history phases shows considerable variation in these patterns. These are basically proximate analysis, pigment, you know, and antioxidant assays, metabolite profiles. So all this is done, and we understood that even in phenology, when you see in the nature, gametophyte phase comes first, followed by tetrasporophyte. So we have ample opportunity to select these phases as the planting material. Now, having said that, this is what we learned from the natural collection. We said, let us cultivate it and see how it differs. So we did some couple of trials of cultivation, field cultivation. These are the photographs we have shown where gametophyte, both male and female plants, and tetrasporophyte were collected, isolated, and separately cultivated. We have seen tetrasporophyte as base material, although male plant showed some higher growth, but as far as both the parameters, DGR as well as gel characteristics are concerned, tetrasporophyte is we found best as a planting material. Second, we have also developed, as I said, NMR based different uh, you know uh, markers, and by which you can identify them before they enter into reproductive phase. Because please remember, it's like a papaya plant. You when the plant comes in the nature, you cannot identify whether they are male, female, or tetrasporophyte, and you have to wait for them till they show a reproductive bodies. It takes 2 to 3 months. Plants come in November, and by the time they mature, it comes January, February. So to reduce this, we have developed ISSR markers. We have also developed NMR-based biochemical markers. Now the third challenge was about its seed material. In 2014 itself, we have shown that apical meristem, which has totipotent cells, can be used for propagating this. Later on, we have also developed a method by which we can use entire thallus, not only apical meristem. We have given certain kinds of bioeffectors, especially the hormones and seaweed extract, which are known to help in regeneration, survival, and growth. DST TIFAC has given us a project to scale this up. We worked it with a well-known industry where they have invested 50 lakh rupees to establish a nursery, and these plants were then outplanted and successfully shown that this can be done in the field very well. It can be done in the field. What we did in this project is from lab we have basically scaled it up to about 25,000 plantlet scale uh, in this project. So earlier what we did was very small, 100 to 1000 plantlets we handled in the lab, but during this project we have reached 25,000 plantlet scale. I'm very happy to say that although the project ended a year back, we continued with the industry and we have now done 1 lakh plantlet scale. Uh, I'm also happy to inform that this technology has been included as one of the 100 Indian innovations of year 2023. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Let me thank Professor Debashish and the organizing committee for inviting me to this talk, and I'm very happy to take questions if any.
Thank you, Dr. Mantri, for finishing well ahead in time. We can take few questions.
Sir, I just wanted to know about your tube net culture technique. Is it any benefit, extra benefit than the rope? Because maybe the fish can be small fish cannot be attend the seaweed, but it may be hectic for a large scale productions. Is there any benefit?
Yeah, there are a lot of benefits. I will share with you already. This is known. This is known to world. Please remember that for any kind of tying, it's called tie technique. That means you have to tie 2 times. One is you have to tie a plantlet. Second, this plantlet tied with a small rope called rapa. You have to again tie it to the main monoline. Okay, we have studied the time taken for tying, okay, for single rope by multiple volunteers. And tube net is just like, when you go to market to buy vegetables, you go with some kind of pouch, or some kind of a thela in which you go and put the material. So it takes fraction of second. Same thing happens with tube net, but as this is my own way of thinking, I'm sorry, you may have different way of thinking. Because it's all depends on how you look at it. The only disadvantage with this technique is earlier these tube nets were very costly because they were made up by some kind of separate fish net kind of a net, and this cannot be reused. These kind of things were there. 3 industries have come in Gujarat itself. Gujarat people are very entrepreneurship, having entrepreneurship thought. They have developed a various type of tube nets. We have recently published also. Currently in India, there are 3 tube nets which you can use for Gracilaria and Kappa ficus. We have studied which tube net is better. Okay, so now you can actually reuse certain tube nets, and as far as your question goes, it considerably reduces the labor charges.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Anyone in the online participants, if you have any questions, please raise the hands. In the meantime, you can take one question from here.
Hello, Dr. Mantri. Thank you for this wonderful talk. So I just had one question. You talk about ploidy levels in the male and female species, members of the species. Does this ploidy level also affect the development, the time they take to develop, or the changes that occur in them?
Yes, that's what I precisely wanted to say. And that's our research, madam. I'm very happy to say that in the world, there are only 2 groups working on this aspect, especially in Gracilaria. There is a group in France by Professor Dastombe. You can go and study. They look at it as an evolutionary perspective. We are the only group apart from that where we are looking it as a cultivation perspective. Please remember that all these male and female are n number of chromosomes, while tetrasporophytes are 2n. Our research, all this what I showed is already published. If you want, you can write to me, I'll share, or you can go to ResearchGate account and read those papers. What our research has shown that tetrasporophytes are better, in terms of growth. But as far as survival is concerned, gametophytes are better. See, when we talk about seaweed cultivation, unfortunately, we only overemphasize in terms of growth. We also have to understand survival is equally important, especially for seedling production. Imagine that if you start with something and which has a mortality of 80%, your technology will not become viable. So when you talk about cultivation, you have to understand these two. So what we are now precisely trying to do is we are trying to study how these tetrasporophytic and gametophytic plantlets behave in a large cultivation scale. That's what we are doing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mantri. It's always good to have a success story at the beginning of a discussion. So congratulations on that. So my question is regarding the business model. So the company to which you have licensed the planting material part, which you showed in the end. So could you just throw a bit of light on the business model? Who exactly are the buyers and how it basically works? Thank you.
Okay, let me correct if audience have not understood. We have not transferred any technology about this. I said we did in our in-house project something of 100 scale, 1000 scale. DST TIFAC has given us fund to scale it up. So the industry is involved in terms of scaling it up and seeing what happens. So the industry with whom we have worked were involved in basically scaling it and see whether it works or not. They are very much interested in taking this technology. That's why they could invest 50 lakh rupees. As far as model is concerned, it's very unfortunate. We have been talking all this for every year and on every forum. Gracilaria is not picking up only because this is naturally sourced or sourceable or available. This particular species which I am telling is available only at selected 2 or 3 locations in the entire country. If you see the entire biomass produced by this species in all these 2-3 locations will not go more than 100 kilo in a year. So that is why cultivation is imperative. Through some of the government support, as I said, Ministry of Fisheries, we have shown that it can be cultivated at mass scale, producing 20 tons of fresh biomass. We have shown it can happen. It is now up to industry to come up and implement this model. Some sort of initial economics has been calculated and also published. I can share it with you. But currently there is no cultivation of this species is happening.
So no more questions. Thank you, Dr. Vaibhav Mantri, for that.
Thank you very much.
Sure. So we come to the end of the session. We thank all the speakers for telling the vast experience and decade-long research experience on seaweed biology and talking about the opportunities and challenges and stressing upon the impetus to start hardcore seaweed biology work for the benefit of the seaweed marine biotechnology process. So we have now I'll request Dr. Devashish Das to facilitate the speakers of this session. Professor Sri Kumar, please come to the stage. Please give a big round of applause. Now, for a vice versa, please, I would request Professor Sri Kumar to give the presentation to Dr. Das. Thank you. Now I welcome Dr. Sahu, Sanjeev Sahu, on the stage to Dr. Devashish Das would hand over the honorarium to him.
नहीं बनाया अच्छा ओ मेरा
Professor Deenbandhu Sahu.
thank you sir asantu
So you can,
okay.
Dr. Sahu, no, that will give later.
Okay, na, sir?
Yeah. So there is the last talk of the session, which we, because of the time constraint, we have requested her to give a presentation, talk in the later session in the evening from Luna Samanta.
प्रोजेक्टर को थोड़ा ये कर दे अच्छा डॉक्टर वैभव मंत्री का क्या होगा डॉक्टर मंत्री
I think his
कोरियर कर देंगे आपका वाला कहाँ है ये This photo is much better. Thank you.
So thank you all. We'll break for lunch now. Request you all to come back to the auditorium by 2:20. Thank you so much.
क्या सीरीज स्टॉप नहीं डन
हाँ मस्त
स्टॉप शेयरिंग
Hello, economy people. My name is Ian, and I'm speaking to you from my little beach hut in the Philippines, bringing you a message from this veteran economist to those of you with many economy adventures in. So I'm going to share with you 10 lessons learned from 60 years of economy exploration and research. My most recent decade of experience was mostly associated with C6 energy, but I am now home in the Philippines applying the lessons I have learned with CKIT Hub. 60 years of experience.
Good afternoon and welcome back. So now we'll be starting our second session, which is exploration and genomics of seaweeds. This session will be chaired by Dr. Debashish Das and co-chaired by Mr. Sri Kumar Suryanarayan. So I'll hand over the session to them. Are we audible?
Yes, yes, Namita and Namisha, everything is fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I welcome back. Where are the audience? I do not know what that is gradually getting filled. We are going to have an exciting session post lunch. Sri Kumar.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ian Nish, who will be our next speaker. And Dr. Nish and us at C6 Energy go back a very long way. He has been, when C6 Energy was just getting founded in the in the university, if in IIT Madras in 2010, the books that we read to understand how to spell seaweed even were all written by Dr. Ian Nish. His classic book was the ABCs of Eucuma cultivation. So we would read that book and we would learn as much about seaweed cultivation as we could. And then it was absolutely a delight to be able to have first, we met him maybe in 2012 or 13. Is that right, Nish?
2012, November, Singapore.
Okay. And Dr. Ian Nish has spent his entire life on seaweeds, and he was almost single-handedly responsible for introducing the cultivation of Kappa ficus in Indonesia. It's taken off to become the leading producer of seaweeds in the world. So he comes from a very distinguished lineage. His father was Arthur Nish, and is the well-known Nish effect. If you've known him, that's his father. So I will hand it over to Ian, and he's still going strong. He's now currently living in the Philippines, and he hopes to revive the seaweed cultivation there, as he tells us. And so over to you, Ian. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have to show the.
Hello, Phyconomy people. My name is Ian, and I'm speaking to you from my little beach hut in the Philippines, bringing you a message from this veteran phyconomist to those of you with many phyconomy adventures in front of you. So I'm going to share with you 10 lessons learned from 60 years of phyconomy exploration and research. My most recent decade of experience was mostly associated with C6 energy, but I am now home in the Philippines applying the lessons I have learned with CKITS Hub. 60 years of experiences led to the mission of my remaining life, which is to restore tropical seashores, one enterprise at a time, with enterprise ecology. What are the 10 useful lessons I've learned? Lesson number 1 is that phyconomy is by the people, for the people. Tropical seaweed farming is an outstanding example of large-scale crop production developed from simple methods refined by farmers in the sea, as Dr. Maxwell Doty used to say. Field phyconomists drive iterative cycles of innovation. Here are 4 of the best. There's Max Doty, Vic Alvarez, Ruben Baraka, and Matty Simbic. The phyconomist functions both as cultivator and as innovator. The farmer phyconomist monitors and manages farm units while providing crop care and keeping track of what other value chain stakeholders are doing. The bricolage engine is a system of trial and error that uses energy, materials, and transaction paths that are readily accessible at ecoscapes where farms are located. Bricolage results in accumulated experience that evolves farmer phyconomist mindsets. Virtuous cycles of innovation and adaptation result in adaptive solutions that refine phyconomy systems. Adaptive phyconomy solutions are generally applied as rules of thumb. Phyconomist scientists travel the world, networking farmers, and testing hypotheses. While doing so, they foster development of mindsets that build a shared phyconomy mindscape. Nevertheless, even after 60 years, I still see phyconomists drowning in a sea of untested hypotheses. Lesson 2 is that adaptive phyconomy is strengthened by precision phyconomy. Phyconomy is the branch of applied phycology that comprises systems of earth science and technology applied to production systems that yield crops of algae. Adaptive phyconomy is a low-cost, low-control approach to seaweed farming. It is practiced where biology of algal crops is poorly understood and or where confounding variables render precision technologies impractical. It is confounding variables that make adaptive phyconomy essential for ocean farming systems. For example, you have value issues and other human variables, uncontrollable weather and geology variables, such as typhoons and tsunamis, and uncontrollable oceanographic and ecological variables, such as tides, currents, and so forth. Adaptive phyconomy is a form of adaptive management. This concept was developed in the 1970s by Buzz Hawley and Carl Walters from the University of British Columbia and later from the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis in Vienna, Austria. Now, Buzz Hawley was my thesis supervisor when I took my PhD, and Carl Walters was a teaching assistant who did a lot to help me develop concepts of adaptive management, later adaptive phyconomy. Adaptive phyconomy can be interpreted in adaptive management terms as a process of dealing with uncertainty in the management of ecoscapes and adjoining renewable resources. It's a process of treating human interventions in phyconomy and ecoscape systems as experimental probes. Research is incorporated into phyconomy and conservation actions. So every crop cycle is like a new trial. If the crop grows well, farmers are happy. If the crop goes badly, farmers are unhappy. If the crop dies, farmers are devastated. But we seldom know why things happen or how to fix problems. Now, precision phyconomy is a high-cost, high-control approach to algal crop production. It is practiced where biology of algal crops is reasonably well understood, and culture conditions can be more or less comprehensively controlled. Precision phyconomy systems augment adaptive systems, and precision increasingly displaces adaptation. Lesson 3 is that phyconomy influences ecosystem services. All phyconomy systems provide ecological services for humanity, or at least we like to think that. Support services result from biosynthesis, especially photosynthesis in the case of seaweeds. Provisioning services sell biomass by the ton. Regulating services can be valorized through credits, such as carbon credits and nitrogen credits. And cultural services are valorized objectively as we appreciate and enjoy the world around us. Disservices are costed as damage. This would include algal bloom, beach fouling, and that sort of thing. Phyconomy harmonizes ecosystem services. Here you see depictions of support, provisioning, cultural, and regulating services in action. Lesson 4, phyconomy is therefore an element of integrated aquaculture. All phyconomy systems should operate within integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, or IMTA systems. For this concept, we owe a great deal to the late Professor Thierry Chopin, who unfortunately passed away just a few months ago. Lesson 5 is that Phyconomy is built on knowledge, information, tools, and solutions. KITS for short. KIT sets are the core asset of Phyconomy. Knowledge is the engine that drives Phyconomy. Information is the fuel that powers Phyconomy. Tools make the rubber hit the road, and solutions get us to our destination. Marine environmental information is pathetically inadequate. The fuel tank definitely needs fueling in this segment of Phyconomy. The Internet of Things could provide essential environmental data, but it is woefully underutilized. Affordable monitoring systems are sparsely deployed. Climate and seasonality impact are largely speculative. Lesson 6, Phyconomy happens in socio-ecological production ecoscapes. Marine phyconomy is undertaken in production systems that function within coastal marine ecoscapes. So in production ecoscapes, people live and work in the same space. Ecoscape is an umbrella term that includes landscapes, seascapes, and all other forms of scape. The socio-ecological production ecoscape is known as a SEPE. Sustainability results when enterprise ecology harmonizes SEPE ecosystem services in ways that build net enterprise profitability per eco-economic principles. Lesson 7 is that Phyconomy is valorized through value chains and market systems. SEPE fit into a grand scheme of things, which includes an ecocosm, within which there are the atmosphere, geosphere, and hydrosphere, and the biosphere. SEPE should connect to the world through optimized supply and value chains, and virtuous cycles of optimization continually increase the efficiency of these systems. Value chains function in market systems. So seashore enterprises produce goods and services that get processed, marketed, and consumed, while virtuous adaptation cycles evolve to better solutions. Market systems include governance functions and support functions and involve various market players. Experience shows that value chains can fail without hub enterprises as links integral to the chain. That is why we have formed CKITS Hub. Lesson 8, enterprise ecology is how Phyconomy fits into blue ocean economics. Now, enterprise ecology is an umbrella term that covers agroecology, phycoecology, urban ecology, and similar concepts. Enterprise ecology embraces the FAO 10 elements of agroecology. There is a large body of literature about agroecology out there. It is an accepted concept, and phycoecology really follows from it. But enterprise ecology is a term that includes all of them. Enterprise ecology kits enable enterprises in ecoscape communities to apply arts, sciences, and technologies that influence, manage, and control biosphere ecosystem services, valorized through fair eco-economic market systems. Lesson 9 is that new applications, products, and markets must drive economy development. The World Bank predicted seaweed market size up to about 2030. They identified 10 global seaweed markets with the potential to grow by an additional almost 12 billion US dollars by 2030. The most promising markets for seaweed are biostimulants, feed, and nutraceuticals, with total markets projected to reach about 8 billion US dollars by 2030. Here's a reality check, though. For one thing, no major market for eukumatoid seaweeds has materialized since SRC in meats during the 1980s. And the hydrocolloid markets that dominate eukumatoid value chains are essentially zero-sum games with very slow growth. Some major eukumatoid supply regions can produce much more biomass than they can sell nowadays. Others have experienced value chain failure and have no apparent path to recovery. For example, the place where I live now in the Philippines, once a prolific seaweed producer and now hardly any at all. Farm gate pricing of Kappa-ficus in Indonesia reflects the struggle to balance supply and demand. We got several boom and bust cycles over the years. Market development must come from adequately funded, innovative enterprises. Copycat technology has been woefully prevalent during tropical seaweed industry development, and copycat does not lead to innovation and progress. Lesson 10, economy and enterprise ecology is essential for blue ocean sustainability. United Nations Development Goals, or SDG, have been globally embraced, and economy can impact many of these. In fact, economy and enterprise ecology impacts on several big picture conceptual frameworks. Profitable enterprise alliances in value chains in market systems are key to sustainable success. Economy in enterprise ecology is a driver for blue ocean sustainable development concepts such as biosecurity, climate cures, regeneration, a favorite term nowadays, ecoeconomics, integration, biodiversity, sustainability, and stewardship. These initiatives cannot succeed unless small to medium and micro enterprises, MSME, are profitable, and almost all seaweed farms fit into the MSME category. Yes, virtually all seaweed farming is done by MSME. And according to World Trade Organization, MSME account for 95% of businesses globally and provide more than half of total global employment. During my 60 years in economy, I've witnessed the expenditure of countless millions of dollars in initiatives allegedly aimed at what are now called blue ocean economies. Yet, in my experience, a woefully small percentage of such funding ever provided meaningful development of marine MSME and value chain in market systems. So here's a bonus lesson for you, and that is that with old age comes disappointment and frustration. That's right, old age is not for the faint of heart. After 60 years in economy, I have learned to my sorrow that ageism is real. Your employer may dump you, Many entities have policies that deny you service or would deny you work. So enjoy a long life. Stop ageism now. 70 is the new 50. Give old people a chance to continue leading a useful life. So I'm linking with the young and diverse as I tackle this mission of my sunset years. You know, building a startup company at the age of 78. Please join me to make this happen. Restore tropical seashores one enterprise at a time with enterprise ecology. When I started in Phyconomy 60 years ago, that word had not yet been coined, and I had no understanding of the complex socio-ecological systems where Phyconomy must fit. Even after 60 years, I see how meager is my understanding of systems behavior as climate change interacts with ecosystem services and eco-economic blue ocean economies. My remaining years are being invested in passing forward what lessons I can as succeeding generations develop sustainable enterprises along the seashores of the world. Thanks for watching. Restore tropical seashores one enterprise at a time with enterprise ecology. Hello, Phyconomy people. My name is Ian, and I'm speaking to you from my little...
Ian, can you hear us?
Yeah, actually, Sri asked me to submit another very brief video as an introduction to that one. I don't know if you got it. It's about 4 minutes long.
Okay, I'm not sure we have that video available. It's, but I can make that available later, Ian. Then, okay.
Anyway, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, but at this point of time, we have time for a few questions. So, would anybody like to ask any questions?
Hello, sir. I am Rajit Kumar Pal from ILS. So basically, my question is that what is the difference between temperate and tropical seaweeds?
So the question, Ian, is what is the difference between temperate and tropical seaweeds?
Well, that's what the other video. So look, if you look at that video, you'll kind of get the answer to that question. But you know, boils down to is that the carrageenan industry, which drove the development of humanoid seaweed farming, was going to fail unless carrageenan seaweeds could be cultivated. It turned out that it was not economically practical to grow cold water seaweeds, and that's still the case. I mean, to make carrageenan raw material. So we ended up going with the tropical seaweed to save the industry. We succeeded by 1974, and the carrageenan industry exploded after that. So the basic difference is you can't grow the cold water ones, but you can grow the warm water ones.
Yeah. Any other question? Okay. Ian, thanks a lot for your talk and for your presentation. I will circulate the other video among the team and make sure that they get it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good day.
Okay, as we move to the next speaker, our next speaker is Dr. Eka Prasada from University of Maratham. And is he, Bataram, is he here? Can somebody confirm? Eka, can you hear us?
He may not be online right now because he said he had another meeting at this point in time. So let's watch his video. He will join in after the video is over.
Oh, should we watch the video now?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. While Manas is projecting the video, this is for the audience. Dr. Eka Prasada is from is at the unit of integrated laboratory at research at University of Mataram, Lombok, Indonesia. He has been at the forefront of searching for and maintaining wild varieties of euchematoid seaweeds native to Indonesia. He'll be talking about the importance of genetic diversity and techniques of isolating and preserving seaweeds. So let us see the video first.
Everyone, first of all, I would like to thank the director of Institute of Life Sciences from Bhubaneswar, India, and Dr. Narayan from C6 giving me the chance to talk a little bit of what we are doing. So I'm Eka from the University of Mataram, which is located in Lombok Island, Indonesia. Lombok Island is a small island next to Bali in central part of Indonesia, and geographically we are very strategic. We are located in what's called the Eastern Nusa Tenggara or Lesser Sunda region. So this is known as one of the marine hotspot diversities because it is located inside the Coral Triangle. So it has a very much potential in terms of marine biodiversity, megafauna, and also seagrasses and of course seaweeds. So what I would like to talk about today is terms of euchematoids. So euchematoids is a collective term used to describe the red carrageenan producing seaweeds, the Capophycus and Euchemas. So these are the common cultivars which is commonly produced or cultivated farm in Indonesia: Alrezai, Capophycus striatus, Malaysianus, and Euchema denticulata. They are known as the raw material, a source of the hydrochloric carrageenan, a multi-billion market, as you may all know, and for its stabilizer and mostly in the food and dairy industries. So these are the most common types of carrageenan, which has a distinct molecular structure: the kappa carrageenan, which has one sulfate group, and there's iota 2 sulfate groups, and lambda carrageenan, which has 3 sulfate groups. And these differences in sulfate groups determines the elasticity of the gel, which then could be applied in various areas of the industry. It's a very multifunctional compound polymer. Up to date, Indonesia is currently known as the #1 producers of this raw material, while actually the processing industry is not in Indonesia. It's mostly based in China, but we are the #1 exportees and exceeding Philippines in actually recent year. So if you look back in history, actually these seaweeds, they were domesticated or firstly found in Philippines, and then in the 1980s they were brought to Indonesia, and when they were start planting and farm to Indonesia, and actually now, well, the Philippines were teaching Indonesians how to farm seaweeds, but now we are has overcome the Philippines as the #1 producer of these types of seaweeds in the world. But and yes, the seaweed industry is a very big deal and important to Indonesia. Why? Because it supports thousands of livelihoods in the coastal areas where most of our population lives in the coastal areas. And even some of these communities, they heavily rely on the income from seaweed cultivation, seaweed production. So yes, this is very important for the society and business economical sides. But now we are facing various problems and challenges. The industry is facing various problems from climate change impacts, which causes fluctuations in pH and salinity and other physical chemical effects, which has significant effects on the seaweed productions, quality and quantitatively. And we have low quality of seedlings, and there's lots of going on in the supply chain in terms of the primary producers and how they are getting to the buyers, and this affects on how the farmers react to good aquaculture practice and how do they post-harvest seaweeds in terms of what the industry wants. And yes, we have heavy reliance on natural populations, but we know very little, especially in Indonesia. In Philippines, there are already some reports by, probably you may know, Professor Michael Roleda's team and Richard Dumilak's teams. They have reported lots of various natural populations of eukaryotes in Philippines, but up to now there has been no report yet on wild Carpophycus or Euchema in Indonesia. So first of all, to increase the production line of eukaryotes, it is very important to know these natural populations and also to understand their life cycle. So the usual, mostly similar to other seaweeds, they have a gametophyte phase, carposporophyte phase, and the tetrasporophytes. So most of our common practice in seaweed farms, they rely on this phase. They fragmentate or macro propagate the adult seaweeds, and then they cut into small pieces and they tie in a line, and then they do replanting. So this is not a really sustainable way of reproducing seaweeds. And eventually we really have to look into natural populations to find new individuals, because in this type of vegetative way of reproduction, it affects the growth the growth rate of the seaweeds, and also affecting the biochemical component, especially the most valuable component of them all, the carrageenan. So yes, first of all, of course, we have to find natural populations, informations to access possibly good quality of seed supply, and this also much more sustainable farming practice. And yes, much more is needed to be done in terms of research and development, because nowadays, first of all, how to first of all, the seedlings, we really rely on finding new cultivars or seedlings from natural populations, but then we don't know the information of natural populations yet, especially in Indonesia. And in terms of other techniques which are being developed, like tissue culture or micropropagation, is still actually using the same individual or same cultivar. So it's not a new individual, so the cells are the same, and this tires off the individual, which then results in a long-term steady decline of the growth rate of the individual seaweed. So it is very important to find information of these natural populations, not only as source of high-quality seedlings, but possible high-quality seedlings which are already resilient to the current climate change conditions, but also we have to safeguard these natural populations. Most of the seaweeds now are disappearing due to climate change conditions, so it is very important to sustain, to safeguard these natural populations in terms of conservation aspects. So what do we do? First of all, identification of these eukaryotic seaweeds is like other seaweeds. They rely on biotechnological approaches. We cannot actually be sure what types of seaweeds they are just based on morphological appearance because they are very plastic, which means moving seaweeds from one place to another is very easily to change its morphology. So in terms of color and thallus texture, it is very difficult to determine which seaweed is which. So we really, the gold standard is to do, I'm sorry, a molecular approach by isolating the DNA, PCR, and then DNA sequencing, some biophysical analysis. And then another goal is we have to create a seed bank because safeguarding these natural populations, we will not know what will happen in the future in terms of natural selection due to these climate change effects. So yes, it is very important to have seed bank, grow them in the lab, and just keep what we have right now in case something happens in the future. And herbariums are always important. They can be a good source for DNA and then future re-identification of what we have to, or confirmation of the DNA identity of what we have collected in our field. So just to give you an example, these are what we have collected in our coastal areas. The eucheuma, this looks like very different seaweed, but they actually belong to the same species, the Eucheuma dendrocalatum. And this was confirmed by actually two markers, the COX-1 and COX-2 male mitochondrial marker, which confirmed their molecular taxonomy status, which is Eucheuma dendrocalatum. This is a recent interesting study we did jointly to join some populations from various of a couple of wild Capophycus from various countries, and we actually came about interesting finding. We found wild Capophycus, which is possibly a new species based on actually 9 markers, and this is it looks very similar like the other Capophycus, but yes, there has been something, probably selective mutation going on or something changing in the DNA content, which then identifies it as a different species compared to the common known cultivars. And now we are growing this in our ocean nursery. First of all, it takes time to adapt in the nursery condition, but now it is growing very good. And now we have around 100 lines, and we are still trying to do the carrageenan analysis because we believe that the carrageenan is actually much more harder to produce, much more stronger gels than the common Capophycus cultivars. It's now up to around 5 to 6 daily growth rate. And then based on this study, we explored more other wild Capophycus populations, and we found another potential new species, the Capophycus sp species 2. This looks like, and yes, it associates very good with corals actually. And what it is very interesting when we find these natural populations is we can always find them sometimes in their fertile phase, and this is very useful because and then we can try to spore population, isolate the spores and potentially grow new cultivars or individuals reproductively based on those specimens. And just to prove our point, so this Capophycus sp2, we did a haplotype analysis with the other haplotype cultivars, and yes, it was distinct compared to the alvarezis, the Inerminus and Malaysianus, and also the Striatus. with both mitochondrial. Actually, when we did COX-1, it is interesting because they were actually divided into two separate haplotypes. So this is very interesting finding, which actually we are in current, we are in the progress of publishing it. So these are the isolated carposporophytes from KSP2, and this is another interesting species we discovered, the Carpophycus cotona, which is formerly known as Euchema cotoni, and this is very hard thallus, and it's presumably has a very strong carrageenan, and once we isolate, yes, it has exceeding 1,000 gel strength of its carrageenan, and again, we found it also in fertile. So this is very interesting in terms of conservation and sustainability of how do we safeguard the seaweed which are reproducing naturally in the wild, but we don't know, we cannot protect them if we don't know they are there yet. So mapping them is a very important initial step towards safeguarding these valuable seaweeds. So this is just to pilot initial study on to compare the gel strength of these various seaweeds. Yeah, and these are the main strains we are producing now in our nursery, the Saccos and Alvarezais, and this is one where I am very proud of or highlighted very well is the KSP1. KSP2 we have not yet been able to integrate, especially we have not yet that much. It's not that bigger population that we can grow yet, so that is still in the initial trial phase. Yeah, moving forward, so most of our mapping now is not completed. So once it's completed, we are happy to share the locations of these cultivars, especially in much more larger geographical area, not only in Nusa Tenggara, but up to Sulawesi, hopefully, and other productive potential areas which has not yet been explored. And we hope this could be one solution to contribute to the current struggling, not only the Indonesian seaweed industry, but also globally as terms of materials for these ecomatoids. And to achieve this, it is very essential. We understood that we need to collaborate with everyone, not only the academics or industries or NGOs or stakeholders in Indonesia, but also neighboring countries, Southeast Asia, and hopefully in the future, India. I think India is doing a great job in starting the seaweed industry, and we wish hopefully in the future we can hold hands and work together to a much more better world and future. So thank you very much for this opportunity. We are always very open to collaboration. We have a very good relationship with some experts from C6, with Dr. Narayan, Nelson, Mahima, and also the Professor Shikumar. So we wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Hopefully someday we can meet in person in India. Once again, thank you very much. So good day, good evening. Greetings, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the.
Thank you, Are, for getting this video. I'm told, I think Eka is busy in a meeting. He'll come little later to take the question. Are, can you confirm this on behalf of him? Are you there?
He may not be able to join us today. I'll ask him if he can join us in the panel discussion or some other time tomorrow.
Okay.
So people can collect their questions and we can email him and get the answers from him by email.
Yeah, there are many questions. I am seeing people are raising hands, including I also have questions.
Yeah.
Rather, we'll collect them and have it written to those. And thank you for getting his speech here. Some people are interested in working on seaweed because they see there is a possibility of going to Indonesia, Bali for research purpose. There is the direct return of the time investment here. So moving over to the next talk.
Biologically, it is a very interesting piece of work, seeing the sterility which has reached Capapicus alvarezi industry. Philippines has collapsed. The stuff which you are cultivating in Indonesia, is it the Philippines the mother material or it is Indonesian mother material? Capapicus alvarezi, because Euchima denticulatum doesn't have much commercial demand. It's not about alvarezi. So what he showed is that there is a decline, there are problems. That's why he has found a lot of new strains of these Kappa ficus and Kappa ficus. Also, he also showed very interesting sporulations which has come out, and those sporulations are very, very important. Whether the Kappa ficus alvarezi, which is being cultivated, or if it is growing in the wild, has it actually reproduced in nature? Maybe Ian will be able to answer this.
Yeah, sure, it reproduces in nature. This is Ian Nish here, and let me assure you, seaweed farming has not collapsed in the Philippines. The Philippines is very strong. Now, it happens that a cultivars that actually were first cultivated came from the Philippines. Now it's time to get, exchange going both ways.
Thank you, Anne, for this answer. Moving over to the next speaker, Sri.
Um, so is Dr. Ashmi Chitra available online? Yeah, and she'll be presenting live. So with just a brief introduction, thank you, Dr. Ashmi Chitra. Dr. Ashmi Chitra is now currently assigned as a Director for Innovation and Intellectual Property Directorate of the Hasnedun University. Hasnedun is in Makassar, is in Sulawesi. She's a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries and has worked extensively in both upstream and downstream research on seaweeds, especially in bioethanol from seaweed raw materials. So it would be really interesting to speak, to hear you speak. Thank you very much. You will be presenting live. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good evening or good day. Hello. Is it clear?
Yes, Boo, you can go ahead. We can hear you well. You can share your screen and your slides.
Okay. Okay, I will try to share. Share. Okay. How to share in this screen? Can I send you, Mr. Dr. Payanan?
Okay. I can see that you're sharing your screen, but we can't see your slides.
Yeah, because I'm still trying to find the. It's quite different with the Zoom.
Yeah.
Let me check. Now I'm sharing, so I'm trying to find my file in the menu.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Once you are in the share screen, go to the entire screen. There is a
Enter
button.
screen. Enter screen. Where is it?
When you
You first stop sharing now. Then when you click on share,
okay,
it'll ask you which window to share. You share the entire screen.
Document. camera? No?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sorry. If it is possible, can I send you by WhatsApp, Dr. Narayan?
You can send it by email if you are having difficult. We can.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you
okay.
can, or you can send it by
Yeah,
WhatsApp to
all
me
right.
and I can project from my laptop too.
Okay. Let me see.
So which one are we taking the route? You take the presentation from her and
Yeah,
project from.
I think that would be the easiest. She
That is the
can
first.
share it in
Yeah.
WhatsApp.
Now I'm sending and it's processing to Dr. Narayanan WhatsApp.
Yeah, please send it to Dr. Narayanan. Once he receives, he will project it from his computer.
Okay. How to share screen? I'm just still trying to share.
Bhuchitra, can you stop sharing so that I can share the slides? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see the slides? Can everybody see the slides?
Yes, yes, we can see the slides.
Okay, Boo, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good evening or good day. Yeah, now in the evening in Makassar, South Sulawesi. Thank you very much for Institute of Life Sciences and Dr. Nathan to give me an opportunity to talk today. I'm actually just want to like to present some like review on some research and some data from my my university and other university or some research institute and government in Indonesia. And the committee asked me to focus on Capapicus and Gelidium. The first thing that I would like to highlight the strategies role of seaweeds in the Indonesia economic development. I cannot, yeah, please. Yeah, we can see the destination country and market share of Indonesian seaweed export here. Like the world seaweed producer, Indonesia in 2022, Indonesia was the second largest producer in the world with a volume of 9.2 million tons. China was the largest producer to 22.5, and South Korea and the Philippines and North Korea ranked third, fourth, and fifth respectively. And for the exporters, Indonesia is the second largest seaweed exporter in the world with a market share of 14%, following China with a market share of 22%. And in 2023, the main export destination for Indonesia seaweed are China, Vietnam, Chile, South Korea, and Japan. This is sourced from statistic data in Indonesia. Please, next. Yeah, we can see from the table, seaweed production Indonesia from 2018 to 2023. Capapicus alparisis, the first seed commodity, the largest, and the Echemas spinosum, Capapicus alparisi, popularly we know as Euchema money, and so on. So the seaweed production for 2023 is about 9 to 53 for 403 tons. Next. Yeah, in Indonesia, we have seaweed production center in 2023 for, we can see in this slide, 10 top 10 province, and this is my in South Sulawesi with the 550.628 hectare, and number one is from number one from my place, South Sulawesi. Number second is from East Nusa Tenggara. Number three is from North Kalimantan. 4 Central Sulawesi. 5 East Java. 6 West Nusa Tenggara. 7 Southeast Sulawesi, Maluku, and West Java is the last. Next, please. Yeah. For the global seaweed market projection 2030, we can see that the total global demand for seaweed is expected to be between 40 to 43 million tons. The ready-to-eat feed category will continue to be the largest demand segment, contributing more than half of the total demand. Growth in the aquaculture feed category and other uses show significant potential for increase. And market value projection for seaweed until 2030 are expected to form the fastest with significant sizes, including biostimulant, animal feed, pet food, methane additives. And this is for the short term, and for the medium term, include healthy food, alternative proteins, textiles, bioplastic, and for the long term is construction. Yeah, next please. So what is the benefits of seaweed, and especially in Indonesia? You can see that many farming seaweed now successfully increase the economic prosperity, with the national seed production in 2022 is 9.6 million tons, and national aquaculture production is about 60.65% from all aquaculture production. Yeah, next please. Yeah, this is how the seaweed cultivation, current condition of seaweed cultivation, especially Capapicus alvarezi. But in Indonesia, the welfare of farmers is still low. It's always problem. Yeah, we can see the percentage. Yeah, how to have access to bank for financing and everything for household seaweed cultivation household in Indonesia. It's about 36,000. Next, please. And also the seaweed also function as protecting the environment and mitigating climate change, as presented before with Prof. Eka, I think, like as a indicator of overall ocean health, improves water quality, prevents eutrophication, prevent disease by acting as a biofilter for nutrients and pollutants in water, habitat provider for fish and other organisms, produce oxygen, regulating the climate carbon through carbon sequestrations. Next, please. And this is for mitigation strategy for GHG emissions. Next, please. Yeah. Indonesia, the most suitable place for seaweed farming. Seaweed only use 0.8% of the entire potential land area located for aquaculture of 12 millions. This is seaweed special culture Indonesia. You can see the Euchema cottoni or Capapicus alparisi. It's very the number one. And Euchema spinosum, Euchema cottoni or Capapicus is about 78.63, and spinosum is number second, and Grasslaria, Caulerpa, and etc. Indonesia has more than 800 species of tropical seaweed, only 4 which have been cultured. Euchema cottoni, spinosum, Grasslaria, and Caulerpa. Next, please. Yeah, this is huge downstreaming potential of seaweed. You can see like biostimulant, pet food, nutraceutical, methane additives, alternative proteins, fabrics, bioplastic, and construction, as mentioned before in the previous slides. Next, please. Yeah, we can see overall for opportunity why we have to develop seaweed. Seaweed is a true superfood, like many segments. We can see this, the benefits for food, for additives, for animal feed, and for biostimulants. Example application for food is raw salads, crepes, and spaghetti. And benefit supports healthier diets due to high minerals, vitamins, protein, and fiber contents. Primary function, source of energy, actually. So we can see in this table. Maybe we can read later. And also for additives, gelatin substitutes, provision of thickening, stabilizing and emulsifying property, animal feed, livestock feed, with the benefits improvement in animal health, production yields, and biostimulant, for example, application seed treatments, primary function stimulation of plants growth, protection against abiotic stress. And benefits is lower environmental footprint than nitrogen fertilizer alternative, and promotes plant health, productivity, and soil regeneration. And for the pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals, cosmetics, biopackaging, and biofuels, there are many opportunities for developing seaweeds to our society. Please, next. Yes, this is, I think, the same thing as before. Capapicus alvarezi is which Capapicus dry Capapicus, the hydrocolloid product we know as semi-refined Kappa carrageenan, alkali treated cottony, refined Kappa, and industry who are using this hydrocolloid is like chocolate, candy, meat product, milk product, and nutraceutical or food, functional food, and H.M. spinosum. And this we can see gelidium, dry gelidium with the hydrocolloid product alkali treated Grasslaria ATG, using as a powder or strip, and producing agar-agar. And we can industry that are using this agar-agar, like food agar, pharmacy, in the laboratorium. Please, next. Yeah, this is potential healthier foods products from seaweed. Next, please. Yeah, and for biostimulant, which is reducing use and subsidy of non-organic fertilizer, which use of chemical fertilizer, the use of biostimulant from seaweed for agriculture products increase the ability of plants to absorb more urea. With the use of biostimulant, studies show the use of chemical fertilizer can be reduced by 10 to 25% with 100% as good results. Yes, please. Yeah, this also use fertilizer from seaweed. Actually, we in Hasanuddin University, we are also doing, we have collaborated with Java Biocollect and Astroli from Surabaya to try to explore Asparagopsis, and we found some Asparagopsis seaweed in many area in Indonesia, and we are trying to, and also we found that bromoform content also available in the Asparagopsis we found in Indonesia. Next, please. And also we did some research on bioplastic, especially from Kappa picus. Next, please. Yes. And also for crude oil and fuel, when we trying to do some research regarding the, for example, biosugar, we are also can produce by ethanol and etc. Next, please. Yeah, we can see that how is the economic impact of 100 hectare large-scale seaweed cultivation. First is investment required, actually equivalent to 30 to 40 billion Indonesian rupiah, and also created direct labor with seed production per year in area covered by biostimulant production 1 to 2 million hectare in 1 kilometer square every 100 hectare. Next, for the economic impact, you can see. Yeah, this is we are trying to figure out the pyramid of seaweed's product values, which is the number one is actually raw material, number two is animal feed, number three is conventional food products, number four is functional foods, and number five is health products, six cosmetics, and seven for pharmacy. Next. Yeah, for the second, we highlight strategy for seaweed cultivation. I'm trying to take some data for cultivation Kappa picus in Indonesia. Next. Yes. We have production in 2023, 9 to 75 million tons, which our target for 2024, 12 to 33 million tons, and potential land is about 12 hectares, 12, and existing lands is about 177,000. It's about 0.9%. And the strategy, the government is now program is the seaweed cultivation modeling, revitalization in the cultivation center of seaweed, and seedling supply. Next. please. Yeah, for the cultivation modeling, there are many conditions now, which modeling development area in Wakatobi 2023 and Southeast Maluku and Rote. This is we can check like laboratorium for tissue culture and floating cage and the use of tissue culture seed for cultivation and many things. This is technology improvement, and downstreaming process is like drying rack. We are use drying rack, seaweed processing unit, and warehouse, and multiplier effect. This is increase in productivity from 11 to 19 tons per hectare per cycle, increase in labor absorption, increase in Indonesia seaweed export to USD 655 million in 2024, improvement in the welfare of seaweed farmer, regional economic growth, and the state revenue. Next. Yeah, this is the second program from the ministry, seaweed seedling supply. The first is development of seed production units for tissue culture, seaweed nurseries, and vegetative. How to get the seedling seaweed in ministry? They have 3 programs, like we seen in the slides. Next. Yeah, this is the first program is seaweed modeling location. The number blue is the blue color is 2023 and the red color is 2024 here. And in Wakatobi 2023 in the they have a modeling location for seaweed, and in Maluku Southeast, and in East Nusa Tenggara in 2024. There are 3 locations for modeling in 2024 2 and 2023 is the one. Next. Yeah, this is revitalization seaweed farming villages. We call is a kampung. Kampung seaweed is villages. We have many number of seaweed aquaculture. 41. You can see in Sumatra, Riau Islands, Lampung, South Kalimantan, Bali, in Buleleng, Kelungkung, 62 ton, East Java, West Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, and Middle Sulawesi, Southeast Sulawesi, Papua, Maluku, and West Papua. Next, please. Yeah, this is since the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries now they just develop some units, many units for tissue culture in Indonesia, because they don't do some research. The research is collaborated with universities and BRIN, the research agency. We can see the tissue culture production unit now is spread in Indonesia, spread it from Sumatra, Lampung, Takalar, Ambon, Situbondo, Jepara, and Lombok. The target is 5,000 plantlet. Yeah, next please. And this is the seaweed nursery. It's about 433 units in 2020 to 2024. Next, please. Yeah, now the third highlighted is about research on Kappa Picos alpha products in the universities in Indonesia. Excuse me, allow break my fasting first. Now it's time. Sorry. Yeah. For the research, we based on tropical phycology of red and brown algae. We have caraganopites, agaropites, and algenopites. We have Euchemus spinosum, cottoni for caraganopites, and agar from Gelidium and Gracilaria, and alginate from Sargassum and Padina. Next. Yeah, this is utilization of seaweed. You can see chlorophyll B, agar, the chemical compounds for carrageenan also. Next. This is utilization of seaweed for human being. The first generation is actually for food, and for the second generation is pycocolloid, and the third is natural products, and the fourth is bioenergy. Next, please. Yeah, we can see here Euchema or Kappa picus extracted using alkaline or hot water, producing a carrageenan and powder. Next. Yeah, pycocolloid used for pharmaceutical grade. We use capsule, soap for dental paste and for lipstick, and for food grade yogurt, ice cream, beer, and for industrial grade printing, paper, film, and painting, and ceramics. Next. Yeah, this is the chemical compound for the third generation. We can see some chemical products like flavonoid, phytochemia, and etc. from this phenol. Yes, pigment. Next. Next. Yeah, and polysaccharide, sulfate, polysaccharide. Next. Next. Next, please. Next. Next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. And this is phenol content from several tropical seaweeds.
Bo, we can't hear you.
Oh, why? Hello? My voice is okay?
No, we could hear an entire talk.
No.
Yeah, we can. I can hear Arif.
Can you hear? Hello?
Here at ILS, we can hear you.
Okay.
In India, we can hear you.
In,
can you please wrap up so that we can have some time for question answer? Thank you.
Yeah. So I continue now. Can I?
Yeah. Please summarize the talk so that we can have some time for discussion.
Okay. I have many slides already left.
Time is up, so please summarize.
Okay. Please go to the last. Go to the last slide.
Are you able to hear? You're moving the slides, I think.
No. Please moving to the slide. Please.
Hello? Ari, can you hear us?
Ari? Dr. Narayana.
Oh,
What
something.
happened?
I think he froze.
Yeah, actually, in the last slide, I show also some research that in Gelidium in Indonesia. We have now we have samples from East Java and from West Java and from Gorontalo.
Okay, so I think we can now take few questions if it is you want to ask, please.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, here are few questions from India.
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
In your second or third slides, you have shown your Kappa ficus annual production has been going down from 2020 to 2024. The production for Kappa ficus alvarezi is going down. At the same time, for Gracilaria, I can't remember the figure because now I can't see the slides. But for Gracilaria, it is mostly from the cultivated source. So, what is the reason for the decline in the biomass?
Yeah, declining is biomass is because some farmers now move to another species, another kind of seaweeds. So they are now trying to cultivate Caulerpa, Gracilaria, and not focus on Kappa picus. And Kappa picus, sometimes the price is down. It needs government regulation to still maintain the price, good price for farmers. I think one of the reason of the decline. Yes.
And the Gracilaria, of course, Caulerpa is mostly edible. You are using for edible purpose. And Gracilaria, you are cultivating, or this is from the wild harvest?
Yeah, we are cultivating for Gracilaria.
And what is the price competitiveness between Kappa ficus and Gracilaria? Is it the same price, or Kappa ficus
Yeah,
is
depends of the area. In South Sulawesi, the Gracilaria called Gracilaria is a very good price because it cultivated in the sea, yeah, in the coastal, and not so difficult, and it's not takes time to cultivate it. But mostly, the Capepicus is still a good price than Gracilaria because only some area, the Gracilaria is cultivated in some part in Indonesia, like that.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any question? I think somebody is coming. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon.
I am Biu Prasad Behra from ILS. Ma'am, can you please aware us about the major diseases of seaweeds during its cultivation and what are the necessary precautions that we can take to avoid the diseases?
Can you just please more slowly? I cannot hear.
Okay, okay, ma'am. I will. Ma'am, can you please aware us about the major diseases of seaweeds during its cultivation?
The major diseases of seaweeds during the cultivation and how can we avoid them?
I'm sorry, I'm not so clear. Just yeah, could you please write down?
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
The major diseases that occur in seaweeds, and
Yeah,
how do
major.
we manage those diseases, cure those diseases?
Yeah, major diseases actually still ice in Capapicus. And now in university, we are already do some research on a gene that resistant to actually the ice is the major The primary cause is by water quality in the area, and the water quality is down, so it makes bacteria make diseases on the seaweeds. So it makes the ice occur in some area in the cultivation. So our university at KB University are collaborating some research on cultivation method, like use but vertical cultivation method, and also trying to find by gene that can resistant to the water quality change, like tolerance to the stress, like temperature and water salinity. So that's the gene is try to use as to produce like genetic engineering seed, something like for the kappa picus. Now it's still going the research, ongoing research. Yes, the primary is still ice in the kappa picus.
And
In
what are
our
the natural precautions that we can take to avoid?
pardon?
What are the natural precautions that we can take to avoid those diseases? Is there any?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
If there are any questions, just please send me by email or something because
Yeah, if there are more questions, please write it down.
Yeah, the weather is not so good here. The networking is not so good.
No,
For
it's okay. I
internet.
appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
While we move on to the next speaker, Manas, please figure out if Michael Roleda is with us. And the students who are asking question, please note their name. They might get chance to go to Philippines or in Indonesia. So while Michael is coming up, Dr. Michael Roleda is professor at the Marine Science Institute of the University of Philippines, Diliman. Obtained his doctor's degree in area of biology from University of Bergen, Germany, and undertook postdoctoral stints in Germany, Sweden, Scotland, New Zealand, and Norway. Has seen most of the world during his research career. Returned to the Philippines in 2018 through the Department of Science and Technology BALIC Scientist program. He has worked with tropical, cold, temperate, and polar algae, participated in land-based research expeditions in the Arctic and Antarctic. Research interests include carbon, nutrient, and stress physiology, reproductive biology, biodiversity, and applications and product development of commercially important seaweed species, among others. Currently, working on selective breedings, biobanking, hatchery cultivation, and farming of the eucomatites, Capaphycus, and eucema. So, over to you. Roleda, can you hear us?
I'm Michael Roleda. Thank you very much for your invitation to present this paper in your International Symposium on Tropical Seaweed Platform for Exchange and Advancement in Knowledge on Seaweeds. My talk is about biobanking of commercially important eucumatoids and using this platform for selection and breeding. So what are eucumatoids? Eucumatoids are red seaweed under the phylum Rhodophyta and family Solariaceae. They are the primary source of carrageenan used in the food, cosmetics, and pharmaceutical industries, among others. They are known to be morphologically plastic. Initially, they are classified into a single taxa called Eucuma, and previously known Eucuma alvarezii and Eucuma spinosum, are now known as Capophycus alvarezii and Eucheuma denticulatum. On the right-hand side of this slide, you will see species exhibiting different morphology, and you might think that they are different species. However, DNA barcoding showed that they are of one species, Capophycus alvarezii, exhibiting diverse morphologies. So from the previously known Eucheuma, which basically produce iota type of carrageenan, eucheumatoids are now classified into different genus, and this is dependent on the type of carrageenan that they produces. And for example, those eucheumatoids that produces kappa carrageenan is now known as Capophycus, and another group of eucheumatoids that produces a hybrid of beta carrageenan and kappa carrageenan is now known as Betaphycus. And based on some taxonomic qualification, Capophycus is now also divided into two genus, and one is Capophycopsis. However, in the commercial seaweed market, these species are only known to be of these two trade names known as Cottonii or Spinosum. So taxa that belongs to the trade name Cottonii are basically Capophycus alvarezii, Capophycus striatus, and Capophycus malicianus. While Eucheuma denticulatum, which used to be the Eucheuma spinosum, is known by its trade name Spinosum. And this species has different variety names depending on the different localities and regions where they are cultivated. Over the last decade, there is a global increase in demand in various industries for carrageenan-producing seaweed. They are primarily used for the food industry, pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals, and also known to have ecological services such as carbon capture and nutrient bioremediation. And primarily, they also provide livelihood to coastal communities. However, the increasing demand for eucheumatoid raw-dried seaweed could not be satisfied because there has been a reduction in the global eucheumatoid production. And this is primarily due to global climate change and also the lack of seed banks and breeding programs, and also lack of investment and long-term funding to do research to improve the quality of eucheumatoid seed stocks. A recent study conducted by Hatch that was commissioned by Cargill and Conservation International, there is a need to establish Tropical Seaweed Resilience Institute. And key learnings from this study suggest that there is a need for funding, breeding program, and capacity building to address our problem in terms of the reduction in the eucheumatoid production. In relation to that recommendation, the Marine Science Institute of the University of the Philippines already have established seaweed culture laboratory and gene banks primarily for eucheumatoids. We have a catalog of different eucheumatoid species, different strains, and cultivars collected all over the Philippines. These are some of the examples of our collection site in Bohol and Iloilo. These are some of the examples of the different eucheumatoid species, they are wild, that we collected in Bohol, and currently they are undergoing DNA barcoding. And these are our collection from Iloilo, and you could see here that the eucheumatoids we collected from the wild exhibit different morphology, and they are also now undergoing DNA barcoding. And here are the other examples of our collection from Samar, and you could see the diverse morphology and color expression of the eucheumatoids from the wild. Aside from our wild collection, we also collect samples from different seaweed farms. And these are some of the example of commercially farmed euchymatoids with the strain known as Tambalang, Giant, and Sakol. We also collected feral Sakol in one of the farm sites in the Philippines. And you could see here, this is our gene bank at the Marine Science Institute with our different collections of wild euchymatoids. Some species in our collections are Capophycus alvarezii, Capophycus striatus, Capophycus malaysianus, Eucheuma denticulatum, Capophycopsis cottoni, and Betaphycus gelatinus. We also produce new seed stacks from spores. That is, when we encounter fertile material from the field, we bring them to the lab and induce them to release spores. For example, here you could see carpospores released from cystocarpic female gametophytes and tetraspores released from tetrasporophytes. We allowed them to settle on a glass slides, and then when it grew into a certain size class, we basically scratch them off the substrate and then cultivate them bubbling inside our lab. And when they grow bigger, we brought them outside in our land-based hatchery. We do this basically to generate new generation and for further phenotyping study to look into their ecological breadth and their disease resistance and overall growth performance. This is our land-based hatchery in Bolinao, Pangasinan, where we maintain our some of our seedlings that is for phenotyping studies. In our land-based hatchery in Bolinao, Pangasinan, we are growing different strains and cultivars of different euchymatoid species bubbling in aquarium tanks. As you can see here, you could see different species and different cultivars of euchymatoids, and they are maintained in separate tanks. So each tank are different species and different strains of the same species. This is another setup we have in our hatchery, wherein we cultivate euchymatoids in raceway tanks on long lines. So we basically tie them using nylon ropes and cultivate them just like in the field. And they are supplied with water circulation, bubbling, and constant water flow. The maintenance of our land-based hatchery could be laborious, wherein we need to clean the tank as often as possible and also clean the different cultivars we have to get rid of epiphytes and also check if they have disease or to remove the disease part and weigh them to measure growth rate. Here are some of the growth measurements we have. So we are basically comparing commercially farmed cultivars, wild strains, and also the gametophytes and tetrasporophytes that we generated from the fertile parental plants that we collected from the wild. So growth rate could vary from 4% to about 6%. So this is a very good growth rate that we observe in the hatchery. New sets of growth measurements also showed relatively high growth rate. ranging from 3.4% to 11.6%. And these growth rates would vary depending on the sex employee. For example, if you compare tetrasporophytes with male and female gametophytes. When we have enough biomass, especially during high growth rate, we would harvest them and dry them for biochemical analysis, and this include carrageenan yield and quality assessment. This table summarizes the carrageenan yield and quality analysis done on the different cultivars cultivated in our hatchery. This shows that a particular strain called GN7 has the highest yield and quality compared to the other cultivars. Some of the challenges that we encounter in our land-based hatchery is the occurrence of epiphytes and diseases. As you could see in this slide, there is the occurrence of green filamentous seaweed as shown in this picture, and also the occurrence of red filamentous seaweed as shown in this picture. And also the occurrence of ice disease syndrome as shown here. And these challenges has been affecting the growth rate and biomass production in our hatchery. To be able to address this problem, we do molecular and morphological characterization of pests and diseases in our cultivated strain. So we isolate and grow the epiphytes as shown in this picture here. And we do DNA barcoding, and also the endophytes, we cut a thin section and grow them in nutrient replete media, and we also do DNA barcoding to be able to identify the disease-causing microbes, and also the endophyte, or could be some parasitic algae. Once we are able to characterize robust strain from our hatchery, we bring them to the field for test planting to further characterize their performance in the field in comparison to that of in the hatchery. This is our field setup in B1 Samar. We have here long lines, and actually our wild strain that is originally collected from G1 Samar and then brought to Pangasinan in our land-based hatchery here up north. After doing a phenotyping study, and when we identify candidate robust strain, we brought them back to their original collection site. This is in G1 Samar, where we do our field test planting. This slide shows the growth performance of a novel strain TRS8. The performance of TRS8 in the field was compared with two other novel strains called TRC5 and TRR3, which I will discuss in the next slides. And the growth performance of the novel strain was also compared to Tambalang, a commercially cultivated strain. As you could see here, the color phenotype of TRS8 changed through time from dark red to lighter in color, so light greenish brown color. So the growth rate at 4% is comparable to that of the growth rate of the commercially cultivated strain Tambalang, which has a 4.7% growth rate. So in comparison to the two other novel strains, TRS8 has the highest growth rate. And TRS8 was also observed to be not susceptible to ice disease. So TRS8 shows the potential to be commercially cultivated in the future. TRC5, on the other hand, shows a lower growth rate compared to TRS8. So you could also see here that the color phenotype and also the morphology of TRC5 changed from day 0 to day 60. And TRC5 was also shown to be susceptible to ice disease, but at least this was shown to be able to recover from ice disease. TRR3, on the other hand, showed the lowest growth rate among the 3 novel strains that was tested. And this also showed to be susceptible to ice disease. And likewise, you could also observe here the plasticity, the change in color and morphology of TRR3. We are continuing the growth monitoring of our test planting in the field, and the preliminary that I have shown previously are just the first 2 months data, and now we almost have a 1-year cycle looking into their growth performance, and hopefully we could provide more information in future engagement to convince you that this novel strain has the potential to be cultivated commercially in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you have further questions.
Professor Roleda, exciting talk. I think I have loads of questions.
Thank you.
The interest time I'll ask 1 or 2 now, but later on, whenever you have time, maybe one-to-one our telephone will have a discussion. My first and foremost question is that in the tankers that you have various types of this seaweed that you are growing, do you take care of them separately in terms of their pH requirement, their salinity requirement? How do you individually give attention to those different tanks?
Okay, so in our hatchery, basically we use ambient seawater. So whatever is the natural nutrient content and the temperature and then the light condition, so everything is ambient.
Mm-hmm. And
only sorry.
How big is your hatchery? How in terms of space, geographical space?
This is a very good question. It's relatively large. I don't have the square meter area, but I have about 120 different aquarium. So I have 3 different area, and then I maintain 1 to 4 raceway tanks. So we have a relatively huge hatchery. And the university is also sharing the hatchery with other research. We do corals, we do sea urchin, we do giant clams. So we have relatively a large hatchery.
How far from the sea, so that you can get the sea water? How far it is?
It is right in front of the sea. So it would be good to have a land-based hatchery nearby the sea. And it's just a stone throw away, so you could see basically the sea in front of the hatchery. And for that reason, we are able to have a continuous flow through setup. So water from the deep is being sucked up and then undergo filtration, and we have a 24/7 free flowing water. So it could be expensive, but it take care of the the ambient temperature, and so we don't have problem with temperature increase because we have free flowing water.
Good evening, sir. This is Namisha Sharma from ILS. Sir, I have a question about the novel strain you have discussed of Kappa ficus. Was it found naturally or you developed it through breeding?
Okay, so our novel strain is basically collected from the wild, and we did DNA barcoding and haplotyping. So we know that they are novel haplotypes. So the their haplotype is very different from the commercially cultivated strain. And we collect the wild parental plants, we do haplotyping, and then we know if it's a novel haplotype, we consider it as a novel strain. And then when it is fertile, we release spores, and then the new generation of progeny, we cultivate them also separately. So we have the parental novel strain and then the progeny novel strain.
And sir, have you tried crossbreeding in different strains of Staphylococcus?
Yes, yeah, we did. So our work, with our work, we were able to isolate or identify separate male and female gametophytes. So we tried mixing male and female gametophytes from different parental lineage, and we have a kind of mixed result, because we observed that when we mix a male and a female gametophyte in one tank, most often the male gametophyte is suppressed, or the male gametophyte is overwhelmed by the female. And then through time, we were able to observe the female becoming fertile, so it produces cystocarp. But that was after how do you call this? Getting the male plant out of the aquarium. So we need to do more work to really identify if the next generation is actually a mixture of the male and female genotype. No? So we presume that the female becomes cystocarpic because the male plant contributed genetic material, but it is presumptive. We have to do more work to really confirm that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Leda. That was a very interesting presentation and very beautiful videography, may I say.
Thank you.
So, very good looking videos. So my question is, how many people do you need to take care of this whole hatchery which you showed us? And how much of it do you think are you automating at present, and how much automation can be done? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good question, because my problem is always the funding. I don't, my funding is seasonal, and how do you call this, 2-year or 3-year at most, no? So I have to continuously look for funding every time one of my projects is ending. So the maintenance of the gene bank, the in vitro and the hatchery, that is connected, because we start everything from the lab and then bring material from the lab to the hatchery. So in the lab, maintaining our gene bank, I need at least 4 people cleaning, preparing the media, cleaning the branch culture, and then when we are ready to bring that branch culture from the lab, from our in vitro gene bank to the hatchery, we how do you call this? We take a portion of that strain, so that we always have something left in our gene bank. And then in the hatchery, I have at least 4 people doing the hatchery work. So that will depend on how big is your hatchery. As like I mentioned, I have 120 aquarium and 4 raceway tanks, and for that I already need 4 people. And if you have a bigger hatchery, then you will need more. So the daily work, it's basically cleaning the tanks, and then ensuring that we also check the occurrence of epiphytes. We clean the plants, no? And then we also do some experimental work. So for the experimental work, I have a PhD student, I have a master's student doing experiment on salinity stress or nutrient stress and temperature stress. So I have about 6 graduate students working on different topics, and they also get help from the technical staff maintaining the hatchery. So it is laborious and very costly. And for that reason, we need really funding, and we need support from the seaweed industry, or it should be a team effort to really work on having center that is working on eukumatoids. Just like if we have International Rice Research Institute, why not having an International Eukumatoid Research Institute? No, so maybe rice is a much more wanted commodity, but seaweed is an emerging crop. No, that I think we need to invest more money and effort, research to work on eukumatoids.
Mikey, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So really
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Shri. Is that Shri?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this issue of funding, Mikey, I mean, I think this is, are there governmental grants between Philippines and India that we can leverage? Because we do really have people from our government sitting here who are very keen. So are there any ideas that we could pursue where we could set up this kind of strategic collaborations between the Philippines and India under specifically directed on seaweed? So that would be my question.
Okay, so if it will be at a research level, I think we could do like a direct communication between your university in India, government of India, with my university doing the research part, because I do not know how to look into government to government collaboration. So I do not know if the Indian government could directly communicate with the Philippine government. At that level, I might not have any say, no. But on the research level, if we plan to collaborate on doing basic research with biotechnological application, commercial, industrial application. So I think that could be done at our level. So that would be less bureaucratic. But when it comes to government, I might not be the right person to answer that. And then you might need to go to our Department of Agriculture or Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. I do not know. But at the basic research level, I think we could do a direct communication.
If I may rephrase the question, would you be interested in coming here and spending some time in developing a hatchery in Odisha or in some part of India? Would you be having that
Yes,
kind of?
very much. Yeah, that would be a pleasure to collaborate, no? Because actually, I already have collaboration with Madagascar, with ocean farmers, and indirectly with the Madagascar government, and we are helping setting up their hatchery. So I think this is for the common good of the eukumatoid industry. And Philippines or Indonesia will not be able to produce the biomass needed for the global need. And however, Indian government or Indian institute could how do you call this, take part in the production of biomass, I think I would be very willing to come and collaborate and help establish the hatchery.
Doctor? Hello, sir. I have two questions.
Hello, yeah. Yes.
First one is there any difference between their growth and yielding when you culture them in farm conditions compared to the natural ones? And another
Could
question.
you please repeat the question?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, is there any difference in their growth rate or yielding when you culture them in a farm compared to the natural habitat? Is the first one. And the second question is there, how could you maintain if there have any disease outbursts in your farm?
I didn't get the second question. If you could repeat that later. But the first question, in terms of difference in growth rate or in the chemistry, it will be different if you culture them in a land-based hatchery, in a raceway tank, or in the field. Even in the field, you cultivate them in different regions. So if you cultivate them in south of India or in the middle of India with different environmental factors, you would observe different growth rates. and you could also observe different chemistry. For example, while I was in Madagascar last year, they were also comparing the production and the quality of raw dried seaweed from the west coast, southwest of Madagascar to the northeast of Madagascar, and they saw different quality, and not only in the chemistry but also in terms of growth rate. So everything could change depending where you farm it, whether on site, different region, and also in the hatchery or in the lab. So the environmental factors has a big impact on the biology and chemistry.
How would you manage the disease outbreak in your hatchery? If there is a disease outbreak happens, do you curtail that?
Yeah, that's a good question. No? So disease is seasonal, and one of our how do you call this suspect in the occurrence of disease is during the time that it is too cold, it's colder and it is warmer, and also during rainy season. So all this environmental trigger. So it's more of like if the plant is stressed because it is a little bit too cold, a little bit too hot, and the rainy season, it dilutes the salinity. So this basically triggered the occurrence of disease and epiphytes. No, so I think it's more of trying to have a robust strain that they have a larger, a broader ecological breadth. And this is something that we want to technologically, how do you call this, derive a sample or a cultivar or a strain that could have a salinity range of this much, a temperature range of this much. No, so and then when the disease is already, or the epiphyte is already occurring, or there's already disease, we just basically, for example, for control of epiphytes, we do fresh water cleansing. So sometimes the abrupt salinity stress could basically kill off the tiny epiphytes. And since the host is bigger thallus and it could control its osmotic, it's the salinity inside the cell, so it will not be affected. So the first that will be affected will be the epiphytes. And then when it comes to ice disease, the occurrence, we observe that we, as much as possible, we just keep the plant. So even if they are diseased, it's kind of that they develop some kind of immunity, and we observe that they are able to heal the wounds and also heal the occurrence of ice. So we don't throw away those ice infected or epiphyte infested, because eventually they will grow new shoots, and that new shoots could be some kind of more immune to disease and pests. So it's a lot of work maintaining disease and epiphytized plant, but this is where some of our results showed that the plant are able to recover from disease and epiphytes.
Thank you, Dr. Rolida, for this wonderful presentation. During your initial slides, you showed something like from the same species or strain, the morphology is quite different. I mean, and then it's not a minor change or alteration you're talking about. It's a substantial change in the morphology. So why is it so? And what drives this change in the morphology?
That's a very good question, and I still do not have an answer to that. No, so we are still doing some molecular work, and actually the different morphology is absolutely amazing, because from morphology you might think that it's different species, the branching pattern, and then the size of the thallus, no? And when we did barcoding, everything is Capophycus alvarezii. So the morphology is quite plastic, because when we start cutting them into pieces and let them grow, the morphology changes also, and they become more uniform. So the plasticity in morphology and in their phenotypic expression, that's still a mystery for me, no? And we are still study to understand this. So I actually call them chameleon, because it changed, and more molecular work could answer this phenomenon. At the moment, I could not answer your question, but this is a very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roda. I think it was exciting talk towards the day end, and everybody, I think, thoroughly enjoyed. A round of applause for Professor Roleda.
Thank you very much.
In the meanwhile, I have managed to get your WhatsApp number from Sri, so we'll
Yes.
be with each other right? Thank you again.
Okay, you're very much welcome. Thank you very much. And looking forward to collaborate with you and come visit India again. I love India, especially the food.
Same here, same here. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next talk.
Next is Hemant, right? So our next speaker is Dr. Hemant Giri Rao. He's from C6 Energy. Dr. Hemant finished his bachelor's from IIT Madras in 2009-10. And he then finished a PhD from the National Center for Biological Sciences in Bangalore. And then he's been with C6 after his PhD. And his exposure, his experiences are on a wide range of topics, but he focuses a lot on downstream processing. And today he's going to talk about seaweed-derived oligosaccharides to improve shrimp health and productivity. Oh, actually, animal health and productivity.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sri, for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Debashish Das and ILS for organizing this wonderful event. There are amazing scientists here today, and it was really interesting to talk to them. Some of them I've met before. It was really good to reconnect, and the conversations are really going in the right direction. So today I'm going to talk about our experiences in developing applications from seaweed. So today I think there was a lot of knowledge that was shared on the different types of seaweeds, what are the different types of carrageenans, how are they cultivated, and so on. There was also some information on what are the different types of applications, some perhaps at a research level, some commercial, but the experience that I would like to share here with all of you is basically how we took seaweed as a biomass resource, extracted a valuable active ingredient from it, commercialized that into a premium product, which we were able to demonstrate in field trials as well. And so I would like to take the example of the animal health products that we had. So I'm not only going to talk about shrimp cultivation, but also a little bit on poultry and cattle as well. Finally, I will end the talk with some open questions that we could potentially look at as to how that would impact downstream processing of seaweed. So Sri actually gave a fantastic introduction to C6 Energy earlier today, so I'm not going too much into the details of that, but just a one-line aspect that we are an ocean tech and a biotech company. We not only grow seaweed, but we also do the downstream processing of that seaweed to convert that into world-class products. And we have patented molecules, patented technologies, both upstream, that is the seaweed cultivation, as well as the downstream processing. So by taking the seaweed, the sea plant biomass, we are actually able to now convert that into food, animal feed, agricultural inputs, which are the crop biostimulants, which we sell globally today, and also into biomaterials. These are especially products that can replace single-use plastics in various applications. So now here comes the interesting bit. How do we take seaweed, as you can see on the screen, and convert that into an industrial feedstock? So that's step number one, right? So what we do is that we do not process seaweed traditionally the way the industry operates, where they dry it on the beach. And why do we not do that? Two simple reasons. One, it's not a consistent drying process. The way you handle fresh seaweed determines the quality of the product that you get. If you are going to dry it on the beach, where sometimes it takes 3 days to dry, sometimes it takes 1 week to dry, sometimes it dries within a day, you're going to get an inconsistent quality product. The second reason is impurities. A lot of the time, the seaweed that's present in the ocean waters is very pristine. It doesn't actually have a lot of the sand and other impurities that come along with the final product. When you dry seaweed on the beach, that's where all the sand and the impurities come in, right? And it's very difficult to get rid of those impurities. So what we do is we take seaweed fresh. We had to invent equipment ourselves because nobody was doing this before, where we had to design and fabricate machinery that would convert that seaweed into a dry format that is high in density so that you can transport it, low in moisture so that it's stable, and also rich in carbohydrate content. Using that as the industrial feedstock which we have standardized, we can now do three different technology platforms broadly. One is precision hydrolysis. This involves breaking down the biopolymer or the polysaccharide, whichever way you want to call it, into specific molecular weight oligosaccharides or monosaccharides that act as active ingredients for improving plant and animal health. The second is controlled biorefining. In this process, we understand the nature of the carbohydrate and we keep it as such. And we convert that into foods and also into bioplastic products. So some of you may not know, but this seaweed can actually go directly into plastic making machinery and come out as films or rigids, as injection molded objects, etc. I'm not going to touch upon that topic today, but that's something that we do. That's another technology platform that we've developed. And the third, last but not the least, is thermochemical transformation, where you're breaking down the seaweed carbohydrate and changing its nature into something chemically different, like, for example, ethanol, or into biocrude, or into, say, furfuryls, and so on and so forth. These molecules do not exist in the seaweed, but you're doing a high temperature, pressure, or an ionic liquid based kind of a processing in order to be able to make chemicals and fuels. So these are the three different process platforms. Today, I'm going to take the example of animal health, specifically about shrimp, and that would deal with the process of precision hydrolysis. So why are we interested in shrimp cultivation? So it turns out that historically, India has been one of the leading producers of cultivated shrimp. A lot of the shrimp that we cultivate is exported, so it's a big revenue generator for us. So you can see where India is located in how the global production is there. And among all the different aspects that are plaguing the shrimp industry, uh, things related to market prices or brood stock quality, financing, etc., disease prevention has always been one of the top five. And this is from 2022 survey, and I think it's very clear that because shrimp by themselves, because of the fact that they don't have a memory based immune system, they're very susceptible to diseases, especially when there are multiple stress factors. So when we went ahead and looked at shrimp cultivation, we realized that farmers want to cultivate shrimp in an intensive manner. What's an intensive cultivation? It means that you want very high productivity. You want a lot more shrimp from the same pond size or from the same tank size. When you do that, you need to have very precise farm management, but that also needs financial inputs. So in the absence of which, you end up in a situation where the shrimp are experiencing a lot of environmental stress factors, low dissolved oxygen, fluctuating water quality parameters. This makes them more susceptible to diseases like bacterial or viral diseases. And that ultimately leads to decreased productivity. This is something that is known historically because when Lithopenes vanami, the main shrimp that is exported out of India, was introduced into the Indian market, for the first 5-6 years, people made truckloads of dollars. But as the cultivation progressed, as it became just a monoculture, people started, becoming more and more intensive in terms of cultivation, not treating the shrimp pond as nicely as they should. Ultimately, diseases started spreading. And this ultimately resulted in a situation where today shrimp farmers are at a loss with respect to how to do disease management. So one of the objectives that we wanted to do is to develop an integrated solution to alleviate stress factors and to improve the shrimp immunity. Because what we realized is that the shrimp immune system is actually sufficiently empowered to fight these diseases provided you can stimulate it to the optimum level. So after many years of R&D, long story short, we've been able to commercialize and also manufacture various products which are approved by the Coastal Aquaculture Authority. And so shrimp plus powder and romin plus liquid, these are our top selling product formulations, both India and abroad. So what are the key features of shrimp plus? I'm going to use that interchangeably with seaweed oligosaccharides because that's the brand name of the product that we sell today. But I think for the purpose of this gathering, I think the key focus should be on the fact that it is a seaweed oligosaccharide based product. This molecule has been patented by us. And these are present primarily or derived from Red Sea plants. It's 100% natural. These are not synthesized, but they are basically derived from naturally present molecules. We cultivate our seaweed. We are not doing wild harvesting. So Sri spoke a lot about sea combined technology, and that's how we grow our seaweed. But most importantly, we've actually shown that those molecules can actually protect stress and disease. Now, why do we believe that seaweed oligosaccharides are the active ingredients? So I'll come to that shortly. So as I said, the active ingredient needs a little bit of clarification. So there's a bit of a nuance. It's not just a seaweed galacto-oligosacchαρide. It is a specific molecular weight range of sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides, and these are basically derived from fresh Red Sea plants. And we have a process, and you can see on this graph here, it's basically a size exclusion chromatograph of the different product batches that we run. There is a specific signature that comes out of this, and we have a way to know what molecular profiles that we can actually generate batch to batch. We actually have granted patents on this in US, India, China, other geographies. And so this was an interesting study to understand the mode of action. So this was work that was done with Cochin University of Science and Technology. Dr. Valsamma is here. So we worked with Professor Bright Singh, and he's like a stalwart in the shrimp industry. So he was very keen to sort of understand the mode of action here. So in Peneus monodon, which is the tiger shrimp, we actually did a transcriptome analysis of the different genes that are responsible for improving the immunity of the shrimp, and we were able to find that when you administered sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides to the shrimp, it actually improved the stress tolerance capability related genes, superoxide dismutase, heat shock proteins. But interestingly, it also upregulated antimicrobial defense genes like pinidins and crustins and other things. And we also in parallel found that there were other literature that supported our findings. For example, you can see in this sort of a cartoon representation of a pathway how sulfated galactans bind to cell surface receptors and shrimp hemocytes. They upregulate a downstream pathway that ultimately results in the upregulation of antimicrobial peptide genes and so on. And this ultimately results in improving the ability of the shrimp to tolerate diseases. And this is what we call assist technology. And without going into too much detail, I think we've been able to show two fundamental things. One, that there is a molecular basis of why this happens, and two, that this is a result that can be replicated and demonstrated not only in the lab but also in the field, where you can actually get higher body weight gain and growth rate, which is what the farmer wants. It improves the activity of the shrimp and also the yield per acre and protection from diseases. So this section, the next 4 slides, talks a little bit about how C6 Energy grows seaweed and how our factories are all positioned and how we do our manufacturing. Again, sea combined technology and the square kilometer farm is something Sri talked about earlier today, so I won't spend too much about it. So this is a photograph of our factory in Tuticorin in India. It's much bigger now, and this is our factory in Bali, Indonesia. So Dr. Dash was saying that people would like to go to Bali for holiday. We actually go to Bali to work, so yeah, we also have specialized processing equipment where we use that to process seaweed. These are some snapshots of our factory. We've got a bottling unit, processing unit, and a whole bunch of other equipment. Okay, so this is probably what is of most interest to the gathering here. Establishing product efficacy. How do we know this product works? So this was work that was carried out with institute with Bandung University in Bandung in Indonesia. We actually also had done a lot of parallel work with Cochin University as well. So I'm just going to in the interest of time, there's too much data to show, so I'm going to show the relevant stuff. So this was a lab study where we were actually looking at the survival of Vanami post larvae. So we grew them in tanks. We gave the seaweed sulfated galacto-oligosaccharide at a different dosages. We had a competitor product that was also seaweed based, that was a French company, and we were able to see that our product actually substantially improved the survival, and that obviously resulted in a significantly lower feed conversion ratio. So feed conversion ratio is basically the amount of feed that you give for the amount of shrimp that you get, and the lower the FCR is, the better, the more shrimp you get. At the same time, we took the shrimp at the end of that production cycle in the lab again, subjected or exposed them rather to specific measured amounts of bacterial pathogens. We were again able to do a comparison with respect to a disease control where we did not give the shrimp plus product versus a situation where the shrimp plus product was given and the disease was also infected. So you can see that in a control situation where there is no disease and there was no seaweed based product given, it's around 88% survival. Whereas when you give the shrimp plus product in the presence of disease, there's a marked improvement versus the disease control. The same thing can be seen even in the case of Vibrio parahemolyticus, which is actually the pathogen that causes early mortality syndrome. And this is work that we've done on white spot syndrome virus. This was again work done at QSAT with Dr. Bright Singh and Dr. Valsamma. And here we actually showed that when you take Peneus monodon and then you subject it to white spot syndrome virus, you can actually track the delay in the onset of the symptoms when you have a system where the sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides were administered with the feed. So if you look at the infected control, you can see that by day 4 or day 5, it's completely collapsed because the white spot syndrome virus is very aggressive. And no infection control basically looks like this. So that's what happens so there's some mortality even when there's no disease. You can see that in a case where the C6 product is given, especially on day 5, the significance, the difference in the survival is the largest. So while the product is not curative, it's very clear that it can actually, push the onset of the disease further down. And this is very important because for farmers who are expecting a WSSV outbreak, even a few days that they have in order to be able to sell their produce is very critical. So in this study, we actually were also able to demonstrate how the seaweed based product, the seaweed galacto-oligosaccharides, can actually protect against environmental stresses. So typically in open pond systems, sometimes there is heavy rain, it suddenly floods, that significantly reduces the salinity of the pond. So what happens in this situation? What happens to the shrimp in this situation? While shrimp are they are somewhat tolerant to changes in salinity, but significant changes in salinity is something that can cause a lot of stress. So we did a trial where we showed that if you take shrimp from saline water, put them in fresh water and sort of give them a salinity shock, actually the shrimp that were fed or that had the sulfated galacto-oligosaccharide as part of their diet survived much better compared to control, which actually had much more mortality. So these were again tests that were done in order to show that the product actually protects the animal in the case of stress, in the case of disease. Now, based on this, we actually came up with a recommendation for farmers, right? And this has to have a real application. So we said that, we take this product, we made a powder formulation out of it. And the reason why we did that is because it's more stable to transport, so that farmers can use at a very low dosage. They only need to use 1.5 kgs of the product for every ton of feed. And this can be top coated onto the feed. Farmers typically use binder formulations, and then you can give it, throughout the cycle or for a period of the cycle, etc. But for at least a 2-week period. And at the end of this, we are able to reliably show, even in field trials, and I'll come to a couple of slides on that, that it is actually able to improve the overall health and the growth of the shrimp, and also improve the tolerance to stress and disease. Okay, so these are some field trial results. At the time, we were focusing a lot on Andhra Pradesh because that's where about 70% of India shrimp cultivation is. So we were, so this slide and the next slide. So these were not sponsored trials. These were farmers who were our customers. We were lucky to find farmers who were very data driven. Some of them were very meticulous that way. So this one farmer, he actually had ponds in an area where there was no disease. So there were 2 ponds seeded on the same day. So by seeding, I mean that's when the cultivation was started. And there was one pond in which the C6 product was given, the sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides as part of feed, and in another one was a control pond. So what you see on this graph is actually average body weight in grams. That's the weight of a shrimp, okay, that's plotted versus the day of cultivation. And the solid line with these error bars that you see, so that's not an error bar, rather that's actually the natural variation band in which you should have an ideally you should have ideally where the shrimp would grow with respect to the day of cultivation. So you could see that when we took the two ponds where the shrimp seed was taken from the same source, it was all done in the same way with the same feed with the same farm inputs. After the product dosage was given, and here it was actually given only at 1 gram per kg, which is about 1 kg per ton of feed, for just a 4-week period, and after that we stopped giving the product further. We saw that the pond where the treatment was given had a substantially higher average body weight, and it was actually on the ideal curve, whereas in the case where it was a control, perhaps due to water quality or due to feed conditions or whatever, the shrimp were not able to grow just as much. So in the treated pond, the farmer actually got a 40% higher yield, and this is something not done in the lab. This is done in open acre ponds, right? And instead of getting a 40 count, they got a 31 count, which basically means the shrimp were much larger, and the FCR was also substantially lower. This is another example. So in this particular case, this is an interesting example. Here we don't have a control and a treated, but when we visited this farmer in this particular area, he was very keen on harvesting his ponds because he felt that they were demonstrating early symptoms of disease, and a lot of this is visual. Sometimes nowadays people do some kind of gene expression studies and so on and so forth, but a lot of the times it is by looking at nearby farmers ponds. Are they harvesting? Is somebody doing an emergency harvest? There's a lot of hearsay. So so the farmer was felt that he should protect his investment, and he should harvest the crop. So the time at which he wanted to harvest the crop, the average weight of the shrimp was 9 grams. Okay, so that's the size of the shrimp. So we went and we told him, because he was one of our customers, that why don't you try our product and see how long you can push it. So he gave our product for a 3-week period, and it so happened that the culture survived, and it continued to survive. And it not only continued to survive, but it also got back on track on the ideal growth curve that it was supposed to go back on. And when the farmer was expecting to do an emergency harvest at 110 count, so count basically means the number of shrimp per kilogram. So the bigger the count, the smaller the size of the shrimp, right? So he wanted to do an emergency harvest at 110 count. He would have gotten a very low price and a low yield for that, but he actually ended up harvesting at 31 count. That's a huge difference. So he went from 9 grams per shrimp to almost 33 grams per shrimp, primarily because instead of harvesting at 77 days, he was able to harvest it at around 120 plus days. So, and this was something that we did on 2 ponds in that area. So the intent of showing you these trials was to basically show that the product that we made has a mode of action. It's something that we were able to show in the laboratory. It was something that we were able to demonstrate to farmers in terms of a product formulation. So these are the products that we sell. So today, these are the 2 products that we sell in the market. Shrimp Plus is around 1 to 1.5 kg per ton. This is our main flagship product. So basically, we take seaweed and convert that into this, powder formulation. So that was the story on shrimp health. I'm going to quickly run through some work that we have done on poultry, just to impress upon you that this is not some phenomenon that is specific to shrimp, but it seems like other animals also respond very similarly. So we worked with ICAR, Directorate of Poultry Research in Hyderabad. We also were fortunate to publish this work, and we demonstrated that the sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides from Carboficus alvarezi were actually able to improve the poultry health. This was the trial setup that was done. They have a very nice sort of a trial setup, being the premier institute for the poultry, and we did it in a number of replicates with Vencop broilers, and these are all the parameters that we looked at. Our product was again given at a very similar dosage, 1 kg per ton of the feed. So what did we find? So this is the body weight of the broiler bird. So in broilers, you basically grow them for meat, right? So we have a 5 to 6 week growth period where we were able to show that versus control, there was a significantly higher body weight gain, which ultimately resulted in a higher average daily growth. So, and the reason why this is important is because today farmers use sub-therapeutic doses of antibiotics in order to get the same effect. So antibiotics which even humans don't have access to because they are so cutting edge are accessible to poultry farmers in bulk in 25 kilo bags. And as a consequence of this, there's a huge uproar about antibiotic resistance. So I am sure a lot of you know about how antibiotic resistance is growing as a disease phenomenon. And the product that we have developed here could potentially go in as a replacement, for that kind of a strategy. We were also actually able to do some kind of molecular analysis as well. An HI titer against Newcastle disease virus showed that it actually enhances the antibody production. We were also able to show that the serum antioxidant levels in the serum of the birds was substantially higher. So therefore, the birds were more tolerant to oxidative stress. And that was the synopsis of the story on the poultry. I don't have much time, so I'm not going to go too much into detail. But just one slide on cattle. So cattle is a completely different organism from birds, right? So we looked at shrimp, which was invertebrate, then we looked at birds. Now we're looking at cattle, which are ruminants. So in cattle, the main thing in India, what we do is we rear cattle for milk production, and basically what that means is that the cow needs to be impregnated, and once it has a calf, it starts producing milk. There's a lactation curve, so it does that for about 10 months. And you would want milk that has a highest possible fat content, because the more the fat content, the more the farmer gets in terms of price. The second thing is that you also want the cow to resume its pregnancy again, because unless that happens, the cow is not going to continue to produce milk. And so therefore you want to have a situation where the reproductive success is faster, that puts a lesser strain on the cow. And also you want the cow to be healthy. So there's something called body conditioning scoring that tells you how healthy the cow is, depending on the coat shine, depending upon the fat, depending upon the body weight gain, etc. So long story short, I think by giving the seaweed based sulfated galacto-oligosaccharide product, we were actually able to show that at different dosages, we were able to get a higher milk yield on a daily basis, okay, from these cows. And these were HF cows that were done. We also did, pregnancy tests by insemination and showed that the confirmed pregnancy percentage was higher compared to control. And again, so in conclusion, I think what I'm trying to drive here is that sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides are novel active ingredients that typically land-based organisms do not see, even including land-based, shrimp cultivation. And therefore, what happens is that the sulfated galacto-oligosaccharides can stimulate the immune system, because when you see when land-based organisms see these active ingredients, they think that it's a foreign pathogen, right? But they're actually not. So therefore it ends up stimulating the immune system, and when you optimally stimulate the immune system, you end up in a situation where you get better yield. So this is my last slide to basically highlight what are some of the key insights and opportunities, especially for downstream processing. So I believe that some of the key things that we would like to work and learn from ILS would be analytical methods for assessment of seaweed quality and quick analytical methods. Because seaweed, so Dr. Shams was asking me, what is the composition of seaweed, right? It has so many minerals. It's probably got close to 100 minerals in small quantities. It's got heavy metals, it's got carbohydrates, different types of carbohydrates, and so on and so forth. If you want to know the amount of each of these so that you can add it all up to 100%, it would cost you several lakhs of rupees per seaweed sample, right? So the question now becomes, if you want to know what you want to do with the seaweed, are there quick non-invasive ways? Say you had a NIR method to do this, or some kind of an FTIR or some other methodology that could help you determine the quality of the seaweed, to say that, okay, this is good for carrageenan quality, without extracting the carrageenan, right? Imagine you could put it in a sensor, and then you could say that, look, this is good for food ingredients, or this is good for biomaterials, or if you could have seaweed that has got high carbon content and very low sulfate content, that would be very good for making fuels, because in fuels all that matters is carbon and not the sulfur or nitrogen and things like that. The other question that we would be very much interested in is precision enzymatic hydrolysis. Could you break those carbohydrates down into oligosaccharides with specific precise molecular weight profiles? And this could have a lot more applications and lot more precise sort of active ingredient related aspects or animal health. Especially there's a lot of shrimp farming in Orissa that is done, so there could be a lot of benefits here, and also for human health. The third point is on industrial applicability. Could we develop enzyme cocktails that are thermostable and halotolerant in order to be able to process those seaweeds into a continuous scalable effective production of oligosaccharides or monosaccharides, which can then be used for animal health, human health, for fermentation, and so on and so forth? Why do you need thermostable? Because the higher the temperature, the faster your enzymes will act, the faster your process is going to be. Why do you need halotolerant? People may not realize, but seaweed comes with a lot of salt. So when you add water or anything, so for example, you do a 2G ethanol process, right? You try to contact that with water, add enzymes. There's a certain amount of salt that comes with it, but seaweed comes with a lot more salt. So it's important to have halotolerant enzymes, and that's not very obvious. And you can actually derive those halotolerant enzymes from marine microbes that grow in symbiosis with the seaweed. So it's not like it's rocket science. It's a matter of investigation and identifying those microbes and then deriving carraginases from them. And lastly, so this is something that I think Dr. Shahu from ILS had spoken earlier today, applications for human health. So during COVID, there was a nasal spray made out of iota carrageenan that comes from Euchuma denticulatum that came out, and it was shown that it could actually reduce the infection. Also, disaccharides from carrageenan were touted to be as potential anti-tumor agents. So I think these topics are very much in line with the projects and the topics that ILS has experience in and expertise in. So yeah, so there are many opportunities, but I think these are some of the ones which we felt that are most suitable for research and collaboration. Okay, so thank you so much. That was my presentation.
Open to questions.
So, hello, Dr. I think it's very interesting talk, because I'm Dr. Devabhrata Biswas from ILS. So I'm a microbiologist and a disease biologist.
Okay.
So I have a few actually. So first one is that since you said the seaweed supplement, right? That is protective in nature for the shrimp.
Yeah.
So is it like coming from a mixture of different types of seaweeds? Or
No. So these seaweeds are euchumatoids. So we work mostly with Capophycus alvarezi, and we do have other types of seaweeds as well. So this is a patented molecule that we have. So it's made from Kappa carrageenan, and we process that in a specific way to get the oligosaccharides from that.
So related to that, do you think the other carrageenans that are there, like iota is there,
Yeah.
do they have similar kind of value?
Oh, even
or do
better.
you-
Actually, the more sulfated it is, the more potent the response is. So the higher the degree of sulfation, it seems that the response is higher. So an iota carrageenan based product would actually give you a similar kind of an effect, but at a much lower dosage.
Oh, okay. So on that basis, like I think the next question is related, because it's what I like to know is that has the basic molecular basis of this protection that it provides has been studied, and like coming from the industry,
Yeah.
how do you see that the study can be of significance to industry or from an economical point of view?
No, absolutely. No, that's a great question. So I think that was one of the research questions that I had posed in the last slide. We follow a current process because we also have to take care of economics and what's available in terms of equipment and so on and so forth. But today, if you look at the way enzymatic hydrolysis works, there are specific carrageenase enzymes which can give you very precise molecular weights of oligosaccharides. I think it's very important to have those technologies in place, because when you get a precise product, it becomes much easier to determine the precise mode of action. Because today we've narrowed it down to a very specific, sort of a cocktail of molecular weights. But I think by being able to identify individual, molecules, we may be able to derive an even better effect. So I think it's very important to look at carrageenase enzymes, and then see what kind of products we get, and look at the mode of action studies on that. Look at how pathways in shrimp hemocytes. So shrimp hemocyte studies are not that hard to do, right? And if you are able to show that in a lab kind of a culture, considering all the resources you have on mammalian cells and other things, it should be possible for you to be able to determine those pathways.
Okay, I also have a third question. I hope. So, like crop rotation is practiced.
Yeah.
With legumes and other crops,
Yeah.
right, to increase the fertility of soil.
Yeah.
Do you see this? I don't know, like an alternation between shrimp culture and maybe seaweed culture in the same place, same water.
Yeah,
Is it
I
gonna
think there
help?
is I think Professor Deanbandhu Sahu has been very
Right.
vocal about how we should, integrate shrimp cultivation and seaweed cultivation together. I think it makes a lot of sense. From what I understand at a high level, the shrimp actually produces a lot of nitrogenous based compounds, right? And the seaweed can sort of soak it up. It's actually starving for nitrogen when you grow it in the open ocean, and if you grow it in a shrimp pond, it actually can grow much better. So you get both benefits. But I think one thing we need to be careful is about the amount of biomass of each that is grown, because a seaweed will also sort of consume oxygen when it respires. I just want to make sure that the shrimp are not starved of oxygen, so you'll have to do it in a way that the amount of biomass of shrimp and the amount of biomass of the seaweed is grown in a way that it's symbiotic in relationship. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
My question is, I wanted to know that shrimp is okay, it's growing faster growth, but have you checked the effect in food chain? Because this growth sometimes is very problematic when catfish people are growing in a very faster way, but their health issues means speculations of the health issues on the food chain for the human or for those are eating on that.
Okay.
So my if you not C6 is not done it, then maybe ILS can do it.
No, absolutely. That's
But
yeah.
have you checked the effect of these molecules on food chain? Means shrimp is okay, then the higher version. So is there any alterations of anything? Is should we worried about it because it's a mixture and uncontrolled?
So if I understood your question correctly, you're asking, by putting this particular product in the by administering this into the different farms, what happens to to the other
Other
organisms
means
that
yes,
may yeah.
पोल्ट्री से अगर हम लोग खाएं या ऐसे करके कुछ
Yeah.
अगर
Yeah.
biomagnification,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
the term
So no,
biomagnifications of effect.
yeah. No, thanks for that question. So first of all, the amount of the product that is used is very, very less. Like you saw, it's almost like for every ton of feed, you only have to give about a kilogram. So even in that, the active ingredient, I mean, I can't share all the details of the composition, but the active ingredient is a certain percentage of that, right? So ultimately, when you look at the whole cycle, the amount of product that actually goes out into the farm is quite less, because it's very potent at those dosages. The second thing is that once you've broken the molecule down, it turns out, or even if you look at carrageenan as such, it turns out naturally, we don't know what they are, but there are organisms in our natural streams, etc., which degrade this. So for example, even if you take seaweed and you throw it out on the soil just right outside, it will start composting. Right now, we don't know why that happens exactly, like which microorganism, what is breaking it down, but all of these are biodegradable molecules. They tend to break down. Thirdly, seaweed and seaweed based products, or sort of fresh seaweed as such, has been consumed for centuries in Southeast Asia, and we are not actually synthesizing anything new. We are just taking molecules that exist as a natural repertoire in seaweed, figuring out a way to enhance the activity and giving that in a nicely packaged format for use in animal health in order to develop that application. So consumption of those products has no issues at all. In fact, contrarily, it seems to be the case that if you consume those products, maybe there are some anti-tumor benefits or there are some antiviral benefits, and that's one of the things that I had suggested that we could do.
So amazing, Hemant. I mean, now I realized what Shri was saying, the science-driven product development.
Thank you.
How does it make difference? I mean, amazing science behind it. Out of the curiosity, the science, generates more curiosity. So you said sulfated those oligosaccharides, especially the galactose. So is the sulfation on the galactose important, or is it the anhydrogalactose important, or the sulfation on any other oligosaccharides?
That's a very good question.
Or is it anhydrogalactose? so I mean, I'm not sure if you have a question.
No,
but
I don't have an answer to that. Like I
you
think
have an
it's really fantastic that there are questions coming up which could become potential research problems, and I don't have an answer to that question. But what we do know is that the degree of sulfation does matter. The more sulfated it is, we can clearly see in plants and in animals that you get the same sort of phenotypic effect, but at a lower dosage. So, so that part is very clear. Now,
So anhydro is no more a question.
I don't know the answer to that. Shri, I don't know if you want to add something to that.
Right?
Yes, in spinosum, the anhydrogalactose is also sulfated.
So we don't
Yes.
know. Actually, what we do know is that the disaccharide is pretty potent. Now, which component is there, I honestly don't know. At that point, as long as you're able to demonstrate a consistent product and a consistent response, that's usually good enough and a safe product. Meaning, what Hemant didn't mention also is that there is toxicity studies that are done on the final product. So it's a defined signature.
Sure.
So you can always get the
Always
same
get that
composition.
signature.
You understand to a certain extent how it works, that it upregulates the immune system,
Yeah, sure.
whatever else. That's the work that we've done with QSAT or with
Yeah,
other people. And whatever upregulation you're seeing internally seems to match the phenotype, which is, you see a
The
disease
impact,
resistance.
yeah.
For most commercial purposes, that's good enough.
That's good enough. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, we don't know, for instance, how exactly it interacts with the shrimp. Kahan se, where is the receptor? What is, to some extent, we know some cascade, but not all the cascades. We don't know how the molecule interacts with the receptor. Could you make it more potent, for instance?
Sure.
No idea, and no money to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question is, have you observed any interesting effects at higher dosages? You're using very low dosages.
Yeah.
So when you went to higher dosages, have you observed any interesting effects?
No, that's a very good question. So most biological phenomena have an optimal dose response. So typically, what happens is that whenever you give a stimulation, there is an increase in effect, whatever it may be. In this case, it is immune stimulation, right? And at some point, there's an optimum. If you give more, what happens is that the resources of the organism go more into keeping up a high level of the immunity, right? So, and that compromises growth. Okay. So now what you need to do is you have to give the optimum dosage so that the immunity is at the highest possible level without compromising growth. Because if you give more product, the immunity will be high, and it would be able to ward off diseases, but it will be using its own energy reserves to do that. That will compromise its growth. So we actually did a lot of work initially in QSAT on Peneus monodon, where we were able to show this kind of dose response, that there was a certain, luckily for us, it so happened that those dosages were an order of magnitude away. So we were not in any danger. Like if we tell a farmer 1 kg per ton, it is unlikely that a farmer would use 10 times the dosage, right? Because it's economically expensive also, right? So, so in that sense, if you do it at that kind of, at very high dosages, there is a possibility that you would compromise growth. But this is true for all. Like if you take crocin, 1 tablet will help you bring down your fever, but if you have 20 tablets of crocin, that will probably poison your liver, right? It's the same thing. So that's true for all biological systems.
Thank you very much. Excellent talk where you demonstrated fundamental biological questions, research based to translation. I think I announced that students who will ask question will go to Bali. They have all gone to now surf the internet where to stay in Bali. Having said that, I think we have spent the day, I think, excellent way in terms of discussing exciting science. Last but not the least, where is Luna? Oh, hi. Thank you very much for waiting. And then we would like to hear from Dr. Luna Samanta, who is an ILS product, but right now she is working in Revensa University in Cuttack. Dr. Luna Samanta is a professor and head of the Department of Geology Department at Revensa University. She was a recipient of Government of India's Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship and gone to USA and Commonwealth Academic Fellow to London. She is the recipient of several national awards such as the Young Scientist Award by Indian Science Congress Association, Young Scientist Award of Odisha Science Academy, KK Nair Prize for Outstanding Research Publication by University of Kerala. Her current research interests are focused on identifying the biological markers of oxidative stress, DNA damage, apoptosis, and autophagy using proteomic research tools and bioinformatic analysis as well as environmental impact assessment using redox markers with particular reference to male reproductive functions. She is actively involved in laboratory and clinical studies assessing the efficacy of certain antioxidants. Dr. Luna Samanta, in your this particular CV, it is not written that you are from ILS. So
No, I am not from ILS. Actually, the grand old man of ILS, Professor M.S. Kanungo, was my mentor's boss. So in that way, I was working in ILS, but definitely not registered in ILS. So till now, I am with ILS. So thank you, Dr. Das, for this nice introduction. I don't think I am deserving that thing, but I think I'll not bore you. All of you have already had your brain completely jammed up. So I will start with something in line with Dr. Hemant's work and what in the morning Sri has questioned. Like we have to analyze certain constituents of the seaweeds, not necessarily only the carbohydrates, oligosaccharides, or like the prostaglandins and other things. Seaweeds are actually a treasure of many things. So a lot of seaweeds are there everywhere. We can use them from like agar agar in the lab to the carrageenan in ice creams to cosmetics to biofuels to food, everything. And they have almost all sorts of physiological regulators like antibacterial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory. Then you can use them as neuroprotective. Everything they are. They have certain reports. Literature says that they are have the potency to regulate this sort of physiological functions. So these are the something. This is like oligosaccharides has already been discussed. Then you have the brown algae, the fucoxanthin molecules. Everything is said and done. Why I am interested in a particular group of compounds, those are the mycosporin like amino acids. In the morning when Professor Sahu was giving his talk, Dr. Rajiv asked a question, the economy. So whatever you do, if you add cosmetics or beauty product to that, economy ultimately escalated. So being a lady, my focus was on that. So I particularly focused on mycosporin like amino acids. There are two different things. Two things. One thing is that this is a beauty product. And the second thing is that I was just starting my lab. I don't want to compete with my boss, Professor Chaini there. So I want to do something with the minimum expenditure and set of my lab. So I jumped into this mycosporin like amino acids. These are very low molecular weight, colorless, water soluble, natural, photostable compounds. So they are composed of a cyclohexanone ring and cyclohexamine chromophore conjugated with a nitrogen substitution, and because of this pi electrons they have a very good property of absorbing high concentration of UV radiation with a very high molar absorptivity, and this is the strongest natural UVA absorbers available naturally. So that's the reason. This is the pathway. This is the cyclimate pathway, the same pathway that forms the aromatic amino acids within us. And this algae, they produce this type of products, which are like your mycosporin glycine is the first one. Then you have the cynorine, which is like a amino group attached to it. Only difference is that all the amino acids will be substituted in different seaweeds. The basic mycosporin nucleus remaining the same. Then UV induced photoaging is known to everyone. So particularly UVA and UVB, there is no such commercially available sunscreen that will protect you from a UVA2. That is within your 320 to 340 nanometer lambda. So then what happens here, when this UV rays penetrate our body, they form the thymine dimer and thereby induce DNA fragmentation, mutations, which leads to the cancer. So the most severe type of skin cancer is melanoma. Although skin cancer is not very common in India, the global scenario is up to like 79 to 80% in both males and females. In India, females are less reported, like 4.8%, and males are like 8.9%, something like that. So it is, although it is 10 times less than the global prevalence, but every year the number is doubling. That means due to the ozone layer depletion, Indians are also suffering from this type of skin cancer. So then the quest for a sunscreen with antioxidant property, because all of us know that skin needs some amount of antioxidant because overexposure to sun as well as various environmental chemicals, that is periodical generation, which acts upon our collagen, thereby bringing in early aging. So here I wanted to focus on, can mycosporin like amino acid be an answer to that? So rhodophyta has, or the red algae, has the highest concentration, followed by chlorophyta, and which is a green algae, and then the phaeophyta is the brown one. Very few have reported the presence of mycosporin like amino acid. What is Sri has been telling you that time, environmental concentration, and the different places and geographical distribution, everything affects the growth and the product of different bioactive compounds in seaweeds. And we took particularly Gracilia, this is the commercially viable seaweeds all over India. And out of this, these three are essentially present in our Chilka lagoon, that is Enteromorpha, Ulva, and Gracilaria. I focused on Gracilaria because initially when we started, we wanted to make agar out of it. But as Dr. Sahu, Professor Sahu, as the morning has already been told you that Gracilaria from Chilka lagoon can produce up to 20 to 30% agar, which is pretty less and economical, not viable. If that is the case, our question was, if being a Gracilaria, it is not able to produce the amount of agar it has to, then what are the other molecules it is producing? Because Silica lagoon is a very fragile ecosystem. On one side, it receives the fresh water, on the other side, there is seamoth. So the salinity gradient is there, wave action is different, everything is different. So in Chilka, we found two different types of Gracilaria. One has a stunted growth, the right hand side one, hardly 3 to 4 inches long, whereas this left one, variety one, is a very long yellowish one and like 10 to 12 feet long. And the stunted one is found in Rambha and Barkul area, whereas this long variety is in Pathara and Kalijai. So depending upon the substratum available, so they are different. And we examine both the Gracilaria ecotypes for the production of this Ma. The quality of Ma in both means like the type of Ma that is found in both is same. However, the concentration was more in the long variety, the yellow variety. So this is, we took a very simple protocol because I didn't have any equipment. So it is why I chose Ma is another for that, because the literature says that this is highly polar. So a 20% methanolic extract can give you the extracted Ma. So I tried that thing. The Gracilaria, I said dried it, just like Dr. Hemant said that I never allowed it to dry in the beach. That's because of contamination of with other microbes, epiphytes, and so on and so forth. So we always say dried it in a particular temperature, room temperature, and then we extracted this with 20% aqueous ethanol solution, because previously all the papers you will see that to reduce toxicity of methanol, we substituted that with ethanol, and we have great experience with that thing. And then it is 1:10, it's like 1 gram to 10 volumes of ethanol, 20% ethanol we are used to allow extract it. Then it is simply that after that these red seaweeds are rich in pigments. phycoerythrin and phycocyanin. So we treat them with chloroform for overnight so as to extract all this pigment so that our extract can be much more purer. And this is simple extraction method, then filtration through. This is an amino acid, so we do it with 0.45 nanometer filtration. Then we did the all phytochemical analysis. Like these are very few other contaminants in this particular extract. And I tried to do the chemical analysis. Of course, Dr. Sanjeev has helped me a lot because I am from biology and I didn't understand the spectra. And he is the person who taught me how to analyze the spectra. So to our surprise, I found a single peak in UV visible spectroscopy, that is 328 nanometer. And then this single peak from the HPLC, when we extracted it with 2% acetic acid in place of formic acid. What we changed from the previous methods used by other people in the globe, that is substitution of methanol with ethanol, substitution of acetic acid from formic acid. And here also we found a single peak absorbing at 28 nanometer with a 2.118 minute retention time. And this encouraged me, okay, I have much more purer product extract so that I can go further. So then I did the FTIR analysis, Raman spectra, and all these bonds collided with cynorine, the mycosporin like amino acid. And we further did that with multi-top to measure the molecular weight. We have this type of things, but the highest concentration is again matched with cynorine, which coincided with those of the FTIR as well as Raman spectra. And I did both carbon and proton NMR to find out the heteroaromatic protons present over there. So to certain extent, I'm sure that my extract contains maximum concentration of cynorine, but other contaminant mycosporin like amino acid cannot be ignored. And I tested that for the in vitro radical scavenging activity, DPPS like everyone does, but I categorically did it with nitric oxide as well as superoxide, as well as the peroxide, because these two will combine to form peroxynitride, or you can superoxide may form the hydroxyl radical, which may be damaging. And this is like your standard. I took the butylated hydroxytoluene, routine as well as butylated hydroxytoluene to compare. These are pretty much comparable with the standards available. Then the PETA people have this animal experimentation prohibited. I didn't have an animal house in Ravisha. So what I did the in vitro assay method. There is a certain assay method where it is known as finding out the erythmogenic effect. Erythmogenic effect is actually measured. It is an age-old procedure. So what happens there? The UV touch is focused on the inner side of your arm, forearm, or the buttock, or the animals saved of buttock of the rat or mice. And the minimum lux that is applied to produce a reddish patch, maximum appearance of reddish patch, is known as the erythrogenic effect, and that is calculated for various wavelengths. And we found the same thing with spectrophotometrically analyzed, and we have a comparable erythrogenic effect with for like a lower erythrogenic effect with respect to the ones which is done by simply exposing them to UV radiation. And you can see here this, and from that you have to calculate the sun protection factor or SPF. So our sun protection factor, this is 1 microgram of the extract that shows up to this. The beauty of this thing is that it absorbs in 332, that is UVA2 region, for which you don't have a commercially available sunscreen. Second thing is that we did the time kinetics and it remains there for 6 hours. So the 9 to 5 cosmetics problem can be solved with this thing. So this is pretty stable in most acidic to a near alkaline pH condition. So it is stable in temperature, it is thermostable, it is stable with variation in pH, as well as it is showing a extended half-life for maintaining the sunscreen protection formula within this. And then I tried to do it with the mouse embryonic fibroblast line, because I am interested for the cosmetic products. Means we need to know whether it is forming a skin, it can prevent the wrinkles in your skin or not. It has antioxidant property, it has UV absorption property, but still then does it have any protection against the fibroblast, or gives it this thing? So we did it. This is control UV treated and UV with 1 microgram of the extract over here. And here only control without any UV, we have given this, like higher doses are given, and this doesn't show any change. So that means only Gracilaria extras do not harm the fibroblasts, and in presence of UV light, right, it protects the UV induced damage in these fibroblasts. And besides that, I have not shown here the data. I have assessed the collagenase activity. It has strong inhibition of collagenase activity. In that way, it may protect our collagen to prevent skin wrinkles. And then moving to the cancer, so we use the cancer cell line A431, this skin epidermis carcinoma cell line. And here you can see the IC50 is pretty low, 16.86 microgram per ml. And I have studied the apoptotic proteins over here. It definitely induces apoptosis. Besides that, we have also done the angiogenesis study, then the scratch assay and colony formation assay. Everything is in our favor. And with this, we have Indian as well as Australian patent granted. And our aim is to develop it to a full-grown product. I have talked with Dr. Nivedita for helping me out. And this will be more stable than a chemical sunscreen. And the beauty of it is it can be taken orally, still it will precipitate on your skin. That's how the marine invertebrate and marine organisms protect themselves by eating these seaweeds from the UV radiation in the marine environment. So the beauty is like that. And one more thing is that treatment of this one increases the glutathione concentration, reduce glutathione concentration. So you have a double SO here, double means like one arrow with two huntings. So you have a glutathione enhancement, you have your own protection there, antioxidant property is fulfilled. So we will have a much better sunscreen, not only for preventing our skin wrinkle, protecting our skin from it, also has antimicrobial activity as well. So it is a multi-purpose sunscreen without any side effects and a pretty longer time in almost all sorts of conditions. Oh, with that, I'd like to thank you. I am supported by 2 projects from Science and Technology Department, Government of India, Government of Odisha, and my student Josna is also supported from Higher Education Department. Josna, Shomyo, and Professor Adhikari, I will thank him because he is the person who introduced me to the world of seaweeds. Otherwise, I am a person from disease biology, so jumping into seaweed was absolutely a new thing for me. But he is the person, he was interested to find out something because he is a classical taxonomist, so he wanted something to find out, dig out of the seaweeds, and he asked me to design a study. So this was my answer to him, and the Somyo and Josna did all the work. And thank you for your patient hearing. I am a beginner in seaweed research, and we also have other products with us, like different mangrove products. We have already transferred one technology for anti-diabetic products from mangroves. And I am always indebted to life science because any instrument, anytime I need a help, all of them are my good friends. And got them all. So thank you, life science, for giving me the chance. And I'm ready to take any questions.
I would agree. I would say that it is a fantastic talk towards the day end. So can you tell us that what is the cost of getting 1 kg of that extract?
It is
in terms of, you know,
yes,
to be used as a cream or something.
I have not calculated the cost because I'm not an industry person, but I can tell you 1 gram of this dried product gives me 1.5 milligram of the mycosporin-like amino acid from the long variety of Gracilaria.
1 gram.
1.5 microgram from 1 gram.
So have you tried kg or?
No.
Bigger amount?
No, because I'm a laboratory person. Again, I have to take the help of Sri or Dr. Hemant to supply me with a large scale so that I can do it.
Are you also thinking of taking the last mile of making your own product as a startup? Or would you like to give the ingredient to another company who are making
No, I want to have my own product in a different way, in a combination, because we have other such type of things with the skin protection formula. So we'll have a ratio of doing that to look for whether they have a synergistic effect or not. If that is a synergistic effect, we'll go for it.
Good.
So there I need the help of ILS. I have spoken to Dr. Nivedita. Probably she will give me certain ideas how to move about this thing.
Anybody else? हाँ हम तो इंडोनेशिया जाएगा लगता है.
Hello, ma'am. It's a very interesting talk. And so I have some scientific curiosity. So you said
Yes.
that it is UV protective in nature.
Yeah.
So in our skin, melanocytes and melanin are the primary
Yes.
weapon, or let's say tools that help us
Yeah.
protect. So have you checked the effect of this on melanin or melanocyte
This is the
physiology?
melanocyte cell line. I have used like A431, which is a skin cancer cell line. It is melanoma derived cell line. So obviously it acts up the melanocytes. We have tested it with fibroblast as well as keratinocytes.
No, I'm saying, like, does it increase the production of melanin or
No, it
increase?
has its own slight reddish coloration.
Okay.
So if have you ever marked the flamingos in Chilka and flamingos in Nandankanan?
Mm-hmm.
Their neck is pinkish, not
Pinkish,
this one. That is because of deposition of this type of pigments from the seaweeds.
Okay.
So it might affect the melanin production in one way. Why I say so? This also takes part the same cyclic pathway, like the tyrosine production,
Right.
aromatic amino acid production. That is in our terrestrial animals and plants, and this is in the marine seaweeds and other things. So in that way, it may interfere with that.
And you said that if it's taken orally, it can be available on
Yes,
the
because that
skin.
is how the invertebrates in the marine waters, they concentrate this. And to your surprise, this is maximally concentrated in the gonads. Second is the skin.
Okay. So is there like any known receptor that takes it, like a assimilation pathway of this?
See, this is
amino acid?
this has a aromatic ring. This is just like tyrosine. Its hydropathic index is like that of tyrosine.
taken up
So it
maybe-
can be both through the lipophilic absorption of the skin. It can also circulate in the blood because of the OH groups.
I hope that you'd study all those things and
Yeah.
come up with that. Thank you.
So I'm like Sanjeev taught me how to analyze the chemistry, and she talked more about the biology because we exchange students in that way. Thank you, Sanjeev, for helping me out.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a simple question. This same pathway, I'm working on the plants, but terrestrial plants, lignin biosynthesis pathway, because all are connected to
Yeah.
this pathway. But in seaweed, lignin is not there, zero. So is these pathways well characterized in seaweed?
Yeah, it is well characterized. Now people have started to clone those genes and express this in E. coli. But when they're producing it in E. coli, some of the functional groups changes. So it requires more standardization to produce exactly the same product that is naturally happening.
Okay, thank you.
I'll stay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, ILS, for giving me the chance.
Now I would like to request Director Sir to give the memento to the speakers. Dr. Hemant Giri from C6 Energy. Professor Luna Samanto from Ravinsha University. With this, we come to an end to today's conference, and we would like to see you all tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. 10:30 morning. 10:30 sir. स्टार्ट हो जाएगा सेशन.
Look for